The Columbia Workshop.
Communist influence must be driven forever from Europe.
Nur England gegen unsere Fenster. Und England, so wie auch die russischen Bauern hier, in der rechten Zeit von der Macht des Deutschen waren, durchaus es zu sterben. Wie Fibber! Wie Fibber! Wie Fibber!
A disembodied voice reaching out across the land and oceans to the ear and mind of half the world. The voice of a man whose decree is death, whose secret meditations have brought slavery to the millions who have never seen him. A voice that has last moved 130 million Americans to seek the destruction of the thing it stands for and the man behind it, whom they have never seen. A voice speaking to us and threatening us from 3,000 miles away and in a foreign tongue, yet more familiar to us than the voice of Lincoln or of Theodore Roosevelt or Wilson, as well known as of friends or neighbors, thanks to a modern miracle, the radio. During the minutes that follow, the workshop asks you to believe that by this means of radio, we can conjure out of history another voice, a voice that also in its time possessed that fateful power to shape the destinies of men and nations. During these minutes, we ask you to believe that you are living 130 years ago. The year is 1812. You are sitting by your radio on a Friday evening at the close of the year 1812 and tuning in your favorite news program. You hear the familiar fanfare, and the show begins. History is on the march. Today is December 31st, 1812. Today marks the close of a year that has been as momentous as any in human history. A year made memorable by the restless strivings of peoples and the leadership of strong men. James Madison, fourth President of the United States, let it be known once and for all that the freedom of the seas was a principle his countrymen would fight for. Simon Bolivar in South America, the priest Morales in Mexico, have this year made news and history by openly defying the power and majesty of Spain. Throughout the world, a dozen kings and potentates have led their armies on the battlefield. But far overshadowing all leaders and events in this year of 1812 has been one man, the little corporal who became an emperor, Napoleon Bonaparte. And for him, perhaps for all the civilized world, no year has been more fateful. Let us review this eventful year together now. The year 1812 of History is on the march. Moscow, capital of all the Russias. It is January 6th, according to the calendar of St. Julian. And the bells of Moscow's 40 times 40 churches and cathedrals are ringing out the age-old joy of man in the divinity of their Savior. It is the feast of the Epiphany. But for one man of Moscow, the holiness of this day has little meaning. A lone rider galloping at headlong speed under the great wall of the Kremlin towards the sentry at the White Gate.
Special prayer to the Tsar.
Your
papers.
Here they are.
All in order. Fast.
Down the wide thoroughfare from the gate to the entrance of the Imperial Palace. Up the broad steps, down the long, echoing corridor, through the double doors of the anteroom, to the Kremlin apartments of Alexander, Tsar of all the Russias.
Well, Captain, welcome. You have come far.
And fast, Your Highness.
And what brings you in such haste?
A matter which your ambassador to Paris did not even wish to commit to writing, Your Highness.
What is troubling Kurakin?
It is the question of Your Majesty's alliance with Napoleon Bonaparte. Prince Kurakin is deeply concerned.
An alliance with Bonaparte is always a matter for concern.
He is raising an army, Your Highness. A greater army than has ever been seen before under the banners of France. He talks in public of an invasion of England, but he is not building ships. He is training cavalry.
Has Kurakin spoken with him lately?
Several times. Bonaparte complains that Russia is not conforming to the new order, his continental system, as he calls it. But aside from that, he professes the greatest love for Your Highness.
He has overrun every nation in Europe, and he has loved them all, until the day he marched.
A fortnight ago, he was waiting on the Emperor in his study. Through the carelessness of a secretary, he saw what had been left on the Emperor's desk. Books of all kinds. And maps. Military maps. Of Russia.
Maps of Russia.
Yes, sir.
Well, Borodin, thanks for your information. You may tell Kurakin not to worry too much. Bonaparte will study his maps a long time before he knows as much about the steppes of Russia as we do.
From the Emperor's headquarters in Dresden, the 2nd, 5th, and 8th Cavalry of the 9th, 12th, 14th Artillery to take up designated stations on the Polish frontier.
From the Emperor Napoleon's headquarters in the east, all units of the Bavarian, Westphalian, and Prussian Guard to march at once for Danzig. General order from the headquarters of the Emperor Napoleon, Innsbruck. All units of the Grand Army, including all ammunition trains and transports, to converge on the left bank of the Niemen in the direction of Kovno by the evening of June the 22nd. June the 22nd, General Headquarters. A large and comfortable inn near the frontier. Gathered in a spacious tap room that is doing more trade than ever before in its history, is a gay assembly of officers of the Grand Army, a few civilian notables, and 2 Viennese newspaper men.
Here, sorry, another round with these gentlemen.
Yes, Captain.
You're very gay, Captain, for a man going into battle.
Gay, why not? The little corporal is in the field again. The campaign will be glorious, brief, and I shall come home a field marshal.
You are very sure.
Why not? With this army, how long do you think it'll take us to trounce this Russian rabble? And then, do you know what then?
Then?
Yes, then we sail for England, gentlemen?
I suppose there's no chance for a couple of journalists following you on this campaign.
What? Into Russia? Oh, no. You may see the start. The Emperor will address the troops. You may see that. But once we've crossed the river, that's where we leave you.
After all, it seems a pity.
I'll tell you what I'll do. I keep a diary. I'll give it to you to publish when I return.
Here are your drinks, gentlemen. I just hope you come back as soon as you think you will.
Oh, you will miss me, eh, Cherie?
Yes, you. I'll miss the money you owe us.
Money? Why, you're making a fortune here.
Oh,
But
yes.
don't you worry. I'll pay you when I come back.
Uh-huh.
You know what with?
What?
With a Russian crown jewel.
At ease, gentlemen. The Emperor merely wishes me to remind you that all units must be prepared to move at 5 in the morning.
A.m., the left bank of the Niemen River, the morning of June the 23rd. Standing on a gun carriage, the short, stocky figure of Napoleon Bonaparte. And below him, as far as his eye can see, are the legions of the Grand Army, columns of men, of cavalry, artillery, transport, the dust of their march still drifting in a rolling cloud across the plains. It is the greatest army ever assembled in the history of modern warfare, the most powerful military machine the world has ever seen. Quietly, as is his custom, addressing only those nearest him, the Emperor begins to speak.
Soldiers, officers of the Grand Army, what we begin today is more than a campaign. It's a crusade. We alone, of all nations of the earth, have dared to challenge this Russian barbarism which has threatened the peace and security of Europe for so long. The hopes of the Christian world go with us, of all but England. And believe me, her time will come. The sun of Austerlitz is rising in the east today. Within a month, your victories will have surpassed anything you have ever known. Your rewards will be those of the invincible conquerors you are. Soldiers of the Grand Army, forward to immortality!
Forward to immortality, the flower of Western Europe's youth. And in their knapsacks, rations for 2 weeks. Moscow, the great Uspensky Cathedral in the Kremlin, coronation place of Russian Tsars for more than 300 years. Presiding at an extraordinary mass, which, as High Pontiff of his faith, he has himself this day ordained, is the Tsar Alexander. Below him, filling the great cathedral to the doors, are members of the imperial family, foreign emissaries, lords and ladies of the court, and representatives of the people of Russia.
My loyal subjects, I stand before you today, not only as your Tsar, but as your leader on the field of battle. We are not fighting for ourselves alone in this great struggle. With our victory will come the liberation of all Europe from this tyrant's grasp. And come our victory will. There are no armies in the world that are invincible. This day, in a righteous cause, we have been forced to draw the sword. And this day I swear to you most solemnly that we shall not sheathe it until the last enemy has been driven from our soil.
From the headquarters of the Commander-in-Chief on the Eastern Front. August 18th. The Grand Army of France has invested Smolensk. The enemy's losses in attempting to defend it were enormous. This large city is the gateway to the interior of Russia. No further serious resistance is to be expected. Bulletin from the Eastern Front, September 7th. A great battle of annihilation has been fought at Borodino in the Mozhaevsk area. The enemy has suffered an incalculable defeat. His armies have been completely destroyed. His power to resist has been utterly broken.
Bulletin, September 14th. The fires of Moscow are in sight. The city will be invested before nightfall. Victory is ours.
The gates of Moscow, standing among his aides, watching his soldiers in parade formation, marching into this great city that he has crossed 500 miles of hostile territory to reach, is the Emperor Napoleon.
Colanco was keeping them.
I cannot say, Your Highness.
Surely the prominent citizens of the place will wish to seek my protection.
It would seem so, Your Highness.
Yes, Highness. Send out another call to find a delegation of citizens. Tell them I wish to see them here at once. Heavens, representatives of a conquered nation, do they expect me to seek them?
As it occurred to Your Highness, it's just barely possible.
Well, what? Speak up, man. What's barely possible?
That the Russians intend to continue fighting.
Fighting? Now, how can they continue fighting? They've lost the capital, haven't they? And then they've lost the war. They've got to sue for peace. Well, a man of right?
It would seem so, Your Highness.
Here's Vera. He was first in the city. He should have some word. Well, Vera, where are my loyal Muscovites? They're delaying entrance.
I was just coming to inform Your Highness.
What?
If Your Highness will prepare himself for some rather unpleasant news.
Unpleasant news?
Yes, Your Highness. There will be no delegation of citizens. There are no citizens. Moscow is as empty as a tomb.
Moscow, midnight, September the 15th. In a suburb of the city, two sentries exchange greetings.
Sergeant.
Ah, Gustav. What's the news?
The same. Nothing.
Oh, it gets a little colder these nights, eh?
They say it gets cold. It's Moscow in winter.
Ladies, we'll be home in a month.
Say,
Huh?
what's that?
Some fellow running out of that house. You! Halt! Halt, I say!
Let him go. Some poor devil trying to steal a loaf of bread.
There'll be plenty of hunger here after the army leaves.
It's been a bad campaign. Not like the others.
Look, that house.
Fire. It must have been that fellow we saw.
The clumsy fool. There's a wind tonight, too. If we hadn't been here, the whole quarter might have caught before anyone noticed.
Maybe he wasn't so clumsy.
Gustav, you don't think. Look over there. And there. Other fire. Come on, we'd better call the guard.
The Kremlin. The apartment taken over by the Emperor. 1 o'clock in the morning. The Marquis de Caulaincourt enters the bedchamber of Napoleon.
Your Highness! Your Highness! What is it? I think you'd better get up. What time is it? It's night, isn't it? Yes, Your Highness. But what's the matter? Your Highness will step over to the window. Window? Oh, what ails you, man? Where am I sitting? Right outside. This time of night. Yes, Highness.
How long has this been going on?
For almost an hour, it appears.
The whole city's in flames. Yes, Highness. City in flames. Yes. Look at it. One of the noblest cities in the world. In flames. It's terrible sight. A sublime sight, Caulaincourt. Yes, and terrible. And frightening.
Come in.
We've got one of the arsonists, Your Highness.
Bring him near where I can see his face.
Down on your knees, dog. It's the Emperor.
How did you do it? Why did you do it? Take him out and shoot him. Shoot every one of them you can lay your hands on.
Yes, Your Highness. Come along, you.
To destroy their finest city. One of the loveliest cities in Europe. It seems so senseless. Why would they do it?
When the cold comes, and the snows, and there's no shelter for our troops, I fear we shall know soon enough why.
Vilna, near the border of the Duchy of Poland. First great city to be occupied by the forces of Napoleon. At the palace of the Duke of Bassano, representative of the Emperor in Vilna, a grand ball is being held, first to usher in the coming holiday season.
Ladies and gentlemen, stop the music, please. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. Ladies and gentlemen, I have just received word from the Eastern Front. The Grand Army is in retreat. There have been a series of disasters, and the bitter cold and the enemy have taken a very heavy toll of the Emperor's forces. It
It is not known yet how serious the defeat may be. But it is thought that the Emperor may not be able to rally his forces until he reaches the German frontier. And that the Russians may be here in Vilna within a fortnight.
As with half-frozen fingers I scratch these words in my diary, I can but dimly remember that these are the scenes of our victories only a few short weeks ago. The dead still lie unburied on the ground, covered already with a thin blanket of snow. The march is endless. There is no warmth anywhere in the world. There is no food. On every side, their comrades sink to the ground to rest and fall into the frozen sleep of death. Those who leave the line of march to forage are killed or captured by the swarms of Cossacks who appear and disappear like ghosts and who hunt us down like animals. What horses are left, they've already eaten. We entered this terrible land 500,000 strong. There are less than 50,000 of us alive today. If any of these starving, freezing men are ever to see home again, the merciful God must deliver them.
Saxony, an army post. It is an early hour of the morning. A closed carriage on sleigh runners draws up in the yard. Two muffled figures step out, go up to the darkened door.
Open up! Have you no sentries here? Open! What do you want? Who are you?
Tell us, men, we want a change of horses.
Now. This is an army post, the property of the Emperor.
I am the Emperor. Hurry, we've no time to talk.
Your Highness, I thought... But where's the army?
Never mind that, we want horses.
But, Your Highness, I should make some provision if the Grand Army should...
Silence! Get us the horses. There is no Grand Army.
Paris. A heavy coach clatters through the great main gate of the Tuileries. Draws up before the palace steps. It is just 1:45, December the 18th, 1812.
Calling, monsieur. Calling, Your Highness.
Where's the Empress? Where is she?
She has retired, Your Highness.
Wait here, Kolenko.
Joshua, what is it? Who's there?
Yes, hello, madame.
Oh, dear.
Madam.
You're back.
Yes.
Oh, it's been so long. But I thought, we all thought, that you were in Russia.
I was in Russia. It's good to be home again, Mary.
The Emperor has come home. But of more than 500,000 men who left their wives and children to follow him 6 months ago, less than 20,000, still struggling through the snows of Poland, will never return.
His Majesty, the Emperor.
This week of December 1812, the Emperor Napoleon stands before his Chamber of Deputies. And even upon these subservient men, a premonition of disaster has thrown a cast of doubt and fear. For this week, for the first time in his career, the Emperor, who has fed and grown on victories, must explain defeat.
Once more, under my personal supervision, the many affairs of state which our campaigns in the East have caused me to neglect. As for the war in Russia, it will long be glorious in our history. My armies have suffered losses. But it was not the forces of the enemy which caused them, but whether of such bitter intensity that has never before been known.
There are some malcontents among us who still complain. These are none other than the remnants of those bloody revolutionaries of 1789. Exponents of those shaky theories of popular government which we have crushed once, will, if need be, crush again. Let not these enemies, or the English, or any others, rejoice at any misfortune of ours. In the spring, our armies, redoubled in strength and arms, will again take the field. Again they will surge forward, and they will bring to Europe that security and peace that I have promised. Our peace that will endure unshakable for 1,000 years.
Christmas week of 1812, the bells of Moscow's 40 times 40 churches and cathedrals ring out the hours heralding the birth time of the Prince of Peace. The voice of Russia's people is raised in jubilation for the freedom so dearly bought in blood and courage and scorched earth. And this Christmas week of 1812, for the first time in 6 long years, there is hope again in Europe. For although Europe's master has promised new wars, new offensives, and new bloodshed for the spring, the people of Russia have answered for all the world in this year of 1812 the legend of invincibility, have restored again the lagging confidence of men that liberty, equality, fraternity have not yet vanished from the earth, that over tyranny a united and courageous people may yet triumph, and that men in future times will once more live their lives in dignity, in freedom, and in peace. History is on the march.
This is Konstantin Fedoseev of the Consulate General of the USSR speaking. The Columbia Workshop has brought you a broadcast such as you might have heard if radio had existed in the year 1812. There is this to say as we listen 130 years later. Hitler, posing as a 20th century Napoleon, is nothing but a miserable caricature of Napoleon. The armies of Napoleon were made up of soldiers. Hitler's armies are composed of wild beasts, in comparison with whom even highwaymen seem to be honest people. 1812 is not the year of 1941 or 1942. The mighty Red Army is not the Russian army of 1812. The Russians of 1812 were ruled by the Tsar. The Soviet people are ruled by a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. And if Napoleon lost both army and throne in Russia, the present invader, accustomed to fight only unarmed people, will crack his shins all the more. I want to say to you tonight that those fighting countrymen of mine salute you with heartfelt warmth for the help you are sending them through Russian war relief. No matter how many thousands of miles divide us, a common aim unites us.
The Columbia Workshop play this evening was broadcast from the year 1812 by Robert L. Richards. Music was by Howard Barlow. John Dietz directed. The production was under the supervision of William Spear. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
It's 8:30 and time for the Gene Autry Melody Ranch Show, sponsored in part by the Mellow Mountain Dew. Hello, sunshine. Hello, Mountain Dew.
Every time it rains, I think of you, and that's the time I feel so blue. When the raindrops start to falling, my love comes tumbling down, and it's raining teardrops from my eyes. Well, if you see clouds here in my eyes, it's just because you said goodbye. Although the sun is shining, there's no more summer sky, and it's rain and teardrops from my eyes. Remember the night you told me our love would always be. I wouldn't be blue and lonely if you'd come back to me. Every single cloud would disappear. I'd wear a smile if you were here. So baby, won't you hurry, 'cause I miss you so, and it's rain and teardrops from my eyes. Remember the night you told me our love would always be. I wouldn't be blue and lonely if you'd come back to me. Every single cloud would disappear. I'd wear a smile if you were here. So baby, won't you hurry, 'cause I miss you so, and it's rain, teardrops from my eyes. Thank you, friends and neighbors, and welcome once more to Melody Ranch. I went to your wedding, although I was dreading the thought of losing you. The organ was playing, my poor heart was saying, your dreams are through. You came down the aisle wearing a smile, a vision of loveliness. I uttered a sigh, then whispered goodbye, goodbye to my happiness. Your mother was crying, your father was crying, and I was crying too. The teardrops were falling because we were losing you.
got something important to say.
You've always got something important to say.
Yeah.
What is it now?
Well, just this. Either you give me a raise in salary or I quit. K-W-I-T, quit.
Okay. Then you K-W-I-T quit.
Well, now that's different. You're going to beg me, I'll stay.
Just as I thought. Now, look here, Patrick. Why can't you live on what you make, same as everybody else does around here?
Yeah, that's what I say, Buttram. How come you're always the one that's broke?
How should I know? I even started a budget, and I still can't save. You see? I got all my expenses listed right here on this piece of paper.
Yeah. Let me see that piece.
Yes, there it is.
Clothes, $12.
Yeah.
Insurance, $20. Alimony.
No, next.
Medical expenses, $5. Hey, wait a minute. What's this $1,570?
Oh, that's for a movie.
Now, wait a minute. A movie costs $1,570?
Yeah, you see, it's one of them drive-in kind, and I didn't have no car.
How stupid can you get?
Hey, by the way, Buttram, speaking of drive-ins, why ain't you out with that new gal friend of yours tonight?
Yeah. Oh, you mean Vida May Not?
Yeah, that's the one, I think.
We broke up.
No kidding.
Yeah.
What happened?
Well, Thursday night I went over to her house, sat down on the sofa, turned the lights down real low, and put some soft music on the gramophone, and then spent 5 of the most miserable hours I ever spent in my life.
How come?
While I was on the sofa, Vida May was in the kitchen with Buster Bentendorf.
Tell me something, Buttram. How did you ever get to be such a halfwit?
It is easy. I come from a very poor family and had to split with my brother.
Well, that makes sense.
Howsoever, nevertheless, consequently and in conclusion, it all boils down to one thing an old girlfriend of mine used to tell me.
What's that?
She'd say, Patrick, honey, as they say in French, you're très chic charmant. In fact, you're just loaded with je ne sais quoi.
Well, what does all that mean?
It means what I got in French, nobody wants in English.
Never to be forgotten were the moments of the past when we built our castle to the sky. Never to be forgotten was the love that couldn't last, and a kiss that wasn't meant to say goodbye. Remember how I held you as the organ softly played, and everybody heard you say, I do. Never to be forgotten was the solemn vow we made. Now everyone remembers it but you. Never to be forgotten was the solemn vow we made. Now everyone remembers it but you. And now, may I suggest that you all sit down and take a firm grip on yourself. Because the story I'm about to tell may be just a little hard even for you to believe. You see, it all concerns Brother Pat Buttram. Anyway, it all began one day quite a few years back when he came across an ad in a magazine offering a correspondence course entitled you too can be a detective. Well, sir, that was all old Sherlock Buttram needed to see. He sent for the course, and from that moment on, believe me, things went from bad to worse, including the disposition of every hand on the premises. Finally, a week later, out of sheer desperation, I sent for him to have a talk.
Yeah, Hearthstone, what's up? Another homicide?
Now cut that out and sit down over there.
What's wrong with you?
You know darn well what's wrong with me. You're driving me and everyone else here nuts. Now, what's the big idea anyway?
I'm hunting clues.
I don't care what you're hunting. You're getting paid to work around here. Now, if you're going to do any detecting, do it on your own time. Now, is that clear?
Okay, if that's the way you feel.
Well, that's the way I feel about it.
Right. Had 3 scrambled eggs, rye toast, crisp bacon, and coffee for breakfast this morning, didn't you?
So what?
Oh, nothing. I can just tell by a clue.
What do you mean a clue? You know what I had for breakfast. You ate with me and I paid for it.
So that's the clue.
That does it. Now, come on, get out of here and stay out. Well, sir, for quite some time after that, I didn't get any further reports on the human bloodhound. But then it wasn't more than a week later, something began happening that brought him back full steam. Seems a gang of cattle rustlers had started operating in the immediate vicinity. A smooth bunch they were, too. In fact, what they did was to sneak into a ranch sometime in the middle of the night, set fire to the barn. Then, while all the hands, including the night watchers, were fighting a blaze, they'd beat it, taking with them all the unguarded cattle they could. Naturally, it was causing a lot of concern among the ranchers. And that was when Pat came into his own.
Yes, sir, Mr. Autry. Got it all figured out. If them there rustlers ever come around here, they're going to run smack dab into this.
What in the world is that?
I'll tell you in just a minute. First, though, let me poke this ice pick through the keyhole in the door just to make sure nobody's watching.
Don't tell me that you ever caught anybody with that.
Yeah. One-eyed Pete. Formerly Pete. Seriously, though, Mr. Autry, you're now looking at the Pat Buttram Special Guaranteed Crook-Catching Magic Eye Camera. All I do is just tie one end of this string to the clicker on the camera. The other end runs up through the hayloft and down by the milking machine to a cow's foot. That way, if one of them there rustlers opens the door, the cow hears him, wakes up, moves her leg, and pulls the string, and bingo! I got a picture of the crook. Well, what do you think of it?
Oh, good night, Pat. Well, folks, what happened next was something I still don't believe. You probably won't either. But nevertheless, this, as I got it later, was what took place. It seems one morning, just 2 days later, Pat went down to inspect his invention. And, sure enough, the camera's been set off.
Oops, left. Golly, I'm so excited. I can't hardly hold my hand still. Just think, a picture of that rustler, and right here in my key. Hey, what's this? Looks like a package of book matches. Uh-huh. Probably dropped by them there rustlers before they got a chance to start a... Hey, well, I'll be. Says on the cover, Waverly General Food Store. Now, do you suppose... No, it couldn't be. But still... Nah. And yet, why not? Jumping Jehoshaphat. That there rustling gang probably has its headquarters right smack dab in the town of Waverly. Nice deducting, Sam. Spade, that is. Now, be smart. Don't tell Gene what you found. In fact, don't tell nobody. Just develop the picture, take it over to the sheriff in Waverly, and tomorrow you'll be a hero.
And so Pat did just exactly that. Don't ask me how. He just did, that's all. Anyway, the next morning, bright and early, he quietly snuck out of the house, got on his horse, and an hour later was knocking on the door of the Waverly Sheriff's Station.
Come in. Here, cowboy. What can I do for you?
Are you the sheriff?
That's right.
Good. I'm Dick Tracy. I'm Pat Buttram. I got some evidence right here in my pocket that'll knock your eyes out.
That's so?
Yeah.
What is it?
Well, you know them rustlers that's been operating in these parts lately?
Yeah?
The ones that's been burning down barns and then stealing the cattle while the ranchers is busy out fighting the fire?
What about them?
Just this. I got one of the gang's pictures.
What did you say?
I said I got a picture of one of the rustlers. It's right here in this envelope, and nobody knows about it except me.
You mind letting me see it?
Heck, no, not at all. Here.
How many copies of this picture have you got, Mr. Buttram?
Just that one in your hand and the negative in this envelope. I developed it myself.
And you say you haven't shown them to anyone else?
Nope, not a soul.
Good.
You know, Sheriff, I was just thinking. Maybe you could use a smart guy like me around here, part-time. Of course, I don't know if you'd be able to pay me enough.
Keep talking, cowboy. I like your style.
Well, thank you. Hey, what is this? Who are you?
You ought to know, chump. He's the guy whose picture you took.
but I don't get it. What are you pointing that gun at me for?
Shut up and turn around.
Yeah, but
You heard what he said. Turn around.
Oh, now I'm beginning to catch on. I'll bet you're both part of that gang.
Smart boy. In fact, you're just a little too smart for your own good.
Oh.
Take him back and lock him up, Joe. We'll decide how to get rid of him later.
Fix and freeze now, both of you. Mr. Artley, what are you doing here?
Calling you. Get the gun, Pat.
What is this?
You'll find out just as soon as I put a call through to the U.S. Marshal's office in King City.
Now, wait a minute.
Shut up, you.
Hello, operator. This is Gene Autry. I want to make a person-to-person call to United States Marshal Jim Hatton in King City. Yeah, that's right.
Get him, Joe.
Look out, Mr. Artley. Oh, no, you don't. That's the boy.
Well, you're next, Sheriff. You want a little of the same?
Look, cowboy. Can we make a deal? I'll cut you in on half of every job I pull.
Sorry. But would you mind repeating that offer? I didn't quite get it.
I said I'll cut you in on half of the whole rustling racket here in Waverly. You won't have to do a thing. As sheriff, I can give you complete protection.
Thanks. That's what I thought you said. Hello, Jim. Gene Autry again. That was the sheriff over here at Waverly.
Why, you...
Shut up, I said.
He wants to make an offer. But before I take it, I'd like to have him tell you and fill me in a little bit more of the details. Yeah, sure thing. I'll wait right here. So long. Now, Sheriff, suppose you sit down and tell me all about this proposition of yours while we wait for your new landlord. Neighbors, here's one of the granddaddies of all cowboy classics. In fact, if you were to conduct a poll of all-time Western favorites, I'm sure this song would finish way up in the money. Written by my good friend, the late Billy Hill, here is the immortal
I'm heading for the last roundup. Gonna saddle old Pain for the last time and ride. So long, old pal, it's time your tears were dry. I'm heading for the last roundup. Get along, little doggy, get along, get along, get along, little doggy, get along. Get along, little doggy, get along, get along, get along, little doggy, get along. I'm heading for the last roundup. To the faraway ranch of the Boston stars in the sky, where the strays are counted and branded. There go I'm heading for the last roundup. Roundup, get along, little doggy, get
Well, good friends and neighbors, looks like that just about closes up shop for this current business. But we'll all be right back here at this very same stand, same time, same radio stations. And now, this is Gene Autry asking you to keep thinking of us until we're back in the saddle again. Out where a friend is a friend, where the longhorn cattle feed on the lowly Jensen weed. I'm back in the saddle again, riding the rain.
Listening again next Saturday night at the same time for Gene Autry's Melody Ranch Show, sponsored in part by Mountain Dew. Hello, sunshine. Hello, Mountain Dew.
Always right, back in the saddle again.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company, who also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night, present each week at this time Harold Peary as The Great Gildersleeve, written by Leonard L. Levinson. We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. But first, let me pass along an economy tip to you housewives. You're trying to hold down the cost of your dinner main dishes. Well, you know macaroni and cheese is a fine, thrifty main dish. But do you know this? With the product called Kraft Dinner, you can make grand macaroni and cheese thriftily and make it in just 7 minutes cooking time. You see, every package of thrifty Kraft Dinner contains a special quick-cooking macaroni. Also, some Kraft Grated, which lets you sprinkle the cheese goodness through and through the fluffy macaroni. In a jiffy, you have a delicious, economical main dish. When you're in the food store, it's smart to buy several packages of Kraft Dinner, for the family will want Kraft Dinner macaroni and cheese often. Tomorrow, ask for Kraft dinner. And now let's join our friend, the Great Gildersleeve, who's waded through his morning paper and his morning milk and is now struggling through his morning mail.
Bills, nothing but bills. Well, here's a postcard. It says, be thin as a leaf by boiling your beef.
From some dietetic advisor?
No, Marjorie, it's from the Sultan's Delight Turkish Baths. Well, a letter from the manager of my old rubber plant, the Gildersleeve Girdle Works. What do you know? It's been converted into a factory to repair barrage balloons.
Gee, that certainly is a big change, isn't it, Unc?
Oh, not much, Leroy. After all, they're still putting blimps into shape again. Or am I stretching things a little?
What does he write, Uncle Mort?
He says they've made the mistake of inflating a big balloon inside the factory.
Jeepers, did it cause any trouble?
I'll say it simply raised the roof. Oh, here's what I've been waiting for. It's from the State War Savings Administrator. The pins and the stickers I sent for. Here are your pins, children.
Oh, this is cute.
Yeah, what's it for, Unc?
Well, I've been investing part of the income from your estate in war bonds and doing the same with my income. Now, we're all full-fledged members of the 10% Club.
The 10% Club? What kind of a club is that?
Leroy, it's the club that's going to help give the Axis a beating. Look, they sent us stickers to put up in our front window, too.
Oh, yes. We're buying at least 10%. Uncle Mort, you have 2 stickers.
Sure. I forgot to tell you, we're investing 20%.
Well, this tin is certainly what the well-dressed American will wear this summer.
Gee, Unc, you've got one left over. Can I have it for my pajamas at night?
Yeah. No, Leroy, that one belongs to Bertie. Her 10% is deducted out of her paycheck each month. Oh, Bertie!
Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve. You want a spot of black coffee?
No, Bertie. I've got a spot of red, white, and blue for you. Here's your 10% club pin.
Well, thank you, sir.
Don't thank me. Thank Uncle Sam. Or rather, Uncle Sam thanks you.
No need to do that. I'd like to be over there playing the Stars and Stripes Forever on that Hitler's head with a skillet.
Yeah.
But if I can, I'm going to use some of my dough for bomb dumplings to go with his cooked goose.
That's the right spirit, Bertie. As I said to Judge Hooker, oh, my goodness, I'm late for the office. Where's my hat?
Under your arm, Unc.
Oh, I see. Then where'd I put my briefcase?
On your head.
Oh! And goodbye, everybody. And Bertie, don't forget to take this umbrella stand out of the hall, because someday somebody's liable to trip over it. So long.
Oh, poor Uncle Mort. You better remove that stand, Bertie. We wouldn't want him to hurt himself.
No, at least not until after Father's Day.
What's that got to do with it?
Well, gee, we've bought him a super-duper present on account of he's been just like a father to us.
Leroy, that was to be a surprise.
Oh, I forgot. Now, Bertie, you got to promise you won't breathe a word about the present for the present.
Well, how can I when I don't know what it is?
Well, it's just what he's been wanting. A great big easy chair.
Yes, sir, a green leather club chair.
Oh, Marge, now you've given it away. Bertie, you got to keep this in confidence.
Oh, don't you worry. I's the biggest confidence woman you ever seen.
Hello, stranger.
Oh, Slepperman.
Welcome to Slepperman's Overstuffed Furniture Store. And is this store overstuffed with furniture?
Well, Sam, how are you?
Physically, I'm in the pink. Financially, I'm even more so. I'm in the red. What can I do for you if I'm not being too continental?
Oh, really nothing. I just thought I'd drop in and browse around.
Oh, go right ahead. Everybody's doing it. Business has been very browsy lately. And if you don't see what you want, just remember, can I help it if my stock is monotonous?
I saw a nice display of leather club chairs in the window. That's why I came in, Sam. I was sort of daydreaming, with Father's Day on Sunday. Wouldn't it be nice if I were a father?
Yeah, that's a little short notice. I don't think you can make it.
Yeah, I know that, Slep. Marjorie and Leroy are fine children, but isn't it too bad I haven't any children of my own to buy me one of those chairs? I suppose your kids are pretty good to you.
Oh, sure. All 8 of them. They're so good to me on Father's Day that I'm broke for the rest of the month.
You mean they buy you a present and then charge it to you?
Oh, no. They borrow the money from me beforehand. Look, Guilty, if you had kids, they'd do the same thing. So why don't you pretend you have a son and that you're him and he wants to buy you a nice chair? Go on, don't be stingy with the boy.
Now, don't you go to work on me, Slepperman. I already have a soft spot for that brown leather club chair.
Yes, and the vice versa.
What do you mean?
That chair has a soft spot for you. It was just made for you. Look, extra wide seat, big soft cushion, heavy legs.
Are you describing the chair?
I'm not so foolish I should insult a customer. Go on, sit in it once. It's free.
Yeah, all right, Sam. Yeah, that certainly looks cozy. Yeah. This is like floating in the ocean, only not so wet. How much do you want for this chair?
$67.50, and that's my rocky bottom price.
But, Sam, this chair hasn't got a rocky bottom.
You got me. $65.
$55.
Oh, no. You can have one of the red ones or a green one for $55. But the brown one costs me more.
Why is that?
The manufacturer has a whim.
Yeah. But I don't like green or red chairs. They remind me of traffic signals, and that makes me mad.
Okay, Guilty old pal. I'll let you have the brown one for $60.
Yeah, $60, eh? All right. Send it up to my house tomorrow. If I'm out, say, I just remembered. There's a chair exactly like this one in the window for $60.
Sure, Guilty. 60 is the ceiling price. And how can I cover my overhead if I don't hit the ceiling?
You got me.
Gildersleeve.
Well, hello, Judge Hooker.
This is my sister, Amelia. Amelia, this is Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
Oh, I'm glad to know you, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, this is a pleasure indeed, Miss Hooker. I'm quite surprised to see how attractive your sister is, Judge. The way you always talked, I thought she...
By the way, Gildersleeve, I'm glad I ran into you today. I've been meaning to find out when you intend returning that umbrella I loaned you around Christmas time.
Yeah, just as soon as you return that copy of No by George Waite.
I never borrowed your copy of No by George Waite.
I remember now. It wasn't a book. It was an umbrella you borrowed from me, long after I returned yours.
I borrowed one from you? You're full of balloon juice.
Oh, now, Horace, I'm sure you're mistaken.
You keep out of this, Amelia.
Yes, you keep... Hooker, don't talk that way to your sister.
She's my sister. I'll talk to her any way I please.
Not when there's a gentleman around.
Maybe not, but until one comes along, I'll talk to her any way I please.
Are you hinting that I'm no gentleman?
I'm hinting that you're a big fat fool.
Judge, now you're hinting below the belt. Really, Miss Amelia, I never expected you to be so attractive with such an insignificant...
And stop making goo-goo eyes at her.
Well, I'm not making goo-goo eyes at her. That's just the victimatura in me coming out. And am I glad to get rid of it? Goodbye, Miss Amelia. I hope I see you in better company the next time.
You better return my umbrella, you deadbeat.
Oh, quiet, Horace. My goodness, let that nice Mr. Gildersleeve keep it. You got 2 umbrellas in the closet downstairs.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. One with a gold handle and the other with a broken rib.
Oh, great Scott.
Well, what's wrong?
That broken one is Gildersleeve's, and the gold handle one is the one I loaned him.
Well, Horace Hooker, shame on you. Now, you must do something to make up for the way you've insulted Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, maybe I'll buy him something for his birthday. It's the 21st.
The 21st? Well, that's Sunday.
Okay, then I'll send him a postal card. Special delivery.
You'll do nothing of the sort. Now, you come with me.
Where are you going?
Over to Obler's department store to buy Mr. Gildersleeve a birthday present. I saw the most comfy red leather club chair in the window this morning.
Miss Marge. Hello, Leroy.
Hiya, Bertie. Uncle Mort home yet?
No, but his chair is.
Oh, dear. The salesman at Phelps and Fowler's promised they wouldn't deliver it until tomorrow morning. Well, let's hide it someplace till then. How about your room, Bertie?
My room? Why, it's so small I have to do my setting up exercises sitting down. Even have to open the window to throw my chest out.
Well, let's see the chair. Oh, that's not the right one. No, this one's brown. And we bought a green one.
Oh, jiggers, Uncle Mort.
Oh, dear, what'll we do?
I'll sit down on a chair, and you children sit on me, and that'll hide it.
Is anybody at home? Well, don't want an answer if you're not. Oh, there you are.
Oh, hello, Dottie. We thought you were Uncle Mort.
Oh, now, how could you make a mistake like that? I don't look anything like your Uncle Mort, even in these slacks. Or do I? Well, look at that pretty chair.
We bought it for Uncle Mort for Father's Day, and it came a day too soon, and it's the wrong color. I'm just petrified that he'll come home any minute and find it.
Well, then, look, why don't you bring it over to my house and keep it there until you can change it?
Oh, well, thank you, Dottie. I'll phone Phelps and Fowler from there and ask him to bring the green one. Come on, Leroy, let's take it out the black chair.
That must be your uncle now. Now, you folks hurry. I'm coming. Save electricity.
How do? I'm from Phelps and Fowler. I got a green leather chair for Mr. Gildersleeve.
Man, that's service. Sit it right here in the hallway.
Okay. Will you sign for it, please?
Can I just initial it?
Certainly.
All right. BLC. That stands for Bertie Lee Coggins. I better write that underneath. Now, you go over to the Dobson's house next door and pick up that brown chair that was brought over there by mistake.
Well, this is the first I've ever heard of it.
Uh-oh, here comes trouble.
Oh, good afternoon, Bertie.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. Excuse me a moment. I'm just going to show this gentleman where the Dobsons live. Just walk this way, mister.
Sure. He couldn't walk the way Bertie does to save his life. Now, what's this blocking it? Why, it's my chair. Oh, that Schlepperman. I told him I didn't want a green chair. Wait till I get hold of him. Of all the stupid mistakes, sending me a green chair when I distinctly said hello. Is this Schlepperman?
It ain't Joe Lewis.
Sam, this is Gildersleeve. You know that brown chair you sold me?
Yes?
I just arrived home and found it here, and it's green.
There must be some mistake.
Yeah, I'll say, and you better come right over and correct it.
Okay, guilty old friend. I'll be there in 3/6 of a jiffy. But I can't understand it. That chair is not supposed to turn green until next spring.
The Great Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few minutes. Meanwhile, let me tell you homemakers how to do a little sleight of hand performance in the kitchen. It's how to make delicious macaroni and cheese with magic speed. You do it with a product called Kraft Dinner. Out of the Kraft Dinner box, take the special Kraft Dinner macaroni and cook it in boiling water not more than 7 minutes. Then drain off the water, add a little butter and milk. And with the Kraft grated that also comes in every Kraft Dinner package, sprinkle the cheese flavor through and through. In as little time as it takes you to make the coffee, you have a grand money-saving main dish ready. Macaroni and cheese that the whole family will go for, cooked in only 7 minutes. It does seem like a sleight of hand trick, doesn't it? Well, get set to do this kitchen magic real soon. Tomorrow, ask your food dealer for Kraft Dinner. Better get several packages because the folks will love Kraft Dinner macaroni and cheese. And now let's return to the Great Gildersleeve, who's taking a short nap, completely unaware of the fact that Mr. Schlepperman has come with another brown chair and taken back the green one that Marjorie and Leroy brought for Father's Day. Right now, his niece and nephew are returning from Dottie's house.
I sure hope Uncle Mort likes the chair we picked out. Oh, I'm positive that he will. Oh, I can just see him now, stretched out on that comfy green leather, smoking a cigar.
And spilling the ashes all over his vest.
Well, we'll get him an ashtray. One of the... Leroy! Do you see what I see?
You mean that brown leather chair? We just got through hauling it over to Dottie's. And then I saw the delivery man take it away.
He must have brought it right back here.
Well, let's get it back to Dottie's before Uncle Mort sees it. Oh, that's the front doorbell.
Come on, brother, out through the kitchen. Bertie, someone's ringing the bell.
If this keeps up, I'm going to be worn down to a shadow, size 42.
Hello there, Bertie.
Hello, Judge Hooker.
I've got a little surprise for Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, what, you two?
Yes, look.
You mean that red leather chair?
Yes. Now, I don't want you to breathe a word about it to a soul.
Who, me? Don't you worry. Alongside of me, the Sphinx is just another Gracie Allen.
Help me carry it in. Now, just put it in the living room for Gildy. And don't tell him who it's from. Let him guess a while.
But Judge Hooker.
I wonder what he'll say when he finds out.
I know. He'll say, ooh, 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 ooh.
Yes, well, goodbye. And remember, mum's the word.
Yes, sir. Mum's the word for Father's Day. Green chairs, red chairs, brown chairs. Where are we going to put them all?
Bertie, did a man bring a chair while I was asleep?
Yes, sir, frequently.
Oh, well, at last. Now I'll... Bertie, am I seeing red?
I don't know, but you sure is turning red.
This is the last straw. I told that Schlepperman to take his green chair back and bring me my brown one. And now it turns out to be red. Give me that telephone. Thank you, Bertie. Do you know anything about this?
Ooh, me? No, sir. I was just an innocent byproduct.
I'm going to get to the bottom of this chair business, right down to the seat of the trouble, or my name isn't...
Slapperman Studio Fine Furniture. Sam Slapperman, Soul Prop speaking.
I'm going to knock the prop out from under his soul. Hello, this is Gildersleeve again.
Hello, Guilty. Did you find your chair?
Yeah, I found the chair all right.
Low, wide, and handsome, ain't it?
Yes, and it's also red.
Who read it?
No, the color is red.
I feel the funniest sensation in my ears, as if you said the color is red.
That's what I did say.
But, Rocky boy, I personally delivered to your house one genuine brown leather chair. Not khaki, not mocha, cocoa, or karaoke. But brown. B-R-O-W, and so forth.
I'm looking at it right now, and it's red.
Say, it's undressed leather. Maybe it's blushing.
Well, this time I'm going to make sure there's no mistake.
How?
I'm going to load this chair on my rumble seat and bring it over to your store. And if I don't get a brown chair this time, I'm going to buy a war bond with the money and sit on that for the next 10 years.
How come you bringing back this chair?
Lady, when I took this brown chair back to Phelps and Fowler, the boss told me it ain't our chair at all.
Well, then leave it here, mister. Chairs has been floating in and out this house like a flood in a furniture factory.
Okay. Yeah, there you are. Bye.
What we ought to do is give them all to the government. 3 chairs for the red, white, and blue.
Bertie, I just found I'd made a mistake. Mr. Gildersleeve's birthday is July 21st, not June 21st.
Yeah, but you need to rush back to tell me. I knew that all the time.
No, I came back to get that chair. I'll just take it home and keep it there for a month.
Well, you might as well, 'cause chairs is the mostest thing we got plenty of.
Thanks. Now, remember, we're still going to keep it all a secret.
Don't worry, I'll zip my lip.
Thank you. I've got to hurry so I won't run into Gildersleeve. Funny. I guess my eyesight isn't as good as it used to be. I'd swear this leather looks a lot more brown than it does red.
Honest, Guilty, I still insist that this is the 3rd brown leather chair I'm bringing into this house today.
But what about the green one and the red one?
They ain't mine. That's why I brought them along in the back of the trunk. You can have them.
No, thanks. All I want is the brown one you sold me. Help me carry it in the house, Sam.
All right. Follow me. I know the way blindfolded already. Just look at that leather. Comes from only the most contented cows.
I suppose the springs are very healthful, too.
Careful going around the umbrella stand, Guilty.
Yeah, I know. I've been here before. All right, you can set it down now, Sam.
See? I'm a little tired. And why not? It's pretty hot for July, isn't it?
It's still June, Schlepperman.
I know it, but it's even hot for July.
You care for a bottle of root beer?
I don't mind, if you'll be so kindly.
Yeah, come on in the kitchen. We'll get it ourselves.
Gee, where is everybody today? Seems as though... Oh, for Pete's sake, how did that brown chair get back in here again? I bet that old Dottie hasn't sense enough to leave it over at her house. Well, there's nothing for me to do but drag it back next door again. Next time I'm going to attach an outboard motor to it. Come on, Cher, let's go.
No, Sam, I keep telling you. Those red and green chairs are not mine.
But Guilty, what happened to the two other brown ones?
I don't know. You can see for yourself that I've only got that... Where's the chair we brought in here just now?
Why ask me? I was in the kitchen with you drinking. Root beer, remember?
That's right. Let's look around. It couldn't have walked off, could it?
I don't know. Maybe it was a discontented cow after all.
By George, I've heard of disappearing beds and fading wallpaper. But this is the first time I've ever seen a vanishing club chair.
I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. And now that I don't see it, I still don't believe it.
It's nowhere around here. There's only one thing to do. Hand me that telephone.
Here you are. What are you going to do?
Call the police.
A good idea. The lowlife who did this should get the chair.
Should. He did. Come on out here, Sam. Here comes a couple of plainclothesmen now.
Just stay where you are, Gus. I won't be long.
Okay, Lieutenant. I'm in no hurry.
Are you from headquarters?
Yes. Which one of you gents is Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve?
A fine detective. Him, of course.
Oh. Well, I'm Lieutenant Miller of the burglary squad. I was on my way to the station when I got a radio call to stop here. What's the trouble?
Great big leather chairs. They do tricks.
Yeah.
Tricks?
What kind of tricks?
They keep changing colors, rushing in and out of here, disappearing into thin air.
Yeah, look, mister, you don't need a detective. You need glasses.
Oh, no. He's had a couple of glasses already. Yeah. But it was only root beer.
No. Lieutenant, you don't understand. If somebody stole a chair right from out under our noses while our backs were turned.
Yeah, it sounds impossible.
Maybe, but this is a case where the truth is more than fiction, stranger.
Can you describe this chair?
Let me see. It had a zoot seat.
With a sack back.
And a stuffed tuft.
And it sold for $60.
Now, come on, cut out the horseplay. What was the style, color, material, and size?
It was a brown leather club chair, the same size as me, a 48 stub.
Well, if someone walked out with it, we shouldn't have any trouble tracing it. Have you asked the neighbors if they saw anything suspicious?
Oh, no, I haven't.
Well, suppose we try a few.
All right, we'll ask the neighbors. Let's start with the Dobsons next door, huh?
Say, Guilty, this is exciting. Don't you feel just like the Tin Man? No, I guess you don't.
Do you think we should look for footprints, Lieutenant?
You mean on the sidewalk? What do you think this is, Grolman's Chinese?
My, he's a regular celery queen.
And now remember, be sure you let me do the questioning.
Yeah, all right.
Come on, I haven't all day.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hello, Dottie. This is Lieutenant Miller from the police department, and Mr. Schlepperman.
From the furniture department. Have a guard.
We're investigating a chair which disappeared from our house.
Oh, do you mean a big brown leather club chair that was delivered there just this afternoon? Well, no, I haven't even heard about it. What does it look like?
Well, it looks like, let me see. It looks exactly like both of those brown chairs in your hallway.
Oh?
All right, young lady. Start talking.
No, Lieutenant, don't get her started talking.
I'm really innocent, and I never did anything against the law, except one time I kept talking to a streetcar motorman, and he ran into the end of the line.
Get quiet, please.
I wish they'd ration her gas.
I tell you, I still don't get it.
I tell you, it's this way.
Quiet, please! I can't understand you people when you talk one at a time, let alone like this. Now, who's Marjorie?
That's me.
Now, if you had to buy your uncle something for Father's Day, why didn't you just get him a necktie?
How do you like that? Trying to ruin the furniture business.
But Bertie will tell you that we bought the green chair. Now, won't you, Bertie?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
'Cause I ain't no stool pigeon.
Hey, Unc, look out the window. Somebody's sneaking up to our house with a brown chair.
Why, George, you're right. There's the thief, Lieutenant. Come on, let's get him.
All right, come on. Stop! Drop that chair or I'll shoot.
Hey, what's the idea? Put down that gun.
Put down that chair first.
Judge Hooker, what are you doing?
Oh, I was trying to keep it a secret, Gildy. I took the wrong chair.
Oh, at last, a confession.
Who's confessing to what? I just made a mistake, that's all.
Yes, Judge, a fatal mistake. When you stole that chair, you dragged yourself off the bench.
You don't understand. I bought you a chair for your birthday.
A likely story. My birthday is a month off, and you're too cheap to return an umbrella, let alone buy me an expensive present. Officer, arrest that man.
If you do, I'll sue you for false arrest, illegal incarceration, malicious persecution, criminal libel, slander, and well, you'll be sorry.
I'm not going to take any chances. Load all the chairs in Slepperman's truck. I'm going to haul all the evidence and all the witnesses down to headquarters.
Before I go, I insist on phoning the chief of police.
Oh, okay. Come on into the house with me.
The chief of police is his uncle or something. Hey, Slepperman, did you hear what the lieutenant told us to do?
Sure, it's easy. I've already got the red and green ones on. Also the 2 brown ones from Miss Dolly's house. All I got to do is lift up the one the judge lifted. Like this. And we're ready to go.
Oh, say, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Huh? Oh, yes. You're Gus, the lieutenant's partner, aren't you?
Yeah, that's right. If he's going to take you all down in a squad car, I better take the truck and drive the evidence down to headquarters.
That's an excellent idea. Hey, Slepperman, give the officer your keys.
All right. Be careful with the clutch. It grabs.
I'll watch it.
Yeah, I'll certainly be glad when we can get this all unraveled. When I can find a seat I can call my own.
You said it, guilty boy. This has been a most hectical day.
Yeah. Oh, well, here comes the lieutenant and Hooker now.
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve, I just had a little talk with the chief.
He says for the lieutenant to forget the whole matter.
So all you people get in a huddle and divide up those chairs among you. Say, where's Gus?
You mean your partner? He drove the truck with the chairs down to police headquarters.
My partner? That wasn't my partner. That was Gus Burns, a crook that I was taking to jail.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my truck.
Oh, my chairs.
Oh, my.
But, Lieutenant, what I can't understand is that you letting that chair snatcher sit in that squad car unguarded.
Well, I had him handcuffed to the wheel. I can't imagine how he got away. Did he ask anyone here to give him a key or a file?
No, I bet no.
No, sir. The only thing the man asked me for was a hairpin.
Oh! Good night, folks.
Original music heard on this program was composed and conducted by William Randall. This is Jim Bannon speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
This program has reached you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Crosby and Bob Burns with Connie Boswell, John Scott Trotter and his orchestra, and the Music Maids. Being special guests for this evening are Edward Arnold and J. Carroll Nash, 2 of the most popular heavies in the movies, and Cliff Nazaro, a student of modern English. And here's Bing Crosby. Casey would walk with a strawberry blonde,
and the band played on,
he'd glide across the floor with a girl he adored,
and the band played on.
but his brain was so loaded it nearly exploded. The poor girl would shake with alarm. He'd ne'er leave the girl with the strawberry curl,
and the band played on.
But his brain was so loaded, it nearly exploded. The poor girl would shake with alarm. He'd ne'er leave the girl with the strawberry curl,
And the band played on.
In addition to shilling for Casey, the band is playing to welcome such Kraft Music Hall visitors as J. Carroll Nash, Cliff Nazaro, and Edward Arnold, who is at present giving one of the finest performances of his career as the unscrupulous newspaper publisher in Frank Capra's new film, Meet John Doe. It's funny that Ed should always be playing meanies when, in reality, he's one of the most charitable and considerate men in the screen colony. Just goes to show what a fine actor is, for if he were to play himself, as so many actors out here in Hollywood do, any characterization of a newspaper publisher that he might come up with would be the type of tycoon who'd call all his reporters into the front office and say,
"Ladies and gentlemen of the staff of the Daily Dose, I know how inconsiderate it is of me to ask you to come into the office on Monday, but you may have noticed that for the last 2 months we haven't been selling any papers."
"Yeah, and as city editor of this rag, I can tell you why. Let me get some experienced guys on the Daily Dose. Let's get rid of some of these jeeters like this news reporter you got, this fella Burns."
"Oh, Burns is a quaint old character."
Check. But he ain't got the faintest idea how to dig up news.
"Oh, he must have. Everybody knows there's only one way to get the news. Isn't that so, Burns?"
"It sure is, Chief. Now, if you just tell me what that one way is, I'll go out and get the news."
"Why, my dear man, all you have to do to get the news is turn on the radio."
"Yeah?"
"Yeah.
"Of course. It's as simple as ABC."
"Yeah, but what's ABC?"
"Well, I'm really surprised at you, Burns. You told me you were an experienced reporter. You told me you worked on lots of rags."
"I did. He even told me he worked on a sheet he owned himself."
"Worked on your own sheet? You mean to say you published your own newspaper?"
"Oh, no, I do my own laundry."
Oh, that's very funny, Mr. Burns, very funny. I'm sure the Bright Sayings of Children editor will give you $1 for that one.
"Oh, no, he won't."
"Oh, you've already tried to sell it?"
"No, but I'm sure the Bright Sayings of Children editor won't give me $1 for that joke."
"Oh, how can you be so sure?"
"I'm the Bright Sayings of Children editor."
Now, you see why we ain't selling any papers?
"Well, I should think people would like to buy the Daily Dose because I should think our papers would make people very happy."
What, with all those blank pages in them? How's a paper without news going to make people happy?
"Well, haven't you heard? No news is good news."
Oh. "Well, now, you ain't going to fire me, are you, Chief?"
No, I never fire anybody on this paper. We'll just have to make a place for you. Now, let me see. Do you think you could handle the movie reviews?
"Well, I don't know nothing about acting."
"You're telling me?"
"I could handle them movie reviews, Chief. Boy, I'm a real movie fan. As a matter of fact, my 3 favorite stars are Mary Miles Minter, Elmo Lincoln, and the Pearls of Pauline."
"Is that so? You know, I like Anita Stewart, Earl Williams, and the Keystone Cops. But I'm like you are. I don't like the talkies either."
"Talkies? What are they?"
Wonderful, wonderful. You're just the girl to write our movie reviews. Have you ever written anything before?
"Well, I once sent a story into the Truth Confession magazine. Oh, boy."
Did the editor accept it?
"No, but he came all the way from New York to meet me. Oh, boy."
That's very interesting indeed. What you doing tonight, babe?
Listen, Chief. Let's settle down and see if we can't pull this house organ you publish out of the red.
Well, I'll do anything you suggest, Crosby. Anything within reason.
Well, can I at least slap a so long on that sports writer you hired the other day?
"Oh, me?"
"Yeah, you.
You gonna let me go after that front page story I turned in last night?"
The man's right, Crosby. It was a wonderful story. We scooped the entire town. The Daily Dose was the only paper that even mentioned the aquaplane meet in the YMCA pool.
Aquaplane meet in the Y pool?
Well, Carpenter got the story.
Carpenter got blind.
"Oh, yeah? I suppose if I was blind, I could have seen all those little bitty men with the green whiskers aquaplaning around the Y pool."
Yes, using tongue depressors for aquaplanes.
Oh, now listen here, Chief. That's the coldest corn in town. You're not sailing for this hooey that this...
Sailing for it? I was with him.
Oh, well, that's different. But just suppose, this is crazy, I know, but just suppose it turns out that there wasn't any aquaplane meet in the YMCA pool last night.
Good. Then nobody can sue us for describing it incorrectly.
That's right. But as long as the staff's taking bows, Chief, I suppose that wasn't just a yummy yarn that I got. You know the one on the political meeting at the Civic Center last night? Some stuff, huh?
Well, where is it?
Well, it's right here on the front page in a box. See? Under my regular heading, Harry Lillis at Civic Center.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Do they seem to like you down there in the Civic Center, Harry?
Oh, yes. I'm getting to be a very big man around the center. Look at this story here. Just take a look at this story. It's right here on the front page, Chief.
Let's see. His Honor Mayor Peter Potter Puckenbottom spoke before the parents of Ward 8 last night. He said nothing, and it took him 3 hours.
Nice, huh, Chief?
Yeah, splendid. Keep it standing. We could use the same story every time somebody makes a political speech.
Sure. Anything else?
Yes. Where's that reporter I sent down to New Mexico to cover the Indian ceremonial dances?
Y'all mean me, boss?
Oh, yes. There you are. I didn't see you.
Oh, you need glasses, Chief.
Well, did you get the story I wanted on the Indian ceremonial dances?
I couldn't, Chief. I was plumb wore out. Honest, Chief, I was beat to my socks. But I sure would have got that story for you if I hadn't been so tired.
You mean to say that you were too tired to get into Indian costume and mingle with the Indians during the ceremonies?
Yes, sir, boss. I was just too tired.
Oh, that's nonsense. How much work does it take to put on an Indian feather bonnet?
Not much, Chief, but I didn't want to be tarred and feathered.
Now, there ain't that many feathers, Chief.
Well, now, I've had enough of the shilly-shallying. I want my newspapers to look like other California newspapers.
Mm-hmm.
I want them to have stories like other California newspapers. Stories like this. A hitherto reliable source close to an unimpeachable authority that refused to be quoted said today that there is positive verification of an unfounded rumor that peculiar never before seen in the vicinity of Southern California and was allegedly seen by an unidentified group of observers during the last 2 weeks. After causing considerable delay in traffic at various points and then mysteriously disappearing, it has been rumored it may be a new and potent defense weapon seen for the first time in Los Angeles.
Gee, Chief, what is it?
Rain.
Rain? Rain?
Yeah, you know, that stuff that makes the water that runs under the bridge run over the bridge.
You know, there's just one more thing I want to talk to you people about. I think the Daily Dose ought to have a South American policy, a good neighbor policy. Anybody got any ideas?
I know a Mexican speaks Spanish too good.
Well, I've got an idea, Chief. Suppose we start publishing a South American song every day. I know one I think everybody would like. It goes like this. A boy found a dream upon a distant shore. A maid with a way of whispering, "Si, senor." Each night guitar would softly play. The tune seemed to dance round the words that he'd say. I'm a Polar, my pretty little poppy. You're like the lovely flower, so sweet and heavenly. Since I found you, my heart is wrapped around you, and loving you it seems to be a rhapsody. I'm a Polar, and my pretty little poppy must copy that endearing charm from you. I'm a Polar, I'm a Polar. How I long to hear you say I love you. I'm a Polar, little poppy, lovely flower, so sweet and heavenly. I find you, my heart is wrapped around you, loving you. It seems to be the rhapsody. I'm a Polar, I'm a Polar, poppy, all its charms from you. I'm a Polar, I'm a Polar. How I long to hear you say I love you. Really I do. I'm a Polar.
That was very fine, Miss Boswell. I think the Daily Dose would really wake up if we had something like that in it.
Goodbye now, goodbye now. I thought the party was divine. I spent the evening getting the time. I can't deny. But now goodbye, goodbye now, goodbye now. Keep the trip by taxi and far. We'd linger longer if we had a car. No use to cry, now goodbye. There's one advantage to our leaving. Brings about a special kiss. I hope that this will be eternity. A momentary parting, seconds and with starting, so goodbye now. Goodbye now. It's just a moment and we're apart. To make it certain, I'll leave you my heart. But for now, goodbye now. We're apart. To make
now the party was divine. This evening's forgetting time. I can't deny, but now goodbye. Goodbye now, goodbye now. By taxi it wasn't far. We'd linger longer if we had a car. No use to cry. Goodbye. What advantage to our leaving? It brings about a special kiss. Hope that this will be eternally. A momentary parting, just a second, then we start about. So goodbye now. Bye. Goodbye now, it's the moment we're apart. To make it certain, I'll leave my heart. But for now, goodbye now.
There's one advantage to our leaving. Brings about a special kiss. I hope that this will be eternally. A momentary parting, just a second, then we're starting. So goodbye now. Goodbye now. Just a moment and we're apart. To make it certain, I'll leave you my heart. But for now, goodbye now. At present, working on 20th Century Fox picture, Blood and Sand, and being seen in full Technicolor with our colleague Don Amici in the 20th Century Fox film One Night in Rio. It's been nearly 2 years since that fine Irish gypsy Carol Patrick Joseph Sarsfield Nash. For convenience on the marquee, they boiled that down to J. Carol Nash. As I started to say, it's been nearly 2 years since J. Carol was last with us here in the old Kraft Music Hall. At that time, and I guess it'll stand repeating, we pointed out that Carol Nash is the type of actor who's so handy with the crepe hair and the nose putty, and so adroit with dialects that even his best friends sometimes come from seeing a picture in which he's playing, wondering which one was Carol. And to confuse people further, Carol's last name, Nash, is spelt the Gaelic, or the hard way, N-A-I-S-H. So when you hear people speak of the fine acting of a man named Naish, or Naish, or Nish, or Nahish, it's still Carol. I guess I caught all the different mispronunciations of Nash, didn't I, Carol?
Well, not quite, Bing. You missed one.
Well, give us a reading.
You know my friend Akim Tamirov.
Know him. Why, we only trooped together in the Moscow Art Theater for years.
Well, now, you know, I suspected that, Bing. But to get back to Akim, when I first met him, it was when he first arrived here several years ago. He had a slight accent. So after we were introduced, he insisted on calling me Mr. Nets.
Mr. Nets?
Of course, after a while, we got to be very good friends, and he dropped the mister and just called me Nets.
Well, you ain't Nets, Carol. I want to tell you, I sure envy your ability to use makeup the way you do.
Well, you shouldn't envy me, Bob. That's a beautiful job you've got on right now.
Oh, that's me.
Are you kidding?
Honest.
Well, then what do you want makeup for?
Well, what do you want with it?
Well, not being recognized in some of the pictures I've played in has its advantages.
Ain't it the truth?
And not being recognized makes it possible to play a lot of different characters.
Well, if I hadn't been recognized in my last picture, I could still be playing the same character.
There must be a pipe for the 10%ers to peddle a guy like you, Carol. All an agent has to do is find out what a casting director's looking for, and you're it.
Did you ever see a casting director who knew what he was looking for, Ben?
Oh, well, you can't discourage me, Carol. I'd like to sell an actor like you. I think I might have a bit of flair for that sort of thing.
Are you sure about that?
Yes, I fancy myself cutting quite a caper, following my card into a producer's office and having him rise graciously from his chair, come forward and shake me by the hand and say...
No casting today. Get out.
Oh. Now, wait a minute, Mr. Arnold. I got the greatest Russian comedian in the world here. I want you to meet Karolovich Neshki.
Oh, well, the face looks familiar. You say he's a comedian?
How are you going to doubt it after looking at that face?
I am a Russian comedian. Very sad.
Well, who wants a sad comedian?
American comedians make people laugh so hard they cry. No?
Some do.
I cut out the middleman. No laughing. Just crying.
Well, I can't use you.
Now, you're going to regret this, Mr. Arnold, and good day, sir.
And now that you've gone, Miss Boswell, take a letter.
Oh, I took a letter yesterday.
Well, Mr. Arnold, you are a lucky man. Just leave the door open and in I walk.
Even an opportunity knocks.
Very good, very good. Shake hands with the greatest find ever to come out of South America, Senor Carlos Nacharo.
Buenos dias, Senor Arnold. It's a great pleasure to meet such a big man as you. I see you are very big in North America.
I am sure you would be equally big in South America, too. Well, now that I look at you, I can see you are very big, man, all over.
Say, haven't I met you someplace before? Met him before, now don't be like that. This guy just rumbled in from Rio, and I brought him right to you because I knew you'd want to snap him up.
So what'd you do?
I speak 6, 8, 10 years I spend playing Carmen, and he asks me what I do.
You spend all the time playing Carmen, the opera?
No, Carmen Miranda.
Well, then you're not a singer.
I do not need to sing, amigo. I am a character. A berry from the hills. Down in Brazil, they call me, amigo, the South American Bob Burns. See? I play the bazuquero.
Well, that's not going to be any help to the good neighbor policy, I'll tell you that. Where did you learn to play that?
Well, I learned to play it from my grandfather, the famous Don Sebastian Miguel Pablo Hernandez Maria Palermo y Gonzalez Snarty. You can use me, no?
No.
Come, we go. Adios, muchachos.
You know, it's too bad I can't use that fella. He's real good.
I don't get it, boss. If he's so good, why can't you use him?
Well, why should I be the one to pioneer giving audiences something good?
Well, Arnold, you're a lucky guy to be in, because I just got something off the boat from France that's going to run all the alleged American lovers right down a gopher hole.
What, you again?
Lucky for you, I want you to hear the work of Monsieur Pierre-Jacques Alphonse Charlot de la Neige, the greatest lover of the French stage.
Say, haven't I seen you someplace before?
No. Monsieur flatters me.
Show him how you can pitch a little woo, Charlot. Not too hot now. Just give him the bee treatment.
Ah, my sweet, my adorable, my wonderful one. There is no one in the world like you, Sherry. You are so beautiful. You are so smart, so clever.
Just a minute. Before I can tell if that's good lovemaking, who are you lovemaking to?
Me.
Now, just a minute. I'm not looking for any French lovers. All I'm casting today is a guy who can sing an Irish ballad.
Well, why didn't you say so? Shake hands with B.B. Nash.
Well, sure, it's a great pleasure to me meeting a fine man like yourself, Mr. Arnold, especially if you're going to be giving me a job.
Well, that depends upon how you can sing. Now, let's see. You say your name's B.B. Nash? What's the B.B. for?
Bobby Breen.
Go ahead, Nash. Start singing before he throws us out again.
There's a song that every Irishman and woman loves the best. Sure, it was not sung by Caruso, Teterazini, or the rest, but it's sung right straight out from the heart by sons of Erin's Isle. It's a song that makes the teardrops start across an Irish smile. You'll hear it at the cradle. You'll hear it at the grave. Wherever Irish hearts are true, beneath all flags that wave. And whenever Paddy hears it, he lifts his old cowbeen. For it's a song that reaches Irish hearts. Now wearing of the green.
Oh, that's fine. That's very good. But do you know that fine old Irish song, Rose of Tralee?
Well, now, doesn't that take the cake, being the Rose of Tralee? He's asking me if I know the Rose of Tralee. Me who's got the lakes of Killarney in me heart, and an overwhelming love for the old sod surging through the very veins of me. And you're asking me if I know the Rose of Tralee. How does it go?
You know that one, Cal. It goes like this. Listen.
The pale moon was rising above the green mountain. The sun was declining beneath the blue sea, when I strayed with my love to the pure crystal fountain that stands in the beautiful Vale of Raleigh. She was lovely and fair as the rose of the summer, yet 'twas not her beauty alone that won me. Oh no, 'twas the truth in her eye, ever dawning, that made me love Mary, the Rose of Raleigh. She was lovely and fair as the rose of the summer, yet 'twas not her beauty alone that won me. Oh no, 'twas the truth in her eye, ever dawning, that made me love Mary, the Rose of Raleigh.
Thus, friends, the song goes so far back into the history of Ireland that it's listed merely as traditional.
You know, Dr. Crosby, I just saw something wonderful.
Anyone we know?
Oh, now, Dr. Crosby, that's not what I'm talking about. I just saw something that I really got a bang out of.
What do you mean you got a bang out of?
Well, when I say I got a bang out of something, I mean it made me feel, well, something like this.
Or vice president.
And that, Dr. Crosby, is what I mean when I say I got a bang out of something.
You know what they're saying around the gym? They say you once got a bang out of falling out of your cradle smack dab on your anterior fontanelle.
What's anterior fontanelle? What's that?
That's the soft spot on Pump's noggin. Now, go feel around for yours while I fumble through further Kraft music hall formadiddles involving Rob Albert, Edward Arnold, J. Carroll Nash, and Cliff Nazaro. Connie Boswell and Andy Segrist and I have had a few requests to come around again with a Helvick Scott original called You Ain't Kiddin'. Even the slightest encouragement gets an encore out of us. Even the slightest. Well, we had our ticks. I ain't got no kicks, I guess. But since I took that rap, I had my happiness. No kicks. Oh, yeah.
Don't she like how you talk all the wagging your wall?
She says I walk on the bias.
Don't she like the way you dress?
She just calls me a mess.
Well, she ain't kidding.
Why must you say what you say? She's got me wasting away.
Son, you could stand a little wasting around your waist.
Oh, believe me, that ain't kidding. Oh, boy, here we are, back at the rat killer. Hey, Bob. Hey. Yeah. What do you call that? What's that?
Oh, Bing, that's my new theme song.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, that is announcing Bob Burns and the sweetest music, the other side of him.
Well, why? Yeah, you're at an announcement. You announced that you're also available sweet stage, screen, radio, and meat market openings. Put that in.
Bing, you just threw that in to be mean.
I did not.
Yeah, but listen, you can kid me if you want to, but I ain't doing so bad.
I ain't kidding so good either.
Well, the other night... Listen, night before last, I played at the opening of a drugstore, and I got 65 cents an hour and all the pills I could eat. Now then, there's only one thing, one favor I want to ask of the people visiting in the hall tonight. Please don't talk while I'm giving my piano recital. Because some of the things I hear don't make me feel any too good. Do you know that the last time I gave a piano recital here in the hall, there was a nice-looking couple. They were sitting right down there. And right in the middle of my piano solo, he took a little bottle out of his pocket, and he handed it to her, and he says, "There, dear, there's only 2 more aspirins left. You take them." And she says, "Well, darling, that wouldn't be fair for me to take the last 2 aspirins." And he says, "No, go ahead. You take the aspirins out of the bottle and give me the cotton." You know, I can't get my mind off my music just worrying about Ed Arnold. The idea of him starting in the newspaper business. I wonder if he knows what he's in for. That's a tough business. If he wants to learn something about the newspaper business, let him go down to Van Buren and talk to my newspaper uncle. That's my uncle, Arthur Brisbane Hinks. That's his name. He used to publish the Argus. That is before, of course, Hugh Park bought it. And the Argus is a big paper now. They're publishing it. They're printing it on both sides of the sheet now. But this uncle, at the time he had it, he did everything. He knew the newspaper business from A to Izzard. And he not only wrote all the editorials in it, but he was the first newspaper man to publish a column called Helpful Hints for Housewives. He was the first. He had a column there that was just full of original recipes. He was the first man to tell the housewives how to make an omelet for 14 people out of 1 egg and a bicycle pump. And not only that, Uncle Hink was the first man to start a scandal column in his newspaper. And he did all the work himself. He wrote it himself. I was there in all hands the morning he went on the column. First assignment. He put on his hat and he says, "Well, I'm going out and get some material for my scandal column." And when he got to the door, he turned around and he says, "Well, goodbye, boys. I'll be back in a flash with the trash." And you know, 3 weeks later, he comes staggering back in the office, and I'm telling you, he looked so wore out and dejected. He went over and slumped down in his chair, and he says, "There ain't going to be no scandal column." He says, "It keeps you on the go too much." And I says, "Well, what's the matter, Uncle Hink?" And he says, "I'm telling you, I just run myself ragged." He says, "The first keyhole I tried to look through was on a trailer." And so then he cut out that. He didn't publish that scandal column, and so he put in a column called Embarrassing Moments. And he used to pay $1 for every one of those things that come in. And I'll never forget this morning, I went to him with a letter. I said, "Here's a man that wrote in. He says that his most embarrassing moment was when he caught another fella kissing his wife." I says, "You want me to send him $1? And Uncle Hink says, "No, I want to be fair about this." He says, "You better send him $2. I figure the other fellow was embarrassed too." Well, Now, you those things to do, he makes a lot of mistakes, but he only made one little mistake all the time that he was in the newspaper business. And that was one time when, I don't know why I'm telling you all these things, right at one time when a woman suffrage was that comes to Van Buren to give a lecture. And she took an ad out in Uncle Hink's paper, and she told him that the title of her lecture would be Woman. Without her, man would be a savage. Well, sir, next morning when he come out with that big ad in big letters, I thought them women would kill him just because he just made one little mistake in punctuation. Instead of it saying woman, without her, man would be a savage. It says, woman without her, man would be a savage. You know, I think our Uncle Hink reached the height in his newspaper career when he started this crusade against crime there in the paper. And he had a slogan there. He had a slogan that says, a slug for every slug. For every thug, I mean. And I, you know, like all good newspaper men, I could always find him right in the thick of all the trouble. And I'll never forget this day that this bunch of gangsters swooped into Van Buren in a big high-powered car, and they pulled up in front of the bank, and with drawn machine guns, they rushed into the bank, stole all the money, and they come out and jumped in the car, and with them machine guns blazing away, they tore out up Main Street as hard as they could go. And when he was putting her out of sight, Uncle Hink come peeking around the corner of the bank. There wasn't a soul on the street, except there was one old man with a long gray beard. He come peeking himself along in a wheelchair. Uncle Hink jumped in the wheelchair with the old man. He pointed up Main Street. He says, "Follow that car." Well, now, like all good newspaper men, Uncle Hink, too, had his little eccentricities. And that's what I'm leading up to tonight. You probably wondered. But you know, Uncle Hink, he just loved to dance in the mud with his bare feet. And tonight I'm going to show you how Uncle Hink sounded when he was dancing in the mud. Now, you'll remember at the last part, Uncle Hink gets stuck. And I'm going to accompany him on the piano. I just hope I don't get stuck, too. Now,
we leave Burns now. We leave Burns beating his pants in the mud and come now to a new song. A song called My Mind's on You. John Scott, if you will. My mind's on you, but what can I do? The whole day through, I'm thinking of you. The things I ought to know, I soon forget. All I remember is the day we met. When people pass and ask me what's new, I tell them all that your eyes are so blue. My friends keep saying this will never do, but when they're through, my mind's on you. people pass and ask me what's new, I tell them all that your eyes are so blue. My friends keep saying this'll never do, but when they're through... Brother Bob's forthcoming film, Rookies on Parade. But after all, as Cliff himself said to me a few days ago, there's more to life than getting laughs.
I always say that when I'm not getting any.
And there, friends, is proof that Cliff is something of a philosopher.
Fatalist.
Well, at any rate, it's neither as a master of double talk, nor as a philosopher, nor as a fatalist that we welcome Cliff to the old Kraft Music Hall.
Maybe I'd better go now while I'm still on the upbeat.
Oh, no, Cliff. The latch string's always on the outside here for such composers as yourself. Nor am I toying with the truth when I say that your symphonic concerto, which you allowed us to introduce here in the hall a few months back, is still bringing us a constant flow of letters from music lovers anxious to know your whereabouts.
They're still after me, eh?
Kidding on the square, Cliff. We got a lot of mail about that composition. Even though this evening you're turning to opera, we pray that it doesn't mean that you have completely forsaken the writing of symphonies.
I'm afraid so, Bing. The symphony feels too crowded. Too much competition in the symphony writing game.
Oh, come now, Cliff. Surely you're not afraid of such Johnny-come-latelys as Stravinsky, Sibelius, Rachmaninoff, and Grunberg.
Those guys? No. I'm not afraid of them. But when it comes to writing symphonies, what chance have I against Mickey was writing?
Well, what chance has anybody got against Mickey Rooney?
Anybody who knows goes bingo.
I declare I think Rooney can do everything except play the bazooka.
Well, that exception alone could make him popular.
Well, if you don't mind my saying so, Bing, I think Cliff's symphonic concerto is a very worthy work.
Ah, there's encouragement, Cliff. Eddie Arnold's a real music lover.
I'd like to buy the original manuscript of that composition.
He's a real music lover, all right.
Oh, no, that's not fair, Bob. I heard Cliff's work, and I think it's fine. In fact, Cliff played it for Carol Nash and myself, and Carol liked it too, didn't you, Carol?
Well, of course I did, Ed, and listening to it, I saw dancing in front of my eyes all the little people of the Emerald Isle.
Well, it's a funny thing. I didn't see it like that. When Cliff played, I saw the great rolling surf crashing against the rock-ribbed coast of Maine in front of my eyes.
When I heard it, I saw spots in front of my eyes.
Well, how could you see the surf, Ed, when the man was writing music about the little people of Ireland?
Oh, you Irishmen see the little people on everything. That music was obviously descriptive of the surf beating against the coast of Maine, wasn't it, Cliff?
Well, I'll tell you what I had in mind. You see, when I wrote that composition, I felt that I'd take all the authors and put them on suspense and let them come in and watch the step when they're bringing out the type of music several watch the step when they had the cavalry sailor meeting.
Yeah.
Just wanted to trace the stubborn. I could have just as well railed or put them in the case. But I just wanted to praise the humpins to cattle water, bring out the types of the user. They made it solve it.
Funny thing, that's just how it struck me.
I still don't quite get the picture.
Neither do I.
Well, you see, you have to visualize. Now, you take Bob. Bob said he saw spots in front of his eyes. And you said the thing in today with these composers, if you see something that passes straight, well, who does your laundry?
Yeah.
People today with sort of rates come in the morning to the type of music they have. And operator says, well, fellas like Stravinsky, LaVosse, we have to go on and place out the type of music with the rates and bring out the little people who to play the Morse. So I visualized bringing out the cipher of the tail. The the ball.
You got it now, Ed?
Yes, why, certainly. It's merely a matter of objectivity. I mean, for those who prefer to see what happened, well, you take it just as it is. Now, what's the difference?
Well, on the other hand, Ed, think of the progreggio diminuendo that creates a mood that is or is not in itself. And on the other hand, well, you've got to take the bitter with the gin. Isn't that so, Cliff?
Say, Bing, don't look now, but what in the world are these two jazzers gabbing about?
I'm no patience with people who talk ambiguously. Still, they're easier to understand than the idea of one man singing the sextet from Lucia. Why do you do it?
It's a living. And I find it easier to sing a sextet than a solo, because when I sing a solo and make a mistake, everybody knows who it is.
Mm-hmm.
But when I'm singing a sextet and then I make a mistake, who is it?
Let me see if I can tell. The sextet from Lucia, sung by Cliff Nazaro.
Qualche parte se recuerda
Dick well, soft on it, yeah, water kitty. But that's water, get water, this shit, yeah, Dick water. Petit boss, what's that for flip or separate lenses, triply? Petit boss, what's that for short separate is starring bright, sick, clarence, and Petit boss, wetty, verdi, verdi, if I did all, we're so, if I did
That's fine, Cliff. Contrary to any subsequently formed opinion, that was the sextet from Lucia. Lucia can have it back, too.
Not my arrangement.
Well, you can keep that, Cliff, but here is a lovely thing. Friends, Connie Boswell, singing It All Comes Back to Me Now.
It all comes to me now. A summer starry sky, a laughing you and I alone. It all comes back to me now. A sea of midnight blue, your face uplifted to my own. We called it a thrill of the moment, and laying them up above, we didn't know what the glow meant. We never dreamed it might be love. It all comes back to me now. The love I threw away, and now each lonely night I pray that it will all come back to me someday. We called it a thrill of the moment, and blamed the moon up above. We didn't know what the glow meant. We never dreamed it might be love. It all comes back to me now. The love I threw away, and now each lonely night I pray that it will all come back to me someday.
Beautiful, Connie. Very, very lovely. I'm sure that was something that'll endure long in your listeners' memories. But if we're going to endure, though, let's hope there's a little space left in their memories for something like this.
Have you discovered what a treasure Velveeta is to have in the refrigerator? With this cheese food on hand, you're ready for practically any menu emergency. It's Velveeta children's snacks because Velveeta is rich in milk protein and milk minerals. It's an excellent source of vitamins A and G, and as digestible as milk itself. But let's take another situation. Say the Joneses drop in for bridge. Lucky the lady who has Velveeta in the refrigerator. She can whip out some smacking good toasted sandwiches practically while her hand is dummy at the bridge table. Or maybe she'll decide to regale the guests with a Welsh rarebit. Smooth melting Velveeta turns the trick in the double boiler easily. Or perhaps you're stuck for a dinner dessert in a hurry. Well, just slices of Velveeta and crackers and a little fresh fruit will be perfect. You see, everybody loves Velveeta's rich yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. And that's one reason why so many clever women buy the thrifty 2-pound Velveeta loaf. They keep it on hand all the time for cooking as well as for snacks. Kraft also packs a half-pound package, too. So stock up tomorrow on helpful, delicious Velveeta.
Very nice treatment of Polichinelle, Scotto. Then you treat all those things tastefully. Let's see if you still have your touch with a modern ballad, something like May I Never Love Again.
May I never see the sun go down. May I never feel the falling rain. If the love that I declare isn't all that's right and fair, may I never love again. May I never see the blue of the sky, nor the moon and stars down Lover's Lane. May I never live a day if I don't mean what I say. May I never love again. Sweetheart, when I'm with you, I'm not a foolish pretender. Sweetheart, if you love me too, all I possess I'd surrender. May I never feel your tender lips. May you never take my love in vain. You're the answer to my prayer, but if your love isn't there, may I never, no, I'll never love again. With you, I'm not a foolish pretender. Sweetheart, if you love me too, all I possess I'd surrender. May I never feel your tender lips. May you never take my love in vain. You're the answer to my prayer, but if your love isn't there, may I never, no, I'll never love again.
That's got to get it till next week at this same time, when over and above such regulars as Robin Burns, Constance Boswell, John Scott Trotter and Group, and the Music Maids, our friend Don Amici is going to be on hand, as well as George Murphy and Eddie Bracker. That's a lively group of gents. So till next Thursday, adios.
The Kraft Music Hall comes to you from Hollywood's Radio City.
The makers of Chase and Sanborn Coffee, blenders and roasters of fine coffee since 1864, present Edgar Bergen, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello, Ray Noble and his orchestra. Our guest, the star of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Me and My Gal, Judy Garland, and Charlie McCarthy.
Hello, Judy, me darling.
Hello, Charlie. What's cooking?
Coffee. You want a mug?
Say, Charlie, do you know why a moth eats a hole in the rug?
No. Why does a moth eat a hole in a rug?
To see the floor show. Oh!
Say, Judy, how are you doing with this scrap rubber drive? You know, there's a great surplus of rubber shortage, you know.
Yes, I've been turning in lots of it.
Good.
You know the saying, collect the rubber and beat Schickelgruber.
Yeah. Yeah, anything that snaps means slaps for the jack. Say, Mr. Noble, what have you given, huh?
Well, I'm thinking of contributing a tired masseur down at my Turkish bath.
Tired masseur at your Turkish bath.
Yes. Worn out rubber. Jolly good, I
Yes, well, I'll tell you what you can do, Mr. Noble. I'll go out and dig up some more of this scrap, and you and have that rubber band of yours play extra snappy while Judy sings, I never knew I could love anybody, honey, like I'm loving you.
I've been running in circles while playing the game of pretending. I never realized I wasn't wise what love could do. Now I'm facing a future that hasn't that one happy ending. And I'm a fool, I guess, to confess it all to you. I never knew love anybody, honey, like I'm loving you. I didn't realize what a pair of eyes and a baby smile could do. I can't sleep, I can't eat, I never knew a single soul could be so sweet. Oh, I never knew I could love anybody, honey, like I'm loving you. I can't sleep and I can't eat. I never knew a single soul could be so sweet. For I never knew I could love anybody, honey, like I'm loving you. Honey, like I'm loving you. Lovely, Judy, just lovely.
Thank you, Charlie. How did you do? Did you get any rubber?
Yeah, I dug up an old potholder of Bergen's.
A potholder?
Yeah, you know, his reducing girdle. Hey, let's you and me get in Bergen's Stanley steamer and haul that stuff over to the gas station. What do you say?
Okay, Charlie, that'll be fun.
Sure it will. Just a minute, young man.
Hello, Bergen.
You're not taking my Stanley steamer anywhere. No? No. I'm going to use it myself tonight.
Well, see you later, Charlie.
Yeah, well, it's nice of you to stick with me. Well, young man, if you're going to use it, Bergen, you better give us time to take out the dishes and the clams first. Dishes and clams? Yes, sir. What are you talking about? Well, you see, Skinny Dugan and me have been taking that old car of yours down to the beach at Santa Monica. Oh, I see. Yeah. Well, what for? Well, it's very good for... Now, don't get mad. No. But you will. No, what is it? Well, I'll tell you. Yes. It's very good for steaming clams. Steaming clams? What do you mean? Your Stanley steamer is now McCarthy and Dugan's Clamateria. It's what? It's an auto grotto. All right. We specialize in the clam ram. I see. And where do you get these clams? We dig them. You dig them? Yeah. Dig them? Yeah. Dig. Well, all right, yeah. I see. Well, that's not very easy work, is it? No, sir, it ain't. They're very sly, those little tricky things, yes. Those little sand squatters. How do you find where they're buried, Charlie? Well, you see, Skinny and me, we sort of sneak up on them. I see. And when we see one, we make a noise like a lady clam. Lady clam? Yeah. And when the clams come up to see what's cooking, they are. I see. Well, who does the cooking, you or Skinny? Pierre. Oh, Pierre. Yes, he's our cook. French cook, you know. I see. You must taste his barbecue soup, yes. Oh, and his grunions with onions. Oh, non gratis. Oh, I see. Oh, lovely. Yes, well, I'd like to meet him. He's waiting outside. He's in the cooker now. I see. I'll get him. Oh, Pierre. He's very temperamental. Yes, I know. Oh, Pierre LeSnerd. I'll get him here. Mortimer, so you're Pierre LeSnerd, are you? Yep. A Frenchman. Oh, sure. Bonjour, monsieur, bonjour. Bonjour, yeah, I see. Regular Frenchman. Yep. What? I mean, oui. Yes. Parlez-vous français? We was, I say, parlez-vous français? Oh, there you go. You're always clowning, you and your Swedish accent.
No, I say, I understand you're a very good cook.
Yeah, very good, very good. Yeah, I'm quite notorious. Is that so? Yeah. I guess you've heard of Oscar of the Waldorf.
Yes, I've heard of Oscar of the Waldorf.
Well, I'm Mort of the Fish Wharf. Well, that's good, yeah.
Now, tell me, I'm rather interested, Mort. Tell me about the various things down there. How was your cuisine?
There was about 5 of us there.
I see. Your cuisine.
Oh, well, the only relative I got is Grandpa.
Yes, I know. Well, I was speaking of your food.
Oh, yeah.
What's the nicest dish you serve? The nicest dish you serve?
Oh, the nicest dish. Well, there's several. Yeah. The other day, a tall blonde and a baby.
No.
It was mighty pretty.
No, I mean, what's on your menu? Your menu?
No.
Yes.
No, I wouldn't say that.
No, I mean, you must have a menu.
I must, huh?
Yes, a bill of fare. A bill of fare. What do you have on your bill of fare?
We don't use them.
Oh, you don't use them?
I just let the customers look at my apron. It tells the story.
We present 2 pictures, before and after. The first is a home at breakfast time. The persons, Mr. and Mrs.
Where's my hat?
Are you going to finish your coffee?
Nope, no time. So long. See you tonight.
Well, 2 months we were married. I wonder what's the matter.
That was before. Now, same scene, same people a few days after.
That coffee smells good.
Just wait until you taste it.
Can't wait. Sorry, gonna taste it right now.
Oh, don't burn yourself.
I won't. Boy, that's good. Just like downtown.
Like it?
Like it. But there's flavor enough in that cup to make 4 of the old kind. It must be Chase and Sanborn.
It is. A man's coffee.
Lady, you come here to me.
What? Why? What have I done?
Let's hear you say prunes. Once more.
Did you get your Chase and Sanborn kiss this morning? If you didn't, get one tomorrow. Ask your grocer for the Chase and Sanborn coffee he's selling now.
I'm a better kisser than anybody.
I know that.
I used to be a bugler.
You did? My goodness. Look, but come here. Costello, what's all this hey stuff?
Well, me and my wife just bought a farm. Hey.
Now, wait just a minute, Costello. You bought a farm?
Yep.
Who did you buy it from?
Well, I bought it from a real estate man.
Do tell.
And he's a French with my wife.
What do you mean?
He said he'd like to get her alone.
Well, what's wrong with that?
What's wrong with that?
Yeah.
Nobody's going to get my wife alone.
No. He wanted to get her alone in the bank.
What do I care? Alone in the bank, alone in the car. What's the difference? She's my wife.
You don't understand. He just wanted your wife to sign a lease.
Sign a lease?
Mm-hmm.
Abbott, what kind of English is that?
Oh, what's wrong with that?
You mean sign a line?
No. A lien is a mortgage. Now, didn't you have to go through escrow?
I didn't go through escrow, pigeons...
No. When you got your farm, did you go through escrow?
No, I went through Burbank and Glendale.
Nah, you're a fine one to buy a farm. How much did you pay down?
Well, the guy wanted $50,
yes.
Then he came down to 40,
yes.
Agreed to take 30, so I gave him 10.
What?
That's the way I do business. No chiseling.
I don't see why you wanted a farm anyway. You don't like farm life.
Yes, I do, Abbott.
No, you don't.
I think it's wonderful to lie under a tree on a hot day and let a cow kiss you to sleep.
A cow kiss you?
Sure.
That's sanitary?
No, but it sure tools you up.
No. By the way, what kind of a cow have you? A heifer cow?
I beg your pardon?
I say, what kind of a cow have you? A heifer cow?
A heifer cow?
Mm-hmm.
I got a whole cow. I got a whole flock of cows. I just got one. I got a flock of them.
No, you don't understand. Not flock. Herd.
Herd what?
Herd of cows.
Sure, I heard a cow. Dummy.
No, I mean a cow herd.
Well, if I care for cow herd, I didn't say nothing to be ashamed of.
All right, more about cows. I'm not in the mood.
You're not in what mood?
A cow mood.
Who cares for the cow mood? Maybe it's mooing for me to come to milk her.
No, talk sense. You don't know how to milk a cow.
Who don't?
You don't.
One time I milked 1,000 cows with my left hand.
Why did you just milk with your left hand?
That's my old cow hand.
But what else have you got on your farm? Have you any bees?
Bees?
Mm-hmm.
Sure, I've got a whole herd of bees.
Now, there you go again. It isn't herd of bees, it's swarm.
What?
It's swarm.
Why don't you take your coat off?
Now, look. Giving me silly answers. How much honey does your bees give?
They don't give any, but I'm satisfied.
You're satisfied? What good are bees if they don't give honey?
They sting my mother-in-law.
I'd like to see that farm of yours.
All right, I got a picture of the place. Here.
Let me see.
See those two houses?
Mm-hmm.
One is the barn and the other one is my house.
Which one is the house?
The one with the horse looking out through the window.
Your farmhouse can't be fit to live in with a horse in it.
I have to take good care of that horse.
What do you mean?
He's a race horse.
What's that got to do with it?
Me and Charlie McCarthy bought it. He owns half and I own half.
Which half does Charlie own?
The half that gets the oats.
What do you mean?
I don't want to talk about my half.
Why not?
It's a long tail.
All right, forget it. Charlie...
I don't get it either.
No, look, if Charlie's going to feed the horse, then he'll have to buy the horse's fodder.
Why should he buy the horse's fodder? We got one horse already.
No, you don't understand. Charlie puts the horse's fodder in a bag and hangs it on your horse's nose.
Now, ain't our horse going to look funny with his fodder hanging on his nose?
Your horse eats its fodder.
What have we got, a cannibal?
No, certainly not.
What does the horse's fodder eat?
He eats his fodder.
What do you know?
Yeah.
And what does the horse's mother eat?
She eats her fodder.
It's getting worse all the time. You just keep picking on the old man.
What do you mean?
I get it. This is Father's Day. Did you get your Texas someone?
All right, never mind. Look, let me figure this out. If Charlie feeds the horse, what do?
I keep the horse clean.
Oh, you're the horse's groom.
Now, ain't that something? Now the guy's got me married to the horse.
You curry the horse.
I curry him.
Mm-hmm.
He's big enough to walk himself. He's got to walk. I mean, after all, we're going to run him in a big race at Cavalcade?
Cavalcade? Yes.
In
other words, you're going to run him in a derby.
No, he don't look good in the derby. We can't get over
No. I'm trying to find out about your horse. Is he a mutter?
How can he be a mutter? Ain't a she always a mutter?
Certainly not. Sometimes he makes a better mutter than a she.
Abbott, suppose a mama horse has little horses. Don't that make her a mutter?
Well, now that depends on her feet.
My horse's feet are okay. Outside of, he limps a little with his front legs.
Well, I see. He's having trouble with his forelegs.
No, I just said he only limps on his two front legs.
Well, Costelli, your horse's forelegs are in front.
What is those things in back?
Don't you understand? Your horse has forelegs in front and hind legs in back.
Forelegs in front and hind legs in back. What I got? A centipede? Abbott, don't try to tell me about my horse. I know more about it than you do. I got him right there in the house.
Now, wait, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Your wife worked hard to help you buy this little farm, and now that she has a home of her own, you deliberately inconvenience her by letting her sleep in the house with a horse.
Oh, the horse is clean?
Never mind that.
Well, I'm sorry.
You should be. You've got a nice big stable in the backyard, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
You have a nice clean stall with plenty of fresh straw on the floor?
Yes, sir.
Well, what's wrong with you?
I don't know.
Well, take a tumble of yourself.
I'm sorry I'm doing all those things.
Well, what's wrong?
I didn't realize what I was doing.
Certainly.
I just loved the horse, that was all.
Well, you shouldn't do it.
After all, it was a nice clean stall with plenty of fresh straw on the floor.
You've got plenty of it out there.
And it's a nice, big, clean stable.
Certainly it is.
I'll fix the whole thing up.
What are you going to do?
I'll let my wife sleep in the stable.
If there's music in your heart and you have an urge to get up and dance, it may be because today is the first day of summer. Or then again, it may be Jerome Kern's Smoke It in Your Eyes, a la Ray Noble.
something I want to talk to you about.
What is it, Charlie?
Well, aren't you going to congratulate me?
Why?
Well-
Is it your birthday?
No, silly. It's Father's Day.
Oh, I know it is, but what's that got to do with you?
Well, ain't I your sweet daddy?
Charlie, you're impossible.
Oh, no.
But say, did you buy Mr. Bergen a Father's Day present?
Well, I was. You see, there was. No.
Oh, Charlie, you're very, very thoughtless.
Dolus is the word. Dolus, yeah.
Listen, Charlie, who was it who always cheered you up when things looked darkest?
Well, that was Bergen did it.
And who was it who always nursed you when you were sick?
That was Bergen.
And who always loaned you money when you were broke?
Well, I don't know. I never met the man yet. Don't change the subject.
Well, I still think you should have gotten him something.
Oh, so there you are, children.
Don't mention anything about the son, you know.
No.
He doesn't know.
All right.
Climb upon my knees, sonny boy. Though you're only 12, sonny boy.
You do it right in front of Judy, don't you?
Uh-oh.
Hello, son. I get it. Hello, Bergen.
Wonderful day, isn't it, Judy?
Yes, it certainly is, Mr. Bergen.
If it doesn't rain, it is.
Marvelous thing, fatherhood. Nothing like it. There's nothing more tender than the relationship between father and son.
You're right, Mr. Bergen. Why, do you realize that 50% of the parents are fathers?
Mm-hmm.
My goodness, that's practically half, isn't it?
Well, son?
Yes?
I don't suppose you have anything special to say to me, or anything?
No.
No.
Not a thing, no.
I see.
Hasn't come, I guess. I don't know.
Well, the day isn't over yet. I guess I'll just toddle along and leave you two children alone.
He really expected something, didn't he?
Of course he did, Charlie.
Oh, the way he hinted it was rude, I thought.
If I were you, I'd go right out and buy him something.
Well, don't you think he'd be just as happy if I gave him one of those big Chase and Sanborn kisses? With spoons?
Well, listen, if I were you, I'd get him something to show what he's worth to you.
What he's worth to me?
Yes.
The 5 and 10 is closed today. Well, anyway, I don't know what to buy him. I don't.
Well, I think I'd get him something practical.
Yeah?
Something he can use.
Something he can use. Let's see now. How about a bowl?
A bowl?
Yeah, something to soak his bread in.
How about a billfold?
Oh, he doesn't fold them. He buries them. Say, do you think he'd like, clothing, huh?
Well, I've never seen him go anywhere without it.
No, that's right.
Maybe he'd like a beanie.
A beanie? I could get him a combination nutmeg grinder, pants presser, and lightning rod. How that'd be good.
Or how about a pair of open-toed earmuffs with a belt in the back?
Yeah. I guess it's not so good. Maybe you didn't say it loud enough. Should have said it so they didn't hear it.
Well, let's go to the department store. Maybe we'll get an idea.
What's wrong?
How much money have you got? How much money have you got?
We can trade this egg in for something. And I got a cool buck in the quota. And you don't know how I've suffered to scrape it together. I just suffer and scrape and suffer.
Well, go get your piggy bank and we'll bring home the bacon.
Yeah.
Well, here's the store. Let's look around.
Maybe our man over there can help us. Are you the floral walker?
Yes, I'm the aisle pedestrian. 4 hours, 9 to 5, 6 to 1, half a dozen of the other. And what can I do for you?
You got anything in the second?
Yeah.
I mean, we're looking for something for Father's Day for this young man.
Oh, isn't he rather small for a father?
No. Now listen, Floral Walker. We want you to show us some courtesy.
Righto. What size do you wear?
Well, Something, well, let's see, about a 13.5 collar with a high instep.
Tell me, do you keep stationery?
Oh, no, I move around.
Well, what would you suggest that would appeal to a man about 35?
Yes.
A blonde, about 21, but of course we don't...
Do you have anything snappy in garters?
Oh, no, but we have something catchy in fly paper. Something good,
Well, I don't know.
Listen, we're not getting anywhere here. Where's the gift department?
Oh, gift department. Right over here. And this is one of our best salesmen, Mr. Swing.
You don't say. Is it storming outside?
Oh, yes, indeed. I am a salesman, and I'm a first-rate salesman, too.
Yeah.
And, well, no, I'm not exactly a first-rate salesman either, because I'm more of a cut-rate salesman. And, well, no, what I mean is I'm a very hot salesman.
You're a hot salesman. You sell hot dogs,
No, I do not. I do not sell hot dogs.
Right.
And hot dogs are sold in the pet shop. And if you want a hot dog, why on earth did you ever come in here in the first place?
Well, I'm beginning to wonder myself. That's a good question, I think.
And please don't finger the lingerie.
That's lingerie.
You don't say.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Go ahead and have a good time at my expense.
Enjoy it, yes.
You're just going to tease me until you get me into a sniff.
A what?
And you're just trying to torment me because I'm a pretty old man.
Oh.
I'm not exactly a pretty old man either, but I'm not what you'd call homely.
No.
All right, you're not a homely old man. You just have an ugly disposition, that's all.
Charlie, let's stop wasting time. Do you have any notions?
Oh, yes, I have oceans of notions. In fact, I have scads. And, well, no, I don't exactly have scads either.
No.
But
Have you got one notion? Just one?
Yes, I have one notion. That's not to wait on you, and so I won't. I'd like to say good day, and so I'm going to. Good day.
Good.
Poor man.
We'll have a tough time to top that, won't we?
Well, listen, maybe I'd better buy this present myself, Charlie. You know, shopping is an art. It needs a woman's touch.
How true, Judy. Now, here's my $1 quota. Y'all can take it on from here on. You hear me? Spend it all, you hear?
Well, now, let's see.
Yeah.
What's this over here?
I don't know.
Oh, look, Charlie, isn't that the darlingest knitted snood?
A snood for Bergen? Are you kidding?
No. Not for Mr. Bergen, for me.
Yeah, but it's father's.
And look, it's just $1.25.
It's my dough, too.
I think I'll take it.
Now I know what you mean by a woman's touch. Oh, Mr. Noble.
Yes, Charles?
Did you get over this breaking my heart? Did you?
Oh, did I get my Chase and Sanborn kiss this morning?
Yes, that's right.
Well, of course I did, Charles. Didn't you?
No, I didn't. But, Buddy Twist has some Chase and Sanborn all hot and ready to pour. Maybe you could...
Maybe you'd like a cup, Ray, huh?
Why, you bet I would. Smell of it's been making my mouth water.
Well, here you are. Just taste it.
Wonderful, isn't it?
Tis, isn't it? Tis, yes.
I don't see why you men should have a monopoly on that flavor.
As a matter of fact, we don't. The ladies are wild about it. So drink up, everybody. It's the finest blend we've ever made. And we think you'll say it's the finest coffee you ever tasted. This week, get Chase and Sanborn coffee. Be with us again next Sunday when Charlie's guests will be Walter Brennan and Jenny Sims. Charlie and the gang say it stands to reason, and it certainly does. The coffee roasters who supply more hotels, restaurants, and clubs than anybody else in the country know the kind of coffee men like. And ladies, this is it. Today's Chase and Sanborn. Serve it because he likes it and because you prefer it yourself. Get the Chase and Sanborn coffee your grocer is selling now. This is Buddy Twist saying good night from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
It's Texaco time with Fred Allen. Welcome to the Texaco Star Theater, ladies and gentlemen, and a special welcome to our armed forces all over the world who will hear this program by shortwave. Tonight, we present Fred Allen, Kenny Baker, Portland Hoffa,
Our special guest, Dr. Rockwell, the sage of Booth Bay Harbor. The winner of the Texaco College competition, George Strasser from St. John's University at Brooklyn, and Al Goodman's orchestra. An hour of mirth and melody brought to you by Texaco dealers from coast to coast. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Father's Day. We haven't anything on our program tonight about father, but we do have a man whose jokes will make you yell uncle. And here he is, Fred Allen, in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Mr. Wallington, I noticed that you always make me the butt of your jokes when a festive day rolls around. Now, your father's day remark just now was a rare sample of your flair for the trite.
Yes, trite is right. I always try to keep my announcements topical.
Well, I know that, Jimmy. I remember on Washington's birthday, remember you said George Washington threw a silver dollar across the Potomac River? Here is a man who, if he was a skunk, wouldn't throw a cent.
Yes, and on Christmas, I said, tonight I bring you a man who looks as though Santa Claus came down his nose and left a bag under each eye.
Well, how do you ever think those things up, Jimmy?
Well, I'm down in the saloon working day and night, Fred. Oh. I write my funny announcements weeks ahead.
Oh, you do, really?
Yes, I've got my 4th of July announcement ready right now. It's a Lulu. Do you want to hear it?
Well, yes, I might as well have it over with, Jimmy.
Okay. To celebrate July 4th, folks, I can't give you a firecracker, I can't give you a sparkler, but I can give you a little punk.
Now, all right, All right, Jimmy. Touché. I am too tired to argue. I am turning post-haste to the latest news of the week. The March of Trivia presents its weekly lowlight from the world of news. Washington, D.C. 16-day nationwide collection of scrap rubber requested by President enters its second week. Huge campaign is expected to yield several million pounds of rubber urgently needed to relieve the rubber shortage. All around the country, people rush to gasoline service stations to turn in their rubber scrap. At Boston, Massachusetts, a society woman says,
"We of Boston 400 are behind the scrap drive 100%. We're giving rubber parties. A girl can't get in unless she brings a heel."
Thank you. At New York City, a worker says,
"I'm a window washer. I gave my squeegee into the rubber drive."
Oh, you did? Well, how are you cleaning windows now?
Well, I just throw the water up against the windows and I let it run down the side of the building.
And nobody says anything?
Well, in New York, what difference does it make? A few more drips, so what?
At Humdrum Falls, Vermont, a town official says,
"I'm the fire chief. I give the town fire hose into the rubber drive."
Well, how do you put out fires, Chief?
I got 20 old men in the fire department.
I see.
When we get to a fire,
yeah,
the whole 20 of us shinny up the side of the burning building until we get to the top.
And when you and the 20 old men get up on top of that blazing building with no hose, how do you put out the fire?
We drool.
A young lady who cooperated early in the rubber drive is LaBelle Laverne. You made your contribution, LaBelle.
I couldn't do no more than I'd done, so I done it.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, I'm a bubble dancer. I only had one bubble to my name.
Really?
I timed my bubble into the rubber drive.
Well, good for you. What show are you with, LaBelle?
Girls of the Moulin Rouge.
The Moulin Rouge, huh? Well, you were doing your bubble dance in the show?
Yeah, it was the first act finale.
Yeah?
The curtain goes up. I'm sitting in the bathtub acting coy.
Yeah?
The girls come on. They're nymphs bearing Lux.
All these nymphs come on bearing Lux,
yeah.
Uh-huh.
Well, the nymphs throw the Lux into the bathtub.
Uh-huh.
It foams up.
Yeah?
I pick a big bubble off of the foam.
Mm-hmm.
I step out of the tub with me bubble.
Yeah?
The orchestra plays I Don't Want to Walk Without You, baby.
And you did your dance?
At the finish, I'd done a dervish spin off stage.
Uh-huh.
Blue lights.
Blue lights.
I'm gone.
Yeah?
The bubble bounces on and takes a bow alone. Quit curtain.
Well, tell me, La Belle, now that you've turned your bubble into the rubber drive, have you quit the theater?
Oh, no, I'm rehearsing a new dance.
Something artistic?
It's a vegetable striptease.
A vegetable?
Yeah, as the curtain goes up, it's a victory garden.
Good.
I'm standing behind a watermelon.
Yeah?
The music starts, then I do a dance with the watermelon.
Fine.
For an encore, I take off the watermelon and dance with a honeydew.
With a honeydew. And for your next encore?
Oh, I dance with a tangerine.
The vegetables keep getting smaller.
Yeah, it's a striptease, only with vegetables.
Well, how does your dance finish?
As I'm taking bows with the tangerine,
Yeah?
I point to a grape.
Yeah?
The curtain comes down.
Just in time, I would say.
As long as La Belle Laverne keeps dancing, there'll be plenty of rubbernecks in the audience.
Well, that ought to help out the shortage, and thank you, La Belle Laverne. A man whose marital status has been endangered by the rubber drive. He's Nugent Sprocket. You had some trouble, Nuge?
Why, if it wasn't for the neighbors, I'd have killed her.
Killed who?
My wife, that she double-crossed.
Now, wait, now.
I had her by the throat. Get me a tape measure, I says, and I'll beat you to within an inch of your life.
Now, wait a minute. What?
Rubber caused the trouble. Every piece of rubber in the house she gave away.
No kidding.
The rubber heels are off of me shoes. I gotta walk tiptoe.
No kidding.
Yeah, my garters is gone. My stockings I gotta stick up with chewing gum.
Oh.
My suspenders she turned in.
Well, how do you...
I got my pants glued to my union suit with new skin.
Oh, well, that's...
This morning I go into the bathroom to shave. That suction thing that holds my shaving mirror to the wall is gone.
Gone?
Trying to hold the mirror with one hand and shave with the other, I cut off the enemy nose.
I thought your pug looked a little raw there.
I go to take a bath, the rubber plug's going out of the tub.
Oh, that's terrible.
I go to take a shower, the hose is going off of the shower.
No.
The rubber sponge is gone, the soap dish is gone.
Well, how did you take a bath?
Well, I rubbed soap all over the bottom of the bathtub and rolled around in it.
Wasn't it gooey?
I felt like an eel coiled in a can of Johnson's wax.
Fine.
I step out of the tub, the rubber mat's gone. I done a power dive into the linoleum.
Well, your wife certainly fixed you up good.
Oh, that hen hawk. She wants rubber. I'm getting the divorce in Newark.
Well, what has a Newark divorce got to do with rubber?
I'll give it a Jersey bounce.
Very... Well, I guess that about winds up.
Hold it, pray, my merry gawk. Falstaff's here, his wares to hawk.
Falstaff? Open shore, huh?
Fresh from the doghouse. I've been molting.
You haven't brought more poems, I hope.
Have you heard, alas, alack, woe is me, life is naught but fiddle-dee-dee?
No, I haven't heard that.
Oh, to be a splinter, the things that I'd stick into.
No, I don't think I've heard that either.
And my Father's Day epic.
Oh, you have a Father's Day poem? What is it?
You pull up the railroad track, Mother, and I'll get some ties for Dad.
Now, for your information, Falstaff, tonight we're talking about rubber and the scrap salvage drive.
Precisely why I am here. I have written a song.
Oh, a rubber chant, have
Yes,
you?
I have brought the Peekskill male octet to sing it for you.
These two characters are the Peekskill male octet?
Yes, 6 of them refuse to sing on this program.
Why?
Loyalty to Major Bowes.
But these two finks will sing, huh?
Yes. This little man is known as the Peekskill Nightingale.
But he looks as though he just fell out of a nest, if you don't mind my saying. Who is this other specimen?
Oh, he was formerly Lawrence Tibbetts' barber.
Oh. Well, all right. Let's hear their rubber salvage song.
If the Peekskill male octet is ready, you may carol, gentlemen.
R is for that raincoat in your closet.
U is for that unused rubber mat. B is for your old hot water bottle. B also for babies, you know what. E is for each inner tube discarded. R is for your rubber bathing cap. Put them all together for Uncle Sammy. With rubber we can rub out Mr. Jeff. Let's do it now.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And from the Peekskill Male Octet and Falstaff, we turn to welcome Kenny Baker. Kenny nods to his conductor, Al Goodman. Mr. Goodman raises his baton, and Kenny sings All the Things You Are.
Springtime that makes the lonely winter seem long. You are the breathless hush of evening that trembles on the brink of a lovely song. You are the angel glow that lights the star. The dearest things I know are what you are. Someday my happy arms will hold you, and someday I'll know that moment divine when all the things you are mine. Time and again I've longed for adventure, something to make my heart beat the faster. What did I long for? I never really knew. Finding your love, I found my adventure. Touching your hand, my heart beats the faster. All that I want in all of this world is you. Promised kiss of springtime that makes the lonely winter seem long. You are the breathless hush of evening that trembles on the brink of a lovely song. You are the angel glow that lights the sky. The dearest things I know are what you are. Someday my happy arms will hold you, and someday I'll know that moment divine when all the things you are
Very nice. Say, Jimmy, what is that you have there? An automobile map?
Why, yes, you might call it an automobile map, Fred. At least it's going to take my car a long, long way.
Oh, you're going on a trip, are you?
No, Fred, this isn't that kind of an automobile map.
Oh, no?
This is a map of an automobile.
Uh-huh.
In other words, a chart that shows every lubrication point, like an X-ray.
Mm-hmm.
Texaco dealers have these, and they use them every time they give a car Marfac 40-point chassis lubrication service.
Well, look, Jimmy, you said this map or chart here would take your car a long, long way.
Well, it will, Fred. Because my Texaco dealer, working by chart, not by chance, gives my car regular Marfac chassis lubrication that will mean perhaps thousands of extra miles of service. You see, Marfac is Texaco's super tough chassis lubricant that stays put. It won't readily wash out, pound out, or squeeze out. It protects every vital chassis point against destructive wear. The proper lubrication of your car is one worry you can avoid if, instead of just asking for a grease job, you ask for Texaco's 40-point Marfac chassis lubrication service at Texaco dealers from coast to coast.
Al Goodman and his orchestra have just played the introduction to a song called Jingle Jangle. Music lovers who would like to hear Maestro Goodman finish a number can tune in 2 weeks from tonight when Mr. Goodman will start the Texaco Star Theater summer program. Mr. Goodman has enough unfinished music left over from the winter to last him all summer. So there's no reason why...
Mr. Allen!
Well, Portland... Say, is that envelope you have there, is that for me?
No, it's for me.
Oh.
It's a letter from Mary Livingston.
Oh, from Mary, huh? Well, what does the Belle of Plainfield have to say?
I'll read it.
Good.
It says, Dear Porty, well, here we are on the vacation Jack promised the whole gang. We left 2 days ago, all packed in Jack's Maxwell.
The Maxwell, huh? Mm-hmm. That Civil War Jeep that he's still... You know, have you ever heard how Benny gets the Maxwell to start?
How?
He runs ahead of it with a magnet. But what else does Mary say there?
Don Wilson's got the back seat all to himself.
Old jelly hips, huh?
It says, lots of Don is hanging over the sides of the Maxwell, but Jack has hung 2 red flags on it.
2 red flags on it. You know, when Wilson sits down in a chair, the chair has a hangover. It's Wilson.
Mary says, we just passed one of the army camps Jack played last May. They threw rocks at us.
Well, that's why they loved him in St. Joe. It's sandy country down there. Go ahead. What else does she say?
Jack saw Fred Allen's picture in Life magazine. He's trying to get his dime back and suing Life for a nervous breakdown.
Good. Can't get any more than that for a dime these days, a breakdown and trouble. Is that all?
Yes. Mary says, so long, Porty. Give my regards to Kenny Baker, Jimmy Wallington, and old Sourpuss.
Uh-huh. She doesn't mention me, huh? Well, that's how they are, you know. Oh, hello, Kenny.
Hi, F.A.
Hello, Kenny.
Hi, Porty.
I just had a letter from Mary Livingston, Kenny. Jack has taken everybody on a vacation.
Well, when I was working for Mr. Benny, he took us all on a camping trip one summer.
Well, confidentially, how was it, Kenny?
It was all right, but I was hungry all the time.
Benny didn't bring any food?
I built a fire as sort of a hint. Mr. Benny got it.
And?
Mr. Benny handed me an axe, pointed at Don Wilson, and turned his back.
I knew that guy was a cannibal. He'd not only eat his best friend, he'd eat him on Friday. I mean... Be thankful I'm laughing. I know what's coming. You see it. Be thankful I took you away. Be thankful I took you away from that savage, Kenny.
Yes, with you I'm still living. But that's about all.
Now, why, until you came with me, Kenny Baker, you didn't even know what money looked like.
Maybe the next place I'll work, they'll let me touch it.
Now, wait a minute. You get paid every week on this program.
Not money.
What else?
All I get is a piece of paper with some writing and your name on it.
Why, those are checks, Kenny.
What are checks?
Kenny, you've been getting those pieces of paper for 2 years now. What have you been doing with them?
The first one I pasted on my autograph book as a souvenir.
Yes?
The rest I just piled up.
But, Kenny!
Now, wait a minute. You keep out of this, Portland. Kenny, you've heard of the waste paper drive.
Why, sure.
Well, I'm handling the paper drive on this program, you see. Now, if you'll bring all those pieces of waste paper back to me, I'll turn them in.
Oh, it's too late, F.A.
Well, why?
I traded them to a fellow for 25 Pepsi-Cola tops.
Why, Kenny, that fellow bilked you.
Oh, yeah? He took your checks to every bank in town. Now he's around trying to get his Pepsi-Cola tops back.
Well, that will teach him a lesson. Never get it in writing. But enough of this. I have to introduce our guest.
Who's coming tonight, Mr. Allen?
Well, I heard from the traveler's aide that Dr. Rockwell was in town. So I invited him over tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the honor to present for his only radio appearance this season, Maine's Goodwill Ambassador, that fugitive from a lobster pot, Dr. Rockwell. Well, Doc, I haven't seen you for a long time. Where have you been keeping yourself?
I've been out in Hollywood all year, Fred, working at Earl Carroll's.
Earl Carroll's nightclub, huh? Well, how does it feel to be back in radio?
To tell you the truth, Fred, it seems funny to see everybody standing around here with their clothes on.
Well, California must agree with you, Doc. You look wonderful.
Yes, it's the sun, that climate out there. Why, the first 2 months out there, Fred, in Hollywood, I lived on nothing but orange juice.
Well, why didn't you keep it up?
I got too weak to squeeze the oranges.
Say, did you drop in at Paramount where I made that picture with Benny? You know, I told you to look in and mention my name.
Yes, and it's a funny thing, Fred. Remember in vaudeville, if someone opened an umbrella in the theater, everyone ran in all directions?
Yes, that was an old superstition.
Well, sir, mentioning your name at Paramount, Fred, is like opening an umbrella.
Well, how are things out in Hollywood, Doc?
I don't know, Fred. I felt like Veronica Lake out there.
Well, how do you mean you felt like Veronica Lake?
Well, I only saw half of what was going on.
With that hair hanging down, Veronica Lake's right eye must think she's living behind a horse or something. But... Tell me, Doc, what are you doing back east? Have you got the good humor concession on the Weehawken Ferry again this summer?
No, Fred, I'm just passing through now. I'm on my way to Washington.
Really?
Yes. Somebody found out I owned a briefcase. And the next day, I got a wire, come to Washington.
Your briefcase did it, huh?
Nothing else, Fred. A man caught in Washington today without a briefcase is a marked man. He's a taxpayer.
What are you, if he has a briefcase? Well, that's right, he has no brief. Well, what are you going to do? What are you going to do down in Washington, Doc?
Why, I'm offering my services to the government. I'll probably be a 90-cent a year man.
Oh, you mean $1 a year man?
Oh, no. My agent gets 10%, Fred. That leaves me down to 90 cents.
Oh, that's the way it is, and sure. Well, what can you do in Washington, Doc?
What can I do? Mm-hmm. Why, the government wants boats, Fred. I can show them what we're doing up in Maine. Up in Maine, we're building boats so fast, they're launching them 2 at a time.
Well, how can they christen boats 2 at a time?
That's easy. One boat is hit with the champagne, the other boat's christened with the chaser.
Well, that sounds good, Doc.
Yes, sir, Fred. They're making boats so fast, every boat that launched there has 4 men swimming behind it.
4 men swimming behind it for what?
Well, they're putting on the rudder. See, Fred, you ought to get busy, too. You ought to get busy, get to work on some good cause.
Well, I am, Doc. I've been working tooth and nail the last month trying to bring back vaudeville.
Yes, and I heard about your vaudeville campaign, Fred. You made a mess of the whole thing.
Mess? Why, all I said was...
Sure, all you said was vaudeville is coming back, and what happened? Thousands of actors with perfectly good defense jobs quit. Got their tights and vaudeville stuff out of their trunks and hit the road.
Well, Jack Haley and Ben Burney told me that the country was hungry for vaudeville.
That's right. The country is hungry for vaudeville, but the people can't handle all this ham.
Well, how do you, how do you mean, Doc?
Why, most of the acts have been running back into vaudeville without rehearsing. Half of them have forgotten their acts.
No kidding.
Well, I'm telling you, remember Adolfo the hypnotist?
Yes, the hypnotist who used to hypnotize everyone in the theater.
That's right. Well, Adolfo opened up in Kankakee last Monday. He hypnotized the entire audience at the matinee.
Yes?
Then he forgets how to get them out of the trance. And the audience is still walking around the town there in a cataleptic state.
Well, who'll notice it in Kankakee?
All right, and another thing. Podolsky. You heard of Podolsky.
You mean Podolsky and his educated pigeons?
That's the act. All the pigeons are homing pigeons. Podolsky had 4 weeks booked when the Army steps in and drafted his pigeons.
Drafted his pigeons, huh?
Yes. And the Army ties military information to the pigeons' legs. But no matter where they send them, those pigeons fly back to Lowe's State Theater looking for Podolsky. See, I tell you, Fred, vaudeville's a mess.
Say, I'm glad you told me, Doc. I was thinking of trying a few dates in vaudeville myself this summer.
Stay out of vaudeville, Fred. Those acts will kill you.
Well, I've got to do something, Doc. I'll be out of work after next Sunday.
All right. Why don't you come with me, Fred? After I get through down in Washington, I'm taking out a medicine show.
A medicine show?
Yes, sir. I'm going all around the country with a horse and wagon. Selling vitamins. Vitamins are the thing today, Fred, and we'll clean up.
You mean vitamins?
Vitamins will cure anything. What's the greatest menace to this country today? Night blindness.
Night blindness? Well, people's eyes used to be all right, Doc. Now, what has caused this sudden epidemic of night blindness?
Grapefruit.
Grapefruit?
Yes, sir. I'll explain it. After a good night's rest, you get up in the morning. Your eyes are relaxed, and what happens? You eat a grapefruit, and right away you get a pint of that citrus acid in each eye. Your vision is weakened, and you get night blindness. And night there is where the vitamins come in.
Well, what vitamin cures night blindness?
Vitamin A. You just eat 6 raw carrots with every meal, and you get 800 A vitamins each day.
And my night blindness is cured.
You can see like an owl. There's only one drawback, however.
Well, what is that?
Well, eating 18 raw carrots every day, you're filled up because you can't eat anything else. Naturally, consequently, you start to look like a rabbit. You see, you're weak, and you have no pep.
I can see now, but I can't go anyplace. So I need another vitamin.
Yes. Now you need B1.
Well, how do I get vitamin B1?
Well, all you have to do is to stop eating carrots, and now you drink a quart of molasses 3 times a day. That gives you 2,000 B1 vitamins every day.
My pep comes back.
You feel like Superman. But...
But what?
But eating all that sweet molasses ruins your teeth. So now you need vitamin B2. Gives you calcium. So you start drinking milk. 12 quarts of milk a day. And that gives you 7,000 B2 vitamins. See? Your calcium deficiency is corrected.
And my teeth are perfect.
Yes, sir. Your teeth are perfect.
Good.
But now your gums are all shut. The reason for that is you're drinking milk all the time. Your gums get no exercise. They get soft and spongy. But now you need vitamin C. 14 slices of whole wheat bread at every meal.
14 slices.
Yes.
The vitamin C fixes up my gums.
Right. And all you have now is just a little vitamin D deficiency.
Nothing.
With the result of rickets and bow legs set in.
Oh.
Wait a minute. But good old vitamin E takes care of that.
Vitamin E?
Yes, red meat. For 10 days you eat nothing but red meat.
And I'm normal again.
Yes. Well, that is, you're in perfect physical condition except one thing. You see, from so many vitamins, A, B, C, D, and E, you develop an acid condition.
Well, what cures my acid condition?
Vitamin F.
And vitamin F I get
from grapefruit. You just start eating...
causes night blindness.
I know, Fred, and to cure night blindness, you simply start eating 6
Now, wait a
carrots.
minute. Now, wait a minute. This is where I came in.
Yes, sir, and right there is the secret to vitamins, Fred. If you've got something wrong, vitamins will cure it. And if you haven't got anything wrong, vitamins will give it to you. Right there. Dr. Rockwell's medicine show is going to be a sensation.
Well, I don't understand. Where do I come in, Doc?
Before I can sell anything, I've got to have a crowd. You and I give a concert on the tailboard of my wagon. The crowd gathers, and I sell the vitamins.
A concert? Well, what do we play, Doc?
Well, you play the banjo, and I'll play my 10 whistles. Say, let's run over a number right now and see how it sounds.
Well, all right, Doc. Wait a minute till I get set here, and we can go in a minute. If I can read the script from there, which I don't know. Are you in tune? What is that you have? The pure silver... are we ready? You ready,
Right.
Maestro?
Right.
That number was turning out like the vitamins there. Look at that night blindness again. Well, thank you, Dr. Rockwell. And now as the doctor packs his tin whistle and sphygmomanometer, I should have saved half of that word for next week. Jenny returns to sing for us, Put your arms around me. All right.
There was a lake, a boat, a boy and girl together were sailing like a feather in the breeze. The moon was bright that night, and while they sailed together, up and down and all around, the words he sang were these. While the ripples on the lake are playing, can't you hear the little motorboat saying, put your arms around me, put your lips to mine, listen to the way my heart keeps beating, like the motor of a meter repeating. Put your cares behind you, love for two is too divine. Oh, what fun on the bumpity blue, digging and zagging to heaven with you. So, my darling, if your heart compels you, do the things a little motorboat tells you. Put your arms around me, put your lips to mine. Put arms around me, put your lips to mine. Put your cares behind you. Love for two is too divine. Oh, what fun on the bumpity blue, zigging, zagging to heaven with you. So, my darling, if your heart compels you, do the things a little motorboat tells you. Put your arms around me, put your lips to mine. Put your arms around me, put your lips to mine.
That was swell. Fred. Here's Larry. Larry, you are just the man I want to see.
Well, what's up, Fred?
Larry, those little talks you give every week about saving tires. You know, I've been meaning to talk to you about this. I think you can make your little talks more forceful.
Really? But, Fred, what's more forceful than saying tires will last twice as long at 40 miles an hour as at 60?
Well, why can't you say it like this, Larry, in sort of a poetry form? You know, lives of tires all remind us driving fast is now a crime. We can put more miles behind us if we only take our time.
Very good, Fred.
More forceful, don't you think?
Oh, I think so, absolutely. But what about that point I make about keeping your tires inflated to proper pressure? Because the average tire wears out 600 miles before it should if it's kept only 1 pound under correct inflation. Now, how would you say that?
Well, I'd use a slogan, Larry. When you let your tires go flappy, you make a Jap happy. Slogan. It's much more forceful, don't you?
Oh, Fred, you're terrific.
That's the trouble. I'm living it down.
Now, tell me, how would you say this, Fred? Drive into your Texaco dealer regularly to have your tires checked and also examined for damage that can be repaired before it's too late. Have your Texaco dealer check over your whole car regularly, too. His quality Texaco products and his lubrication and maintenance service will make it last longer. Now, how would you say that, Fred?
Oh, well, that's easy, Larry. Just say, let a Texaco dealer help you care for your car, for your country. That's all I'd say.
After a brief pause for station identification, Fred Allen returns to present the most talented undergraduate of St. John's University and the Texaco Workshop Players. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WABC, New York.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, the Texaco Star Theater brings you the most talented undergraduate of a leading institution of higher learning. Tonight, we salute St. John's University at Brooklyn, New York, by presenting its most talented student. Chosen by a vote of the undergraduate body, the winner is here tonight as Fred Allen's guest and will receive a cash award of $200. Are you ready to introduce our guest, Fred?
Yes, Larry. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present St. John's University's most talented undergraduate, George Strasser. Congratulations, George, and welcome to Texaco's psychopathic ward.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Allen.
George, you present sort of a problem tonight.
How do you mean, Mr. Allen?
Well, most of our college guests have come from different parts of the country, you know, and I generally ask them what they would like to see while they're in New York. Now, you live in Brooklyn, and I imagine you've seen about everything here.
Yes, I come to New York quite often.
You've seen Radio City.
I have.
Well, you know, Mr. Rockefeller's growing vegetables over there now. He has a little victory garden. He's been having quite a lot of trouble with it lately. One of Mr. Rockefeller's summer squash vines grew out on 49th Street and started growing east on a one-way street. Well, the cop gave the squash a ticket. It was on his beat, so he naturally had to. But you say you've seen Radio City, George.
Yes, sir.
You've seen the Empire State Building, of course.
I have.
Grant's Tomb.
Yes.
Well, I guess you've covered about everything. Tell me, when you come to New York, what do you enjoy most?
Going back to Brooklyn.
George, you are not a member of the Flatbush Chamber of Commerce by any chance, are you?
No, Mr. Allen. But people in New York, and especially some of the radio comedians, are always making fun of Brooklyn.
And Brooklyn folks resent it?
Well, we'd like to know what New York has that Brooklyn hasn't got.
Well, now let me see. New York has Central Park.
Brooklyn has Prospect Park.
Yeah. New York has the Metropolitan Opera House.
And Brooklyn has the Academy of Music.
Mm-hmm. New York has Mayor LaGuardia.
Oh, Brooklyn has Mayor LaGuardia, too.
Well, I didn't know the mayor had a sideline, George. Well, tell me, what has Brooklyn got, then, that New York hasn't got?
The Brooklyn Dodgers.
Well, that shuts me up, George. Perhaps you'd better tell us something now about your alma mater.
Well, St. John's University was founded in 1870. Originally, it was just one building at Lewis and Willoughby Avenues.
And as the student body increased?
More buildings were added until 1929.
Mm-hmm.
Then a 14-story, $1 million building was erected to centralize the professional schools.
Where is this building, George?
On Skemmerhorn Street.
Skemmerhorn? You also have Kosciuszko Street in Brooklyn.
That's right.
Do you know, George, that Kosciuszko Street started that joke? You've heard that joke. A horse dropped dead on Kosciuszko Street. And when the policeman started to make out his report, he couldn't spell Kosciuszko, so the cop had to drag the horse over to Myrtle Avenue. Well, we have Brooklyn to thank for that joke, George.
That's very interesting, Mr. Allen.
Well, it is if you care for that sort of thing, George. But tell me, what are the major sports at St. John's?
Baseball and basketball, and both teams are coached by Joe Lapchick.
Well, how are your teams? Pretty good?
Well, some of the fellows at St. John's think our baseball team can beat the Giants right now.
I don't know about the Giants. They would probably have a little less trouble with Philadelphia, or Dayton. But what are you studying over there at school?
Well, I'm majoring in science and English.
Do you have any extracurricular activities?
Yes, I've been president of the Glee Club for the last 3 years, and I've also been singing in the varsity quintet.
Well, how long have you been singing, George?
Well, I started when I was 8 years old as a boy soprano.
A boy soprano in Brooklyn? And you survived, George?
Apparently.
Uh-huh.
I sing in the choir at St. James Pro Cathedral. The choir director, Monsignor Lawrence H. Bracken, has helped me a great deal with my singing.
Are you still singing with the Monsignor Bracken's choir?
Yes, I want to continue my studies until I go into the service.
What branch of the service are you entering, George?
Well, I'm trying to get into the V5 program of the Navy Air Corps.
You have to be a college graduate to get in the V5 program?
No. The requirements only call for a high school diploma, American citizenship. And the applicant must be unmarried and, of course, able to pass the entrance test.
Well, I hope things turn out the way you want them to, George.
Thank you, Mr. Allen.
And now, if you're in the mood, what about your song?
Oh, before I sing, I have a couple of guests for you.
Well, George,
First, the college sends you this certificate and awards you an honorary degree, an FD.
An FD, fund dispenser, is that, George?
No, Doctor of Philosophy.
Doctor of Philosophy. Well, that's fine, George.
And the students at St. John's have asked me to present you with this pair of Indian moccasins.
Say, these moccasins look swell, George. I wonder what short Indians did years ago. I wonder if there was an Indian named Adler who made elevator moccasins for little Indians. Well, it's too late to worry about that, George. I want to thank you and the students at St. John's University for your kindness tonight. And I guess that about brings us to your song, George.
I'd like to sing The Green-Eyed Dragon.
Fine. Ladies and gentlemen, St. John's University's most talented student, George Strasser, sings for us all The Green-Eyed Dragon.
Once upon a time lived a fair princess, most beautiful and charming. Her father, the king, was a wicked old thing with manners most alarming. And always on the front door mat, a most ferocious dragon sat. He made such an awful shrieking noise to all you little girls and boys. Beware, take care of the green-eyed dragon with the 13 tails. He'll feed with greed on little boys, puppy dogs, and big fat snails. Then off to his lair each child he'll drag, and each of his 13 tails he'll wag. Beware, take care, and creep on Pontiff. Then hurry upstairs and say your prayers and duck your head, your pretty curly head, beneath the clothes, the clothes, the clothes. That dragon went down to the kitchen one day where the fair princess was baking. He stole by mistake some rich plum cake, which the fair princess was making. That homemade cake he could not digest. He moaned and he groaned and at last went west. And now his ghost with bloodshot eyes at evening clanks his chains and cries, beware. beware. Take care of the green-eyed dragon with the 13 tails. He'll feed with greed on little boys, mosquitoes, and big fat snails. Then off to his lair each child he'll drag, and each of his 13 tails he'll wag. Beware, take care, and creep for fine tip. Then hurry upstairs and say your prayers and duck your head, your pretty curly head. Beneath the glove, the glove, the glove.
That was excellent, George. I'm sure the students, faculty, and alumni of St. John's University will be as pleased with your performance tonight as we are. And we here in the Texaco Star Theater wish you every success in your Navy career. Now, next week, ladies and gentlemen, we will present the last in our series, the most talented undergraduate of Cornell University in Ithaca, New York, Miss Dorothy Cothran. Congratulations, Dorothy. We'll be looking for you next Sunday night.
And now Fred Allen has an important personal message for you.
Ladies and gentlemen, during the past week, millions of us have been collecting old and discarded rubber for the National Scrap Rubber Drive authorized by President Roosevelt. But there are still countless tons of waste rubber in American garages, cellars, and closets. Rubber that must go back into service to help win the war. The Scrap Rubber Drive ends on June 30th. But please don't wait until the last day. Look around your home for scrap rubber now. Any kind of old and discarded rubber will help. Every ounce counts, so please start collecting your scrap rubber tonight.
After you've collected all your scrap rubber, take it to any gasoline dealer. Texaco dealers and all other gasoline dealers, at the request of the President of the United States, are acting as collection depots for the Scrap Rubber Drive. You may contribute to your scrap rubber, or, if you wish, dealers are authorized to pay you a penny a pound for it. All rubber will be turned over to our government, and all profit from its sale will be given to the Red Cross, USO, and Army and Navy Relief. So gather up your scrap rubber tonight. And tomorrow, turn it in to any Texaco dealer or any other gasoline dealer. Let's all get in the scrap with our scrap.
And now the Texaco Workshop Players. Tonight they reopen their hillbilly court for a final session. This mistrial is called Mountain Justice, or the judge saw the violin player was tired, so he let him rest his case. Court's open, Bailiff.
His Honor, Judge Allen. Hi, Ruth. Court's open. Order in the court. First case on the docket. Uncle Sim Pike versus Moody's Drug Emporium. Uncle Sim Pike in court, is he? Come to the bar for justice, Judge.
This is where you can get it, Uncle Sam.
I'm asking damages, Judge.
Yeah, state your case.
Friday night, I went into Moody's Drug Emporium.
Ailing, was you?
No, Sunday was Father's Day. I went in to get Pa a present.
Well, how old is your pa?
Nobody knows.
Don't, hey?
No, Pa's so old he's quit moving. Just lays there on the floor.
Do tell.
Every morning I put the cat on Pa's chest.
The cat?
Yeah, and if the cat's fur ripples, Pa's still breathing.
Well, you say you went into Moody's Drug Emporium to get your Pa something for Father's Day.
Yeah, every year I get Pa a stick of peppermint candy.
Yeah?
When I get home, I hold Pa's mouth open with the tip of my cane.
Yeah?
Then I run the stick of peppermint in and out between his gums. Pa likes it.
You're a good son, Uncle Sim. Now, what about your case?
Well, after I bought Pa's peppermint stick, my corn started to hurt, so I says to Moody, give me something that'll eat off these corns.
Yeah?
He give me a little bottle of something.
Little bottle of something, hey?
When I got home, I put the cat on Pa to make sure he was still breathing.
Yeah?
Then I run the peppermint stick in and out between his gums a while till Pa dozed off.
Till he dozed off?
Yeah, then I says to myself, Sam, let's have a go at them corns.
You dropped the stuff on. What happened, Sam?
Wait till I take my sneaker off, Judge. I'll show you. Look.
Sakes almighty. You got holes clean through your whole 5 toes there.
When the wind blows through my toes at night, I can't sleep.
Why not?
Turn on your electric fan, Judge. I'll show you.
Okay, I'll start the fan here.
I'll hold up my foot so the wind can blow through my toes.
Yeah?
Listen, Judge.
Mighty pretty, Uncle Sam.
I can stop up my toes and play a tune. Listen.
Quiet. Order in the court. Order in the court. That base toe's a beauty there, Sim. Get your sneaker back on, Sim.
Okay.
Court fines for the plaintiff, damages assured.
Thank you, Judge.
I'll have you and Zeke Manners over some night when it's windy, Uncle Sim. You can take your sneaker off. We'll have a hoedown.
Yeah, I'll get Singing Sam.
Singing Sam. Bring him along, too. Order in the court. Next case, Rubes Opossum Notch versus Harvey Pinkham. And the charge here says murder.
Murder?
Quiet. Hush your fuss down there. Harvey Pinkham to the bar.
It was me or him, Judge. I give him tit before he could give me tat.
Well, charge here says you shot unto the death one Marcel Duval.
Well, he was trying to steal my gal, Judge. Topsy Pry.
Well, who's Topsy Pry?
Topsy's the prettiest skinful of she in Possum Notch, Judge.
Prettiest skinful of she, eh?
Yes, sir. Topsy was Miss Glover's main skewer for 1919.
She was, eh?
Yes, the Duval was trying to Shanghai Topsy. I turned his damper down.
Guilty or not guilty, Harvey?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Stand down, Harvey. First witness, Linker Dander.
Present, Judge.
Occupation, Link.
I run the Welcome Stranger trailer camp down the holler off of Route 26.
You knew the deceased, Marcel Duval?
Yeah. Marcel pulled in at the camp about a week ago, give or take a day.
Yeah. Recall the time, do you?
Well, it was long about dusk. I just made the rounds of all the trailers with my mongoose.
Your mongoose?
Sometimes snakes get in.
Oh.
Poor folks bed down or run the mongoose through their trailers just in case.
Yeah.
Well, I come back to my cabin, put the mongoose back in the safe.
Yeah?
I was strumming the strings of my zither with a turkey feather, playing Lonesome Dove.
That ain't on the hit parade this year, is it?
No.
Okay.
I heard a toot, and this Stanley steamer hauling the trailer pulled into the camp.
Yeah?
I put down my turkey feather, snapped on my flashlight, and went outside.
Yeah?
This here Marcel Duval jumps out of the car. He was wearing a pearl gray beanie, peach-colored spats, a pastel cape with a belt in the back, creton slacks, and one-buckle moccasins.
Yeah? Hollywood street clothes, eh?
Yeah. Had 6 gold teeth in front. Looked like he was chewing the sunset.
Yeah.
On his vest hung an elk's tooth as big as a little boy's leg.
The sakes almighty.
Yeah, on his right hand he had a diamond as big as a Brussels sprout. Not quite as green.
What business was he in, Link?
You name it, he was in it.
Yeah?
His trailer was full of medicine, hardware, furniture, ready-to-wear suits, pulled teeth, sold eyeglasses.
Want nothing he couldn't do, reckon?
Yeah. On the back of his trailer was a big sign, The Meadow Macy.
The Meadow Macy.
Yeah.
What about the murder, Link?
Well, sir, Topsy Pry is hostess at the trailer camp, Jake.
Yeah?
Next day, Topsy took one look at Marcel. She fell like a weather vane in a high wind.
Well, what about Harvey or Sweetie?
Oh, Topsy didn't have no time for Harvey. Harvey'd come slinking around, playing a sweet potato. Topsy'd make off deep.
Yeah.
Harvey'd bend the crab and kink his toes. Topsy'd turn the other way.
What happened?
Well, sir, I was out buttering some tree trunks to keep caterpillars from climbing them.
Yeah.
I heard a shot in Marcel's trailer.
Yeah?
I shot down the hot butter and the caterpillars I was holding and run over.
You did, eh?
Yeah, there's Marcel slumped over his briefcase. Topsy's screaming. Harvey's standing there, his shotgun still smoking.
That's all you know, Link?
Yeah, Marcel's gone. He didn't leave no will, so I took his X card.
Well, that's all right. Long as he didn't leave no will. Stand down, Link. Next witness, Topsy Pry.
The real Topsy's died, Judge. My body's carrying on.
Yeah?
Marcel's gone to that great trading post up yonder.
You was in love with the defunct Topsy?
At first sight, Judge. I was passing Marcel's trailer. The door was open. I seen all that merchandise. I was a goner.
Yeah?
I like a man who's got the merchandise, Judge.
Well, how'd you come to meet Marcel?
I was passing on the way to get some meat back out the bear trap for dinner.
Yeah?
Marcel leaned out of his trailer and says, "Oh, you kid."
Oh, you kid? What'd you say to that?
23 for you, I said.
Yeah.
Blushing behind my meat cleaver.
Yeah?
He says, "You're talking to a man with merchandise. Come in and wallow around a while," he says.
Went in, did you?
Judge, I never seen so much merchandise in all my born days.
Sold you bill of goods, did he?
Marcel was smooth, Judge. When he smiled with them gold teeth, you knowed how mustard looks when it's happy.
Yeah? Sell you anything, did he?
First time. Sold sold me some Jockey Clod perfume. He said the horsey set was using it.
Yeah.
And a bottle of White Lily face wash.
Face wash,
Yeah. And a pair of seersucker bloomers with raccoon bows.
Raccoon bows.
And for being a good customer, Marcel gave me a pair of knitted bookends and showed me how to use them.
Showed him how. Well, when'd you see Marcel again?
Every minute when I wasn't jacking up a trailer or fixing a flat, I was with Marcel.
Yeah.
I knowed I never would be happy till I owned everything in Marcel's trailer.
Well, what'd your sweetie Harvey do when he heard about Marcel?
Well, first, Harvey give me money to keep buying things.
Well, why, Topsy?
Well, Harvey thought when Marcel run out of merchandise, I'd come back to him.
He was trying to Shanghai, Topsy.
Oh, he was
I fixed his wagon.
Hush your fuss, Harvey. Quiet. Proceed, Topsy.
Marcel died in the middle of a proposition, Jed.
Any last words?
Marcel said, sign here. His finger wouldn't raise to point. He tipped his hat, said, excuse me, and died.
Stand down,
Topsy. Topsy's died, Jed. My body's carrying on.
I feel the same way, Topsy. Tell your body to stand down, Topsy. Harvey Pinkham?
That Meadow Macy, he was light-toed and lynx-eyed, Jed. I flattened his pucker.
Quiet.
He was trying to steal my gal, Jed.
Petty larceny don't call for killing, Harvey.
I've known Topsy since she was so little, she wore a sugar sack for dieties.
Well, how long you been going together?
Before either of us could walk, I was creeping with her.
You was creeping with her, hey? You growed up together?
And we learned to read out of the same catalog.
You was happy.
Yes, sir, till this here Marcel Duval come along. Jed, he was as oily as a mouse in a crankcase.
Yeah?
He knew Topsy's weakness was merchandise. He was trying to fry my fish.
Frying fish don't call for shooting, Harvey.
Well, I tried everything else. I was giving Topsy money, Jed.
Why, Harvey?
Well, I was trying to clean this here Marcel out of merchandise.
Where was you getting all this money?
Marcel was lending it to me. The interest was 40%.
Well, why'd you shoot him?
Well, he was trying to get Topsy to run off with him.
Clarify, Harvey.
Well, yesterday, Topsy finally bought the last of Marcel's merchandise. His trailer was empty.
Yeah?
He was supposed to pull out for New York this morning.
Yeah?
I was hiding behind an old whipple tree, watching for Marcel to go.
Yeah?
I seen Topsy going into that there varmint's trailer.
Yeah?
I knowed he didn't have no merchandise. I sneaked outside the trailer to listen.
Yeah?
That's when he tried to get Topsy to leave.
He told you.
I heard him.
Marcel was a gentleman, Jed. He was out of merchandise. He was trying to make one last sale.
He was trying to sell himself.
That's a lie, Miss Pinkham.
He was trying to get you to run away to New York.
Pinkham.
Yes, tis so.
Hold on. Order in the
You
court.
are trying to get me to run away to New York, Jed.
I can prove it, Jed.
Well, get to proving, Harvey.
Didn't Marcel say to you, Miss Fry, I'll show you some New York life?
Yes, he did. Marcel was trying to sell me some insurance.
You mean New York life?
It's an insurance company, Harvey.
Well, I'll be ding-dong, doubly-doo-dad, and who-dang.
And you'll also be held for sentence, Harvey.
Are you going to give me life, Jed?
Court ain't giving you no 20-year endowment, Harvey. That's good. Court's adjourned. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us tonight. Next week, our guest will be Judy Canova, Hollywood's Clown Princess, and the winner of the Texaco College competition at Cornell University, Miss Dorothy Cochran. This is Fred Allen saying goodnight for Texaco dealers from coast to coast, reminding you to gather up your scrap rubber tonight and turn it into your Texaco dealer or any other gasoline dealer tomorrow. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Starring Gene Herschel as Christopher Ludwig in The Battle of the Ovens, an original radio play on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by the DuPont Company, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. Our play tonight on Cavalcade has three central characters: a baker, the American Revolution, and a loaf of bread. The baker's name was Christopher Ludwig. He lived in Philadelphia. He was an elderly man, by no means famous. And yet he is not merely Christopher the baker, but a symbol of all the thousands who made our history and who have not been recognized in our history.
Our play, written especially for this program by Arthur Miller, is called The Battle of the Oven. The DuPont Company presents Gene Hersholt as Christopher Ludwig on the Cavalcade of America.
Christopher? Chris! Oh, Christopher! Oh, sitting by the open window again. You want to catch your death? Come to bed. It is after midnight.
I like to sit and watch the soldier boys marching off to war.
Every night the same thing, and every morning you complain your back hurts. Come up to bed.
Kate, it's such a bad year to be an old man. Listen, you hear? Marching. Young legs, young bodies marching. Young voices calling commands. Washington says he needs soldiers, and they rise and go. Oh, look at me, baking rolls in Philadelphia with such great things happening.
And what would be better for a man 61 years old than to bake rolls?
To do instead of to watch. I feel like a stone in a river that's rushing over me. I want to move with the time, to march with the young ones, to... Oh, why must a man be old when the time is so young?
What more can you do, Chris? You sent Jerry, your best apprentice, to bake for the army. You are doing two men's work.
Jerry. Sometimes I feel like Jerry is my son that I sent off. After all, I taught him everything he knows about baking bread, didn't I? Only I was wondering if Jerry is drinking warm beer. If that boy drinks warm beer in the army, he will disgrace me. I'll break his neck if he...
Mr. Ludwig, I am going to bed. Are you coming?
I can't sleep, Katie. Listen to the marching.
A person would think you were 3 days in the world. Marching, war, armies, at his age. Such craziness I never heard.
To be 30 again. Even 40. This way is no good. No good at all this way. Huh. Is this all? Coming! Jerry!
Yes, it's me. How are you, Mr. Ludwig?
Jerry, I'm so happy to see you. How are you? What are you doing back in Philadelphia?
Mr. Ludwig, I've got a rare piece of business for you.
Business for me? I thought you were in the army.
Well, I am, but I must be back in camp before dawn. I have a wagon load of flour outside. I want to sell it. Cheap, mind you. I can make a good price, mind you.
How did you come by a wagon load of flour?
Easy. And legal as a shilling. The Congress allots a pound ration of flour per soldier, you know. The lads don't know how to make bread, so they give the flour to a comrade to bake. That's me. I'm baking for the company, and,
Yes?
Well, the way it works is that I give them back a pound loaf for their pound of flour. Naturally, bread needs water and salt and leavening, so that I always have some flour left over for myself.
You mean you're stealing flour from the army?
Where's the stealing in it? I can't put a pound of flour in a pound loaf of bread, can I?
No, but you could make 2 loaves perhaps from the same pound. And I could break your neck, Jerry, too.
Now, just a minute, Mr. Ludwig.
All these weeks, I sit watching the boys go off to the war, and I curse my bones for being so old. The only thing that brightens my life is that I know I told a man how to bake an honest loaf of bread, and he's baking for the army. And now you come to sell me stolen flour. You common thief.
Me and about 500 others. All the bakers are doing it in every regiment.
You vandal. You are a disgrace to every honest baker in the world. Get out.
But that flour belongs to me. Let go of my ear.
Take it back this minute. I'll have you. Don't go.
Oh, I guess you're just the same old fool. You don't even know there's a war on. What's a war for except to make money?
Get out of this house. I'll show you what the war is for. Old man or not, I'll show all you pigs what this war is for.
No, you will not write such a letter, Christopher Ludwig. I will not allow you to do it.
Katie, please. I don't know how to write. Sit down and write a letter for me.
I will do no such thing. What will become of us? You work all your life, you build up the biggest bakery in Philadelphia, and now you want to throw everything away. What will happen to our old age?
No, old age would come soon enough without talking about it. Here, take the quill.
It is not your place to be a soldier. How could you shoot a gun?
Katie, dear, if I cannot fight with a gun, I can fight with my own weapons. Flour and salt. Or even General Washington can do that. And I have much to say to him.
Much to say. And who will listen to what you say? You are nobody, a baker.
So? A baker's not allowed to love liberty?
Oh, all right.
Oh, come, that's a good woman. Write as follows. Dear General Washington. No. My dear Excellency, General Washington.
My dear Excellency.
No, wait. But here. My dear Honorable Excellency, General George Washington, Esquire.
A man your age.
Sir, I am a baker, but that is of bread, not pastries. It is scandalous how these knaves are stealing flour from the soldier boys.
Why is it your business?
Oh, Katie, please go on and write. I know you are a busy man. If you would see me a moment, I could tell you what is going on in your army. That is in the way of bread. Bread, my dear General, is not right.
The central question, gentlemen, is the food supply for these two regiments. General Green, would you report on the matter for us?
It seems to me, General Washington, that if the 3rd Regiment were transferred to Chatham...
Yes?
You come out of there. You can't go in. To me, I'm in and I'll stay in.
What is the meaning of this?
I beg your pardon, gentlemen.
Leave this room at once, please.
I couldn't stop him, General Green. He broke past.
You were told there's a conference in this room. Get him out.
Yes, sir. Come on now. Wait. They're stealing flour from the soldier boys. I know how to stop it. I come all the way from Philadelphia. Let me talk a minute.
Leave this room, sir. I should like to put you under arrest.
One moment, General Green.
Of course, General.
Did you say you've come all the way from Philadelphia to speak to me?
Yes, General Washington. I'm a baker. I beg your pardon. I want to help you drive out these thieves. Christopher Ludwig is my name.
Were you the one who wrote me that letter?
My wife, but I told her what to say. Please, General, taste this loaf of bread.
Huh?
Fresh. Here, sir.
Thank you.
Chew it good.
Of course, Well, I must say it's very tasty. Did you bake this?
I baked it, sir. And I want to say that if our soldier boys had such bread, you would win the war in a month. It's a scandal how they're stealing flour, and I won't stand for it. I beg your pardon, I'll break their necks for it.
Here now. Tell me, what do you propose to do?
I'm a simple man. I speak only straight. I want you to let me be in the army to look after the baking.
Aren't you a little over age for such a task?
Oh, I have 40 years' experience in baking. Let me take charge of bread. I know I'm nobody, but with bread, I'm somebody. Bread is my life.
Tell me, Mr. Ludwig, do you honestly think you can straighten out the baking situation? We couldn't pay you very much, you know.
I don't want pay. All I ask is a trial.
Mr. Ludwig, I'll give you a trial.
But I must have complete charge. I know bakers. A baker will never listen to advice from another baker.
Oh?
Except pastrymen, of course, but they don't got no mind of their own anyway.
Yeah, of course. Well, tell me, just what is your point?
If I beg your pardon, I would have to have a title.
Oh, certainly. How would a director of baking do?
That's nice, as far as it goes. But he don't say nothing about the bakers. Better add on superintendent of bakers.
And director of baking?
If it wouldn't trouble you. It would be absolutely necessary to have the title superintendent of bakers and director of baking.
Yeah. Is that all?
Come to think of it, better add on in the Grand Army of the United States.
Mr. Ludwig, I appoint you superintendent of bakers and director of baking in the Grand Army of the United States.
General Washington, if I beg your pardon, we have won the war. All right, boys, line up here behind the wagon. Mr. Wilson will hand you your bread ration.
Hey, Ludwig, this ain't bread you're handing out, is it?
It's bread. Eat, you're hungry.
Yeah, but not this hungry. Well, this stuff is no better than mud. Look at it. It's leaking.
What again?
I'll hear no nonsense. Take your bread and go eat.
Well, look at it. We can't march with bricks in our bellies.
What do you want? You don't give me no time to bake a decent loaf. You march, you stop, and quick you want bread. Bread needs time to rise and And where's the oven?
I go back to Philadelphia.
Don't you tell me where to go. Shut up, you stupid. I'll bake my bread and you eat it, and don't tell me what to do.
Attention! What's going on here?
Well, they're complaining about the bread again, General Green. I do my best.
Ludwig, I want to speak to you. At ease, men. Wilson, continue giving out the bread. Ludwig, come this way. Ludwig, I do believe you're a good baker and an honest man. The way you stopped the flour stealing proves that.
Well, I try my best,
Yes,
but...
I know. Tomorrow at dawn, we start a 40-mile march. The men must have decent bread. Now, what can you do about getting it for them?
I have only one idea, General Green. But perhaps you won't permit it. It's something that's never been done.
Well, what is it?
I tell you, General Green, the army marches too fast to allow the bakers time to put bread together like it ought to be. So why can't you do this? Give me directions where the army will head for. I leave now with my bakers. Get there in good time ahead of you. Set up real ovens in the woods, and by the time the soldiers reach there, I have plenty of good bread waiting.
Bakers going ahead of the army. Why are you so intent on this, Ludwig? That's close to enemy territory up ahead. You're taking your life in your hands. Why?
Look, General, if day after day everybody tells you you are a bad general, you would be willing to take a chance to prove you are a good one, wouldn't you?
Yes, I dare say I would.
Well, I'm a good baker. May I go?
Very well, Mr. Ludwig. You may go at once.
You are listening to an original radio play starring Gene Autry on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by the DuPont Company. As our play continues, we find Christopher and his crew of bakers far ahead of the American army, about to prepare the dough for a great quantity of bread. Unknown to them, an enemy patrol has been watching their activities for over an hour from a wood close by.
All right, Malcolm. Give the signal. We'll pounce on them now. Are you men ready?
I still don't understand this, sir. Don't these Americans realize they're giving away their line of march by sending these bakers ahead?
Those bakers might be a decoy, you know. Best to question them anyway. At 'em now, Malcolm.
As you say, sir.
Land 'em up there. Come on, you. Get over here. Keep your hands high.
Anybody get away, Malcolm?
All accounted for, sir.
Now, which of you is in command here?
I am. Who are you? I'm Christopher Ludwig, Superintendent of Bakers and Director of Baking in the Grand Army of the United States. We are going to win the war.
Oh, quite a boy, aren't you, Grandpa?
I'm quite a boy, yes. What do you want with me?
Malcolm, take all these men back to headquarters. I just want you, Grandpa. And, Malcolm, report to headquarters that a large body of Americans is due here sometime soon. Probably General Green's army.
Come on, you bakers. Line up. Forward, march. Left. 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 Left.
Now, let's hear it, Grandpa. How many troops are coming this way? Well? Oh, come now. Save me the trouble of guessing from the amount of dough you've mixed. 80? 100? 200?
1,000. No, 2,000, I beg your pardon.
Oh. Cannon?
Plenty cannon.
Quite a system you've gotten up, haven't you? Regular Huttons. Bakers going ahead of the army. Tell me, you bake a good loaf?
I sure do.
You do, eh? Strictly in private, could you knock something together for me? Something tasty? For a lady? What do you say?
For a lady?
Mm-hmm.
I could make some for you, too.
That would be decent of you. Go ahead. I'll sit here and keep an eye on you, if you don't mind.
Just make yourself comfortable, and I will bake you something that you will never forget.
I dare say it won't be that good.
I dare say it will.
General? Yes? Something white moving in the trees, sir. Straight ahead, you see? Oh, yes. Man, I think. He's running. waving at us. Yes, sir. I think I recognize him. Oh, what?
General Green.
What are you doing here, Ludwig? Your ovens aren't supposed to be anywhere near this vicinity.
They captured all the bakers. Don't go any further. They'll trap you.
How did you escape?
Well, I made a little dumpling for a gentleman and his lady. I guess it didn't agree with them. But you can't go that way now. They're waiting for you.
Can't go that way. You have a great talent for taking command, Mr. Ludwig. Get into the ranks and never again let me hear
General
you.
Creed, I have a wonderful idea.
I had about enough of your ideas, Ludwig.
I was thinking as I ran away. Why not send out bakers with enough flour to make 10,000 loaves and...
Wait a moment. Yes, 10,000 loaves. Hey, make it 15,000 loaves.
And not just a few bakers, but 40 bakers with me.
50. Take 50.
General Green, if I beg your pardon, they are both smart fellows.
You'd better bend low, sir. We'll be in sight at the top here. There. Now, look down there. You see? In the corner of the valley?
Right beside the turn in the river.
By George. They must be expecting a whole army. 50 bakers if there's one. Yeah, but isn't it peculiar that they've returned to almost the exact spot as before? I think it means, sir, that they've really got a major force coming this way. They must figure on overpowering our ambush. Notice, these bakers are very well guarded. Yes. But what they didn't figure on is that we know how to count. Those two men here. Right there. Have them count the loaves as they come from the ovens. Right. Each loaf is the soldier expected. We'll have 2 ready for every one of theirs. I'll get in touch with headquarters. They must send us up another regiment. And watch me, sir, when I get hold of that director supervisor down there. A nice dumpling for you, sir. Blast him.
Hurry, get a move on there, redhead. Come, pull this tray out, Casey.
Pull it out. I just put it in. That bread's not hardly warm.
Out, I said, Casey. And be quick about it. You there. Your bite has been in long enough.
Well, if this ain't the craziest war I ever heard of. Taking bread out of an oven when it's still wet. Mr. Ludwig, nobody's going to eat this stuff.
It's not being made for anybody to eat.
Not to eat? What else is bread baked for?
Tragedy, Casey, tragedy.
Hey, look up there, Ludwig.
Oh, what's the matter now?
Up there on top of the hill. Enemy soldiers. Look, they've gone now.
No, there's more looking down from the other side. They're all around us.
Ludwig, I'm not going to get my head blown off. I'm getting out of here.
Wait a minute, let me explain.
We ain't interested in any more of your explanations, Ludwig.
Listen to me, Casey.
Dragging us out into the woods without any proper guard. And we standing here like idiots, waiting to be picked off with the first blooming fool who's got an itchy shooting finger.
Stop it, Casey.
I'm going back to civilization. And bloody the man has tried to stop me. I'm a baker, not a walking target.
Casey, you're winning the battle for Philadelphia.
Don't go telling me what to... What's that you said I'm winning?
Listen, all of you. I've just had a message from our patrols. The enemy are drawing off hundreds of troops to capture the American regiment they think are coming this way. Well, there is no American regiment coming this way. Our troops are heading south. We are tying up thousands of the enemy here. We are soldiers with spoons and ladles. We must go on baking as though our ovens were cannons and our bread loaves bullets.
Well, now...
Come, we will try for our trade. Mr. Carson, will you put some more wood on the fire? Thank you. Take me there. Will you scrape down that tray? Now, back to your work, gentlemen.
All right. Get moving, you thickheads. Can't you hear the man? It's a battle we're fighting, just like he says.
What kind of a battle do you call this?
Call it the Battle of the Ovens. And if this bread ain't fit for eating, it's fit for throwing. I misunderstood you, Ludwig. Why, they ought to be making you a general for this.
General? No. What would my customers in Philadelphia say? Who would have the nerve to come to a general and ask him for a dozen fresh rolls? No, not general. I got to make a living when I get home. Katie,
Christopher.
why are you sitting here in the shop all alone so late at night?
Oh, Chris, you are home again.
The war is over, Katie. Didn't you hear?
Yes, I heard, but I didn't believe. Oh, Chris, I am so glad you have come back. The ovens are cold 3 months. The house is cold.
Where are the men? They should be working now.
I could not pay them. I kept sending you so much money there was nothing to pay with. We have nothing left, Chris. I had to sell even the linen.
I brought you something finer than all the linen in the world.
What did you bring?
A new free country. Smile to me, Katie.
How is your rheumatism?
Rheumatism. In a young country, here is no place for rheumatism. Don't you realize I've just come from talking to General Washington?
Really?
And you know what he told me?
What?
He says the bread I baked for him is the first bread he could eat that didn't catch in his teeth.
Did he maybe say something about returning you the money you paid for the baker's wages in the army?
No, but that doesn't matter. But he said to give his best wishes to you.
To me?
Give my best wishes to Mrs. Ludwig, he said. She is a very good woman to wait for you so long.
Me? General Washington said that about me?
You, Katie. Only you.
Well, I always said, Chris, that your place was in the army. After all, it is not every man understands the bakery business like you. Did General Washington say you are a brave man, Chris?
Oh, yes.
He said you shall be proud of yourself,
Yes, Katie.
Come, what else did he say?
He said he could not have won the war unless the bakers and the shoemakers and all the people like us got so mad they could not rest until they won it.
And what did you say, Christopher?
I told him. I said, General Washington, if I beg your pardon, you're perfectly right.
Thank you, Gene Hersholt. Ladies and gentlemen, in a few moments we will hear again from our star. But first, our story of chemistry. It is a far cry from the baker friend in tonight's cavalcade to the problem of supplying a modern mobile armed force with its higher standards of food and service. How would you like to bake bread for 100,000 soldiers at one camp? How would you like to bake in the galley of a subchaser making knots in a high sea? Some ships of our Navy do bake at sea. Others stock up with bakery-baked loaves before they leave port. And when they cruise for a week or two, keeping the bread is a problem, especially in summer, when the damp sea air helps the growth of mold. In hot, humid weather, bread can mold in 36 hours. The DuPont Company is now manufacturing a compound that holds back the growth of mold in loaves of bread. It was discovered in a very interesting way. A few years ago, a chemist was struck by the fact that Swiss cheese, compared with other kinds of cheese, was relatively free of mold. Investigating, he found that Swiss cheese had in it almost 1% of a natural substance known as a propionate. It seemed possible that this was what was holding back the mold growth, since mold grew readily on other types of cheese. Starting at that point, chemists tested one related substance after another, until finally they duplicated in the laboratory the one, a propionate, that would do the job better than anything else. This is the product that is sold today under the trademark Mycoban. It retards mold in bread, cakes, butter, cheese, and a number of other foods. Wartime needs are uncovering new uses for DuPont Mycoban. For example, a single Army camp may bake as many as 25,000 loaves of bread a day. The Army has found that under some conditions, of climate for instance, or when the boys are off on maneuvers, bread often turns moldy almost overnight. Army trials have shown that under such conditions, Mycoban does an excellent job of safeguarding the bread. This summer, some of the foods in your own home will probably come to you protected by Mycoban. In many parts of the country, bakers are making fewer deliveries in the effort to conserve rubber and gasoline. Today, many housewives go to market less frequently and buy food supplies, including bread, less often. And summer is notoriously the time of year in which the contents of many a bread box have to be wastefully thrown out. because they develop ugly patches of mold. More than 2 billion loaves of bread this year will be protected with DuPont Microban, thus helping to reduce such waste. And as part of the nation's food conservation program, over 75 million pounds of butter will be wrapped this year in paper impregnated with Microban. Cheese will be treated, too. Not only cheese for home consumption here in the United States, but some of the cheese that goes to England. Before long, Microban may be used to protect dried fruits. It's already in use today, protecting tobacco sent to the tropics, where mold is a special problem. War is teaching us, as a nation, the value of conservation. We may be sure that the conservation habits we are learning today will survive beyond the war into our peacetime future. Microban will continue to serve that future as one of the DuPont Company's better things for better living through chemistry. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like you to meet our star of the evening, Gene Herschel.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Speaking as an actor, it has been a pleasure to portray Christopher Ludwig on Cavalcade tonight. But more important, it has been a great satisfaction to me as an individual. Because to me, the humble baker Christopher Ludwig has innumerable counterparts in real life today. In my own native Denmark, among other places. But thousands of my fellow men are valiantly struggling to crush the evil of Nazism that holds them, I pray, only temporarily in its grasp. Thank you.
Next week on Cavalcade of America, DuPont will present the First Lady of the American Theater, Miss Helen Hayes, in an original radio play called The Hymn from the Night. It is a story of Julia Ward Howe, who wrote the Battle Hymn of the Republic. Don't forget, next week, Miss Helen Hayes in The Hymn from the Night. The orchestra and musical score on this program were under the personal direction of Don Voorhees. Gene Herschel, star of tonight's Cavalcade, also appears on the screen and the radio as Dr. Christian. This is Clayton Collier sending best wishes from the DuPont Company.
This program came to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. building of the first transcontinental railroad was one of the most important steps in the winning of the West. The railroad was of prime importance to the future of the country. But powerful forces, cattlemen, stagecoach lines, and steamship companies opposed it. Outlaw opposition sprang up, and the Lone Ranger was commissioned by the President to lead the fight against the enemies of progress. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for the Badlands! Now, Silver!
On the rim of a high bluff overlooking a stretch of broken, treacherous country, two riders were trotting along. One was an Indian astride a paint horse. The other, riding a giant white stallion, wore two guns low on his hips, and his bronzed face was cut by a black mask. There was strength in every line of his body, and in the keen eyes that narrowed as they searched the ground beyond the bluff. There was no mistaking that heroic figure. This was the Lone Ranger.
That's bad country up ahead, Tonto.
If railroad go that way, they have heap trouble.
Railroad's got to go that way. There's no other route that's nearly as short.
Maybe so.
Have you noticed the stakes? We pass them every several hundred yards.
Them railroad markers?
Yes. Surveying parties already been over this ground. In another month, the railroad gang will be out here leveling off the grade. And the track crews, and finally...
The iron horse running over rails,
Track from the Atlantic to the Pacific, Tonto. Think of it, Kimosabe. Steel rails tying our country together. Stronger than ever before.
That be plenty good.
Nothing will stop the railroad builders, Tonto. Country needs the railroad.
Men of Iron Spur try to stop railroad.
The Iron Spur is a gang of outlaws. They know a railroad brings law and order after the trains. They don't want law and order. That's why they use fire and guns and money to battle the railroad at every...
Kimosabe.
Steady, Silver.
Oh,
steady.
Them shots.
Listen, 3 shots and... 3 more shots. Tonto, that's a signal for help. Someone's in trouble.
Get him up, Scout.
Come on, Silver.
This heap funny.
I'm sure those shots came from here, Tonto.
That's what Tonto think.
Took us 10 minutes from the bluff, yet there's no sign of anyone.
Ground too hard for tracks.
Start circling. Perhaps we overlooked something.
Tonto go north. Get him up, Scout.
I'll swing this way. All right, Silver. Any sign yet, Tonto?
No sign.
You're watching the ground?
He watch all time.
Swing out again, Tonto. Wider and more to the west this time.
Get him up, Scout. Get him up.
It's mighty peculiar, Silver. 3 shots means help. Yet there's no sign that anyone needed help. No sign of anything at all.
Aye!
What is it, Kimosabe?
You come back.
Come on, Silver.
Tonto see this in Brown.
Well, steady, big fella. Cartridge shells. 6 of them. We heard 6 shots. Dismount, Tonto. We're going to look more carefully.
Easy, Scout, easy.
The man who fired those shots wanted help, Tonto. And he reloaded his gun fast.
How you know?
It's obvious. The shells would have stayed in his 6-gun otherwise. He broke the gun, eased out the empties, and reloaded. They never got a chance to shoot again.
Kimosabe, ground scraped here on rock, see?
Yes, horses' hoofs.
That's right. That mark from Horseshoe.
That means one thing, Tonto. Whatever happened to the man who's gone, it wasn't Indians.
That's right. Indian horse not wear horseshoe.
The only reason that mark showed here is because horses were milling around. It might take us a month to get half a mile on this kind of rock. There may be something else right in this section. Cast around a little, Tonto. Now, this rock, for instance, seems to have been disturbed.
What's that?
Lying right under the rock. Tonto, it's a packet in oiled silk. Obviously, a valuable letter of some kind. Must have been hidden there by the man who signaled for help.
Their name on the other side.
Delivered to Colonel Parkman. Tonto, Colonel Parkman, the chief engineer in charge of construction of the Central Railroad.
That mean man who disappeared railroad man,
And they got him, but he was clever enough to conceal this first.
That's right. But who get him,
I don't know, Tonto. Look around some more. Maybe something else that we haven't found.
Kimosabe.
What is it, Tonto?
Look here, side rock.
It's a spur, an iron spur. So that's what it was. He was captured by the outlaws of the Iron Spur, and what's more,
Don't beat up at the mess,
Kemosabe, they fire from Big Hill.
They've been hiding there since we came.
Look, there are plenty men.
Too many for us to handle, Tonto. They've got the range on us. They're using rifles. Quick, on your horse.
Here, Scout. Steady, Silver. Kemosabe, they come after us.
Let them try. They'll never match Silver and Scout.
Get them up, Scout. Come on, Silver. Bad men way back. I do not see him anymore.
They've given up the chase. They may still be watching us, Tonto. We'll keep traveling.
What about man who leave package?
We'll have to figure out some way to help him. We can't do it by facing murderous odds. How long before the sun goes down?
Not long. Maybe hours.
Slow up, Tonto. Easy, Silver, easy. We ride together a little while longer, Kemosabe, and we separate.
What that you say?
I will have to. This letter must be important. Colonel Parkman must get it as soon as possible. By riding all night, I can reach the end of track shortly after dawn. I'll show this to Miss Barkley.
That heap good idea. She girl who worked for Parkman.
It's also important that we don't lose the trail of the missing man and the Iron Spur outlaws. If we both ride to the railroad and then come back, the trail will be cold.
We never find sign then.
This is rocky country. Those outlaws will be alert, ready for anything. You think you can watch them without letting them know you're around?
Time to try.
I'll be back before the next sunset.
What happened if outlaw ride away?
Then follow them, Kemosabe. No matter where they go, keep after them. Leave trail markers so I'll know which way you're heading.
That good. Counterspy.
Yours is the more dangerous job, Tonto. You know my reason for giving it to you.
Silver, him faster than Scout. That's why you go to railroad.
That's it, Kemosabe.
Counterspy. You not worry. You go to railroad. After dark, Tonto come back, find outlaw. Tonto watch, plenty good.
Think we ought to have a campfire, Dexter? What about that masked hombre in the engine?
Don't be loco, Raven. They vamoosed, didn't they?
Yeah.
They watch him clean out of sight. He was traveling at a gallop all the way.
I wish we'd have got him this afternoon.
Yeah, maybe you gents need some lessons in how to shoot rifles. You're all right with 6 guns, but
that was long-range shooting, Dexter.
The Lone Ranger and his engine part. Raven, if we'd shot them 2 down, we'd be kingpins of the West.
You mean the Iron Spur would be kingpin?
Sure, that's what I meant.
I reckon you better mean that. We're all working for the Iron Spur, Dexter. It wouldn't sound so good if you was to get fancy notions about being top hand.
You know, Raven, forget it. Anyways, we had a chance and we missed.
I wish I could be dead certain that masked hombre didn't backtrail and come back.
Not a chance. If they'd have known we had that railroad man tied up like a yearling maverick, maybe they would be coming back. They don't know that, do they?
Guess not.
Sure not. All they spotted was that Iron Spur we left. There wasn't nothing else around. Besides, they saw we had him outnumbered. The Lone Ranger's no ignorant wally, Raven. He won't be back. Where's that hombre?
Henshaw?
Who else?
Over yonder at that break in the rock. Pecos is guarding him.
You know, keep your eyes peeled. I'm going over to ask Henshaw a couple of questions. I'll make that hombre talk. Well, Mr. Henshaw, change your mind any?
No.
How about it, Pecos?
I didn't get nothing out of him, Dexter. He's got no more tongue than a tumbleweed.
You can't get away with this, Dexter. You and your gunfighting crew won't let...
Henshaw, I'm sick of wasting time. The Iron Spur happened to know that you had important information for the railroad. That's why we held you up.
You searched me. You found nothing.
That don't signify. Maybe you got it in your head instead of written down. But you don't seem to be able to remember.
Those men will be back, Dexter.
They won't be back. You're just hoping they will. Henshaw, did you ever do any running?
Huh?
Running on your feet.
I don't savvy what you're aiming at.
Keiko savvies, Henshaw. You see, we want to loosen your tongue. I figure the best way to loosen it's to untie your legs, fasten you to saddle horn with a length of rope, and then start the horse galloping.
What's that?
Yeah. You gotta run to keep up with the horse, mister. And pretty soon the horse is moving too fast. You trip and fall down. But the horse don't stop.
It'll skin your hide right off you.
Boy, you dirty... It's murder.
No, it ain't. We won't kill you. We stop just short of that. Just to give you a chance to tell us what we want to know.
Well, you lop-eared, yellow-livered coyote, I'd like to...
Them ropes are tight. You can't do nothing. Change your mind, Henshaw?
No.
You know, I reckon that settles it. Get the horse ready, Pecos.
Sure thing.
What in blazes?
Oh! Hey, Dexter!
Come around in.
Come on, Pecos. Leave this hombre. Can't move nohow. Raymond, where are you?
Over here.
There he is. He's holding a 6-gun in his hand. Oh, you tiny son of a bitch. What's the idea of emptying your gun at nothing? Do you think we want
That's where you're wrong, Dexter. I wasn't shooting at the moon. Don't you see that horse?
Huh?
Well, I'll be doggone. It's a paint.
Yeah, but the saddle's empty. Where's the rider?
Right here, look. That's what I was shooting at.
Well, I'll be... Nice shooting, Raven. It's the engine, and you caught him square.
Yeah, he isn't moving a muscle.
Steady, Silver. This is the end of track. Wait here, boy.
Who's there? Stand still or I pull the trigger.
Miss Barkley.
Oh, masked man. It is you. I heard you coming. It sounded like Silver, but I couldn't be certain in the dark.
We've ridden a long way, Miss Barkley.
Where's Tony?
I left him to trail the Iron Spur outlaws.
The Iron Spur? Where?
West, past the coulee into the Badlands. Out where the railroad survey stakes are. Miss Barkley, was Colonel Parkman expecting some information by messenger?
Why, several things.
Todd and I found this packet under a rock. Here, I'll strike a light.
Why, this is...
You recognize it?
I recognize the handwriting. It's Henshaw, Steve Henshaw. He was sent out to purchase land from people who might be living up ahead, where the railroad right-of-way will go.
I see.
This had to be kept secret, masked man. If the Iron Spur learned where the railroad was buying land, they could buy it first themselves, and then refuse to sell. It hadn't been opened?
It hadn't been touched. Henshaw hid it before he was captured.
Oh, Colonel Parkman will be glad to... Captured? Henshaw captured?
Yes, but the Iron Spur, more than a dozen outlaws. The only reason I came here at once was because I knew this might be important. Now I'm going back.
You and Tana were going to face the Iron Spur alone?
If it's necessary.
Oh, masked man, I'll tell Colonel Parkman. He can spare a few soldiers.
Then send them along. Have them follow my trail. Here, Silver.
But why not wait for them?
Steady, big fella. No, Miss Barkley.
Masked man, what is it? There's something the matter.
Miss Barkley, don't ask me to explain it. Perhaps it's because Tonto and I have been partners for so long. But just now I got the strangest feeling, a feeling that something had happened to Tonto, that he's in grave danger. It may be too late to help him already.
Too late? You mean...
I don't know what I mean. I only know I can't wait, and I'm going back now. Adios, Miss Barkley. Come on, Silver.
Adios, Lone Ranger.
Faster, Silver. Tonto needs us faster. Oh, Silver! Hi!
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. Dexter and his band of Iron Spur outlaws broke up camp in the early light of dawn. As the gray light spread over the broad, broken badlands west of Cooley, he and his men were busy with frenzied activity.
Up to it, break up camp. We're dragging out of here.
I got Henshaw tied to his horse's back, Dexter.
Keno, we're taking him along with us. We'll make him talk yet. Raven, where in places are you?
You calling me, Dexter?
You got ears, ain't you? How about that engine?
One of my bullets creased his forehead, knocked him out. He's still alive.
Mighty bad shooting, Raven.
Well, it was dark. Just say the word now, and I'll finish the job.
No.
But why can't...
You don't savvy, Raven. You know who that engine is, don't you?
Why, sure. He's Tonto.
Partner to the Lone Ranger.
Yeah.
Listen, Raven. Ever since the Iron Spur got organized to beat the railroad, who's the one hombre that's been licking us out every turn?
The Lone Ranger.
Keno, he sure is. That masked man is just plain poison outlaws like us. And now's our chance to get even.
I don't savvy.
Use your head, man. We got Tonto. That means the masked man isn't far off. That'll be coming here just as fast as he can travel to find his partner.
Yeah?
So all we gotta do is to be ready for him, savvy?
You mean?
I mean we got the bait already, the engine. We're going to set a trap for the masked man and do it right. We're pulling up stakes. We're vamoosing. But we'll be sure to leave signs the Lone Ranger can follow.
Maybe he'll suspect something's up.
No. Doesn't look like we're in too much of a hurry to bother about hiding our trail. That means he'll come riding after us, savvy?
And when the time comes?
When the time comes, you see the engine lying on the ground. It looked like he died, and we just left him there. The Lone Ranger rides up to get his partner, and then...
Yeah?
Then we're hiding right close by. Hiding with a dozen rifles, ready to fill them full of bullets.
An ambush?
Yeah. When we get through, the masked man and his engine part will be food for the buzzards. Now let's start traveling. On your horses. Head west into the Badlands. Come on, Nick, get up. Come on, Nick. All right, gents, keep riding ahead. Do like I told you. Pecos, lead the way.
Keno, Dexter, we'll see you soon.
Get up there. Get up, boy. Come on. Get up there. Get up. Whoa.
We've stopped.
Yeah, Henshaw. Well, Raven, this looks like a good spot, don't it? Little hollow with trees and ridges all around.
You couldn't have picked it better, Dexter. You want me to untie the engine?
Yeah. Don't try anything, engine. I got you covered.
Hunter, not move.
Keno, he's untied. Now you can...
You hit him with the butt of your gun when he wasn't looking. Why, you...
No use trying to do anything, Henshaw. You're tied good and tight.
I suppose it's my turn now.
Not on your life, Henshaw. We still got to get you to talk.
What are you going to do to him? Why'd you pick this spot to... Those outlaws. The rest of your gang, they're swinging in a circle. They're heading back.
Come on, Henshaw.
So that's it. You're setting up an ambush.
Maybe so.
With the engine here, so it'll look like he needs help. Who are you after? Who is... The Lone Ranger.
Yeah, Henshaw. The Lone Ranger. The trap, and he's going to walk right into it. When he gets here, we'll be up behind them trees ready to shoot him down. Now, come on along.
That's it, Silver, old boy. This trail's as plain as daylight. We've made fast time. Can't be much further ahead. And they got Tonto. That was obvious from the signs back where they broke camp. Let's hope he wasn't badly hurt. When we get over this ridge, we'll get a better view. Easy, Silver. Slow down now, old fella. They may be in sight from the top of the ridge. I want one of them looking back and spotting us. And we've done so well so far. Easy. Easy, that's it. Another few steps, and I'll stand in the stirrups. And that's it, boy. That... Silver! Up ahead in that little hollow, lying on the ground, Scout standing beside him. It's Tonto, Silver.
There he is, Dexter. The masked man.
Don't move. Rustle the branches.
It's him.
I got her eyes. Lay still. Keep your guns trained. When he stops beside the engine, fire.
All right. Still there on the ridge.
He'll be alone.
But he isn't...
He'll be alone, I tell you. He's a smart hombre, Pecos. He's looking things over before he moves in. But he can't see us.
Nope.
All he can see is our trail disappearing to the west. Just that and the engine. That engine's his partner, Pecos. He'll do all he can. He'll be alone.
What the... It's all right, Dexter.
What's going on?
Henshaw tried to shout to warn the masked man. I took care of him.
Keno, Raven. I reckon it's all right.
What in blazes? Calling the Indian's horse. There goes the paint.
Let the horse go to the masked man. Won't make any difference. The Lone Ranger's still got to come for the engine. What can a dumb horse tell him?
That's it, Scout. Here, boy. Good horse. You left your master when I called you. Good boy, Scout. Now, Silver, we're going down to get Tonto. Scout will run alongside of us. Ready, boy? Ready, Silver? Come on, fella!
Dexter, here he comes. The paint horse is running right with him. But what's he traveling so fast for?
Get ready. Get your guns ready.
I don't savvy this, Dexter. What's the sense of him galloping that way? What's his rush?
Tarnation, Dexter. You figure maybe he knows he's a trap?
Don't be loco. How could he know? I tell you
What
that.
in blazes? He does know. Look, Dexter, he's got his 6 guns out. He's shooting at us.
He can't see us.
I don't care whether he can see us or not. He's shooting, ain't he? Shooting at every doggone tree on both sides of the hollow. Oh! I tell you, he knows there's something wrong. Look at him ride.
Let him have it. Pour it on him. All right, up to you. Keep up here.
Guns roared as the Lone Ranger raced down into the hollow. Silver moved like a flashing hurricane with Scout dogging his heels. As they neared Tonto, the masked man holstered his empty guns and bent low in the saddle. The outlaws continued their fire, but their nerves were shaken by the surprise of the masked man's tactics and their aim was bad. Before they could recover, Silver and Scout paused beside Tonto.
Steady, steady, big fella. I've got him, Silver. Steady. Now gallop, Silver. Faster! Faster, fella!
With one mighty effort, the Lone Ranger had lifted Tonto across Silver's shoulders. The great stallion carrying his double burden and the paint horse whipped across the hollow and away, while the outlaw's bullets fell short of the flying hoofs.
But I'll be a broken-winged buzzard. Did you see that?
Hold your fire! Hold your fire! No use shooting anymore. They got away.
Easy, Silver. Whoa, Scout, whoa. You're all right now, Tonto. Easy.
Tai, Kimasabi.
Tai.
They hit Tonto on the head. Make trap for you.
Almost fell into the trap, Tonto. We're safe for the moment. We're a mile beyond their ambush.
That's plenty good.
You're feeling better?
You let me down. Me right on Scout now. But Kimasabi, how you know it was trap?
Scout told me, Tonto.
Huh?
I stopped on the ridge when I saw you, and I called Scout. He came to me at once. Now you understand?
No, Oh, me savvy. Scout not leave Tonto if him dead. That right?
That's it, Tonto. Scout loves you. If you'd been dead, he would have stayed by your side. Nothing could have made him leave. When he came to me, I knew you were still alive. So he rode in fast. I emptied my guns at both sides of the hollow.
That plenty good. That heap good. You fool outlaw plenty, huh?
Yes, but we've got to fool them some more.
And why that?
They still have Henshaw, Tonto. We mustn't give them time to make him talk. We've got to make sure they keep busy.
What you mean?
We can't attack them ourselves. They're ready for us, and they're too many for two of us to handle. There's a squad of soldiers back east, Tonto. Miss Barkley sent them along the trail after me.
Soldiers?
Yes, not many, but enough to capture the Iron Spur with our help.
But soldiers plenty far away.
There's no telling how far back they are. But I have a plan, Tonto. We can make the Iron Spur chase us.
Oh, that not work. Silver and Scout plenty fast. Outlaw not follow.
Yes, they will, Tonto. Now listen. Here's what we're going to do.
Never seen the beat. I tell you, that Lone Ranger's got eyes that can spot anything. I figured we had him for certain, and all at once he rides faster in the wind and gets away. Takes the engine, too.
Yeah, we fired enough bullets to break down a prairie wagon.
And everyone missed.
Hey, he took us by surprise.
Yeah, I reckon he did. Button your lip, Henshaw. We still ain't through with you.
No use trying to catch him. The horses are plenty fast.
Yeah. We'll take Henshaw and head west again. Only this time we cover our trail and keep it covered till we get down.
Hey, Dexter! Oh, boy!
Raven, what's eating you?
Dexter, we got him.
Got who?
The masked man and the Injun.
Masked man and... You going loco?
No, I tell you. I rode out past that ridge to the west. I seen them. They're circling to the east. We can get them as easy as falling off a log.
What are you using for brains, Raven? Are you saying we should go after them?
Sure, it'll be easy.
Why, those horses can run circles around us.
Not now they can't, Dexter. I reckon at least one of our bullets hit the mark. The stallion is lame.
What's that?
Yeah, he's limping. All we got to do is take after him and make them shoot. As soon as they use up their ammunition, we got him.
Well, I'll be. You hear that, gents?
Yeah.
On your horses. We're going after him.
All right, boys.
Come on there. Gino, slow down again, boys. The masked man still got bullets in his guns.
The Indian's coming back to join him again. I figured he might be running out on his partner.
No, them two always travel together. The Injun's horse is sound, but he wouldn't desert the Lone Ranger. Most likely he went over the next ridge looking for a place where they might make a stand against us.
Yeah, I reckon that's it.
But there isn't any such place. Masked man, your horse is lame. You can't get away. Why don't you give up?
We're ready for you any time, Dexter. Come on and fight it out.
You're a pack of coyotes, yellow coyotes, Dexter.
Look out, they're pulling trigger. Hey, did you see that? They're all out of bullets. They fired at us, but nothing happened. They're out of bullets.
This is it, gents. They got no more ammunition. Ride them down. They can't get away. The stallion's lame. Follow me. Over the ridge and after them. Follow me.
Get up. Come on. Look at the stallion trying to run.
Now we got him. Only a few yards more. Close in.
Attack! Charge! Ride him down!
What in thunder, soldiers?
We've been tricked. They got us surrounded. Lay down your arms.
No, you don't, Dexter.
Ow! Shot the gun right out of my hand.
Don't shoot, I give up.
We give up, we surrender. We give up. All right.
Henshaw, you're all right here. Thanks to you, masked man. How'd you do it?
We knew the soldiers were following us. We tried to lead the outlaws into a trap, and it worked.
You tell Outlaw anything?
No, the railroad line is still safe. That isn't what I meant, masked man. Your horse isn't lame anymore.
Silver was never lame, Henshaw, but he's well trained. He was able to pretend he was hurt just to fool Dexter. Corporal, they're all yours.
They'll end up in jail, masked man.
And Tonto and I can leave. Adios, Henshaw. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
Adios, adios.
Look at that stallion travel now. He sure fooled me. But what's more important, he fooled those outlaws, too. Yep, it takes a Lone Ranger to think of something like that.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
This is Cecil B. DeMille in Hollywood. Wherever 3 or 4 of America's fighting men are gathered together, that's the front row of the Lux Radio Theater tonight. Some weeks ago, we asked you to tell us what plays you'd like to hear. You said, give us bright lights and glamour and laughter and romance. To that request, our answer is Bedtime Story, with 2 of our town's most popular players. And they're right here with me now, Loretta Young and Don Amici.
Good evening, boys. We know that our play can't compare in importance with the tremendous drama you're putting on out there. But if it amuses and entertains you for an hour between the acts of the big show, well, that's all we ask.
You soldiers, sailors, Marines, and Coast Guardsmen are the stars of that big show. We can't tell you how long it will last, but knowing you, we do know who will win. We salute you all.
And from Iceland to Shangri-La, Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Loretta Young and Don Amici in Bedtime Story. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The stage door of a great Broadway playhouse stands open, and tonight's play takes you inside for a close-up of the theater. A theater where the star is very beautiful and the playwright is very brilliant. But just below the surface of all this glamour is a powder keg, and the spark is provided by the fact that the beautiful star and the brilliant playwright are married to each other. Listen for the explosion. The play is Bedtime Story, and the stars are Don Amici and Loretta Young, who gave one of her finest performances in the Columbia picture. In our play, the famous playwright and actress are about to retire with a career full of honors and a bank account full of money. That's the end of most stories, but in Bedtime Story, it's only the beginning. But I have another little bedtime story for you, too. In recent weeks, I've been something of a technical expert on the subject of Lux Flakes. The plain truth is, I've been washing my own socks. It all began when the demands of war took my regular laundryman to parts unknown, and I was afraid that some highly prized woolen socks might be sabotaged in strange hands. The sight of wool disintegrating these days is enough to bring on a crisis anywhere, so I determined to prevent that disaster overtaking me. I approached the problem from a purely scientific angle, and of course that meant Lux Flakes right away. And if any mere males in the audience are faced with the same problem, I can pass along another brotherly tip. Only lukewarm water should be used, never hot. Oh, and there's one other thing. Be sure to tell the lady of the house that you are not setting a precedent for doing all the family laundry. Now our curtain rises for you and for American boys in our armed forces all over the world. Here's the first act of Bedtime Story, starring Don Amici as Luke Drake and Loretta Young as Jane Drake, with Truman Bradley as William. Mr. and Mrs. Drake, that's Luke and Jane, are the first lady and gentlemen of the American theater. Every season, they've given Broadway a smash hit, brilliantly written by Luke and magnificently acted by Jane. Tonight, after a solid year's run, their latest and greatest offering, Catherine the Great, is closing. The curtain falls, and from the wings comes Jane to make her farewell speech.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. No, not ladies and gentlemen, but friends. You've been kind to us. So wonderfully kind that what I have to say to you now is, well, it's not going to be easy. This was not only the last performance of Catherine, but also the last performance of Jane Drake. Yes, my husband and I are retiring from the theater. I'm sorry, but that was supposed to be Mr. Drake's cue to come out here on stage so we could say goodbye together. But Mr. Drake seems to have misplaced himself. Evidently, he couldn't bear to say goodbye, so I shall have to say it for both of us. Good night, goodbye, and thank you. Well, Eddie, where is he? Where's Luke?
I don't know.
He certainly put me in a nice spot.
Oh, now don't get upset, Jane. The speech was swell.
But I still want to know where he is.
Look, Jane, I'm just a manager, not a medium. The last I saw him, he was at the apartment.
Well, he promised he'd meet me here at the theater. Oh, it's my own fault. I should never have let him out of my sight.
Good evening, Jane.
Oh, come in, William. Did you see me making a darn fool of myself out there?
Well, the first darn fool thing you ever did was to marry Luke Drake instead of me. Good evening, Edward.
Hi, Mr. Dudley.
Jane, I've been waiting for this opportunity for years. How about doing the town with me tonight, huh?
Oh, I'm sorry, William. I can't. But we're giving a farewell party tonight at our apartment. Why don't you join us?
Oh, but that's for your theater friends, isn't it?
Oh, they're broad-minded. They don't mind bankers.
Thanks, but I couldn't risk it. Some other time, Jane.
You sure you won't change your mind?
No, thanks.
All right, good night. Eddie, start looking for Luke. Put some bloodhounds on his trail, anything, but find him. Here's the cake, Jane. Where's Luke? Well, that's what I've been trying to find out all night. All right, I'll talk.
Jane, we've all had a lot of fun together. Why this farewell to the theater?
Well, Em, I'll tell you. 7 years ago, to be exact, Luke and I were making an overnight jump from Duluth to Minneapolis, you know?
Ooh, that's a tough one.
And we had no berths. We had to sit up all night. Well, we got to thinking about all the things we were missing. And right there and then we decided that someday, before we were too old, we'd take time out to live. Then 6 weeks later, when we got back to New York, we bought all this furniture. You see that little cabinet over there?
Yes.
Well, we ate hamburgers for 6 months to pay for it, but we got it. Oh, yes, we knew where we were going. In fact, as we bought each piece, we knew exactly where it would stand in the house.
House?
Uh-huh.
What house?
The new house was finished last month, right in the middle of the loveliest farm in Connecticut.
Wait a minute. Has this house got a nursery?
No, Emma.
Oh.
But we have 3 extra bedrooms, and they can all be turned into nurseries very quickly.
The idea of thinking you have to leave the theater to have children. Why, I've raised 4 children and never missed a cue.
My dear Emma, you were not married to Luke Drake. You wouldn't have had time to raise a canary. Oh, no. 8 performances a week after week, month after month, until you're absolutely worn out. And where is Mr. Drake all this time? Well, I usually find that out the night the show closes. He's been writing another play. Yeah, he comes bursting in, throws it into my lap, and says, "Sweetheart, it's the best thing I've ever done. Run down to Atlantic City, grab yourself a day's rest, read it. We start rehearsals on Monday." Oh, no, Emma. No, for Luke and me, a clean break is the only way. And we're never going to look at a theater again.
Oh, no, my
Hey, what's going on?
Oh, Luke!
Hello, gang. How are you? Hello, Jane.
Luke, have you been in your room all this time?
Yeah, I'm sorry I got detained.
Hi, Luke.
Oh.
Hello, excuse me. I got to call Eddie. Only be a minute.
Eddie, here I am. You remember me? I'm Eddie.
Oh, there you are. Say, Eddie, look, I just called Mabel Chadwick. She's on her way over. I don't want you to haggle with her about money. Jane, you know Mabel Chadwick. She'd be good as Elsie, wouldn't she?
Who?
Elsie. Don't you remember the idea I had? The 2 women, the struggle between them? I called the brunette Ruth and the blonde Elsie.
Oh, yes.
Well, the blonde who plays Elsie opposite you is Elsie.
Who plays opposite me?
Oh, I forgot to tell you, I've been working on the play. Look, you run down to Atlantic City for the weekend, get yourself a nice rest. You can read it while you're resting. We start rehearsals on Monday.
Oh, lovely. A whole weekend off.
Now, here's the script, but be careful of it, Princess. Kids, this is the greatest thing I've ever written. And what's more, it'll be our first play in your own theater.
My own?
The Jane Drake Theater.
Where did you get money to buy a theater? All your ready cash was tied up in the farm.
Oh, I sold the farm.
You sold the farm?
Yes.
You sold our farm?
Yes. Hey, listen, you're tearing my script 6 months of my life.
Yes, and 7 years of my life. You can write yourself another play, and you can also get yourself another star.
Princess, I wrote it for you. Every word I wrote for you.
Well, you can just write me an exit speech and make it fast because I'm leaving you, Luke, and right now.
What did I do? What did I say?
My play, look what she did to it. My beautiful play. Torn into 1,000 fragments.
Here's the opening of Act 2.
Oh, Eddie, it can't be true. Jane couldn't have gone to Reno. Why, this is like a bad dream.
And this apartment looks like a bad dream, too. What happened?
Oh, you wouldn't believe it, Eddie. She threw things at me. She broke things. Where's Elsie's second speech?
I don't know.
Well, find it. Oh, it's like a dream, Eddie. I want Jane back. I'm lonely. I tell you, Eddie, she's gone, and something's gone out of me. I'm through. I'll never set foot in the theater again. Come in.
Hello, Luke. Hello, Eddie.
Hiya. Hello, Mike. Come on in, Bert.
Well, Luke, the set worked out fine. Yeah, and here are the sketches for Jane's gown.
Just what are you two talking about?
Didn't you tell me to build a model of the new set?
Yeah, and you told me the gown.
Don't you two crackpots read the papers? Jane's gone. My whole life is Hey, Mike, what is this? I told you to build the stairs right down in the middle of the set.
I
Let me
know,
see those
but
sketches, Bert.
Sure,
Look at that. You call yourself a designer?
Well,
That's too many ruffles for Jane. I said simple.
Now, wait a minute, Luke. Just to remind you, Jane is in Reno.
Oh, Eddie, I can't pass this show up. It's got to be done. Come on, you two. Don't stand there gawking. Change your stairs, Mike. Fix your ruffles, Bert. Hurry up. Now get going.
Okay. I'll have them done tomorrow.
Go on. Eddie, she's gonna play it. If she loves me, she'll do it. Don't you see what happened, Eddie? I was a fool. She was overworked, keyed up. She wanted a little rest, and I offered her a few days at Atlantic City. Should have given her at least a week. Eddie, get that, will you?
Yeah. Hello? Oh, hello, Kitty. Kitty Morgan of the Globe.
What does she want?
Some dirt for a column. What do you think?
Oh, tell her to... Hey, wait a minute. They print her stuff in Reno, don't they?
Reno's got a newspaper, they do.
Let me have that. Hello, Kitty. Yes, Kitty. Well, I'm pretty broken up about the whole thing. The show? Oh, why, I wouldn't touch that show now. Or any show. I'm through, Kitty. I don't know how to put it.
Something's gone out of you.
Go on, get out of here and don't come back until you bring me an Elsie.
Okay.
And hurry up. Hello, Kitty. Let me put it this way. Something has gone out of me.
Something has gone out of me, says Luke Drake.
Something's gone out of me, says Luke Drake.
Something has gone out of me, says Luke Drake. Playwright abandons theater. Oh, Luke. Oh, darling. Hello, operator. Get me New York. Mr. Lucius Drake. Quickly.
Taxi driver to the Union. Western Union.
Luke!
Jane, here.
Luke, darling!
Princess, you're back.
Oh, darling.
Jamie.
Oh. Luke, I'm so glad to be home.
Oh, Jenny, sweetheart, you know, I was absolutely lost without you.
Darling. Oh, you had the cabinet fixed. You know, I darn near cried every time I thought about breaking it. Oh, darling, let's face it, you are the most wonderful person in the world.
Oh, now, Jenny.
Taking care of our beautiful things, giving up the theater, and all for me. Luke, I feel so selfish.
Oh, well, I wouldn't go
Oh,
so...
Luke, it's easy to see there hasn't been a woman around this place. Look at that mess of papers on that desk.
Now, Princess, don't bother.
Darling, it's no bother. Say, what's the matter with this drawer?
Huh? Oh, well, it's locked.
Well, why? It's never been locked before.
Oh, well, you know how desk drawers are. Come on, sit in your husband's lap, huh?
Luke,
Huh? What?
have you been working on that play? Is that what you've got in that drawer?
So that's what you think, huh? Just for that, I'll pry that drawer open if I have to wreck the desk doing it. Where's that hand?
No, Luke, please don't break it. I believe you.
Well, if you have the slightest
No,
suspicion...
darling, I haven't, I swear. Please come and sit down. Darling.
Come in.
Hiya, Luke.
I'm in here, Eddie.
Well, I got her. You told me to find a girl who was late.
Eddie, the princess is back.
Why, Jane, when did you... Why, you're back.
Yeah.
Find a girl who what, Eddie? What were you going to say?
What were you going to say, Eddie? A girl who what?
Well, you told me to go out and find a nice girl and settle down, so I did. Come in, Beulah. Jane, meet Beulah.
Well, how do you do? Hello.
Oh, how do you do?
Oh, hello.
Oh, Jane, who'd have dreamed that Eddie would take the step? Old Sourpuss went and did it.
Well, we haven't exactly done it yet.
Oh, no, we haven't done it yet.
Oh, we're going to have great times, the four of us. We got to get together. How about tomorrow?
Why, Luke, shame on you, our dearest friend Eddie going to get married. I want to hear all about these lovebirds. Sit down, Beulah.
Jane, we can't stay just now. Beulah and I have to catch a show in Brooklyn.
A show on Sunday?
Well, it's a concert.
Eddie, you going to a concert?
Well, I guess it's Beulah's influence. Yeah, it is Beulah. She loves music. As a matter of fact, she's quite a musician.
How wonderful, the piano.
Huh? Oh, yeah, the piano.
Yeah, great talent.
Oh, that's splendid. A musician. Now, you know, that's funny. I would have sworn that she was an actress.
That's a laugh.
What do you mean?
Well, I hope you enjoy the concert, Beulah. Goodbye.
Wait a minute, gentlemen. Look at her. Whom do you see?
Whom do we see?
Uh-huh.
What, Beulah?
No, Elsie.
Elsie?
Uh-huh.
Well, what's she talking about, Eddie?
Elsie, you know, the character in your play.
Oh, imagine that, the play.
Still thinks Beulah's an actress.
Oh, no, Eddie, you said she was a musician. Beulah, dear, there's plenty of time before the concert. Wouldn't you like to play something for us?
Uh-huh.
Sit down, dear.
No, Jane.
Just anything at all, Beulah. I love the piano.
Oh, look, gee, I don't think I better
Play,
play now.
dear, play.
Beulah, can you, would it be all right?
Well,
that's the girl. Go ahead, dear. Now play. Play.
Well, okay.
Oh, that's lovely. What technique. What a touch. What execution.
Jane,
Listen
let
to
me
that
explain this.
cadenza. Isn't it thrilling?
Listen, I never took a lesson in my life.
Play, Beulah. Do you hear? Play.
Jane, please.
Luke, you're absolutely touching. Really, you
Darling, I can't...
Luke, here's the model for the new set.
Get out of here. Get out. Get
the
out.
model for the new set. It's beautiful, Mike.
Yeah, I just...
Get out.
Yes, get out, Mike. But don't get in my way. Goodbye, Luke.
Janie.
And if you want me again, my address is still the Harper Hotel in Reno. Good luck, dear.
Janie.
Look, listen, I couldn't...
Shut up and get that dame away from that piano.
Hello, Harper Hotel. Just a moment, I'll connect you with the room clerk.
Excuse me, what's Mrs. Drake's room number, please?
Could I have your name, please?
Yes, I'm Mr. Drake.
One moment, please. I'll announce you.
Thank you.
Oh, miss, will you call Mrs. Drake's room, please? Tell her Mr. Dudley is waiting in the lobby.
Well, if it isn't William.
Lou, what brings you here? I didn't know you were in Reno.
Yeah, and I didn't know you were in Reno.
No. Now, see here, old man, let's not create a scene.
Why not? I enjoy a good scene.
Will you be quiet? You may not have any reputation, but I have.
All right, I'll whisper it. You haven't got a chance with Jane. Can you hear that? You aren't worth her little finger.
Please, quiet. Hello, Jane.
Good evening, William. How nice of you to ask me to dinner.
Jane, I want to talk to you.
Oh, you do. Shall we go, William?
Well, the world's in a mighty fine state when a man can't even talk to his own wife.
and a man named Dudley comes courting her before she's even divorced.
Quiet, quiet. What are you trying to do, Drake?
I'm trying to carry on a little private conversation with my wife.
Well, for heaven's sake, Jane, talk to him.
Sure, let's go up to your room.
No, I'd rather not.
Then take my cards right at the curb.
Well, now, that's very nice of you, William.
You wait right here for me now, William.
Yes, good night, Jane.
Much obliged, old pal, old kid, old stuffed shirt.
Well, when are you going to talk?
You know, Jane, we've come a long way from the Luke and Jane that stood before that small-town preacher, haven't we?
Yes. And what have we gotten out of it?
Well, we've had 7 years. The greatest, most electrifying years of my life. As a matter of fact, I can't remember any other years. Only the ones I spent with you.
Just keep driving, Luke. Now keep driving.
What are you afraid of, honey?
Luke, I want you to tell me something before we go any further. In mileage, I mean. Are you going to give up the theater?
No.
Then please take me back to the hotel.
I won't give it up because it's us.
If you won't quit, Luke, there's nothing more to be said.
Oh, and you won't quit either. Maybe you'll hook up with somebody like old stuffed shirt Dudley, but just as sure as today is Wednesday,
Today is Thursday, not Wednesday.
All right. All right, Princess. I wish you luck. Anyway, will you do one thing for me? Will you read the script? I've never put on anything without your advice, and Here, I brought it along.
Well, I can't read it in the dark.
I'll switch on the light for you.
All right, give me the play.
Thank you, Jane.
Hey, what's that?
I don't know.
What's the matter with it?
Well, I guess there's some... Well, what do you know? We're out of gas.
Oh, fine.
Ah, that William. There is a guy for you. Comes a-courting with an empty tank.
Oh, Luke, don't be a critic. Do something. We can't sit out here all night.
Well, there must be an auto court nearby, honey.
Uh-huh. There must be a gasoline station nearby, too. As a matter of fact, there is one right over there, you see?
Yeah, so there is. Aren't we lucky?
Mm-hmm.
Evening, folks.
Hello.
Hello. We'd like some gas, please.
Yeah, fill it up.
Nope, sorry.
What do you mean, no?
Can't.
Why not?
Rita Hayworth?
Oh, look, Pop. What's Rita Hayworth got to do with our buying gas?
Rita Hayworth's picture's playing in Reno. Somebody about Rita Hayworth. Sunday picture show. Key to gas pump in son's pocket.
Well, now, that is just dandy. Did he have to take the key with him?
He don't trust me. Like a cabin? Got some nice cabins.
No, thanks. We'll wait for your son right here.
Won't be back until morning. Spends the night in Reno. Sure you don't want a cabin?
Well?
All right. We'll take 2 cabins.
Sorry, lady, I only got one.
Then I'll take it. Alone.
Yes, ma'am. This way.
Jane.
Good night, Luke.
Well, Jane, I'm going to be cold out here.
Oh, dear, I never thought of that. What a shame. Good night, Luke.
Janie. Princess, open the door, please.
Well?
Hello.
Hello.
Oh. Jane, did you read the play yet?
Yes, I did.
Well? Oh, come on, say it, Princess. There's something you don't like.
Well, as a matter of fact, Luke, there is. I don't like your quibbling about the custody of the child.
Oh,
After all,
I'm so glad you said that. That's one section that doesn't please me either.
No?
It needs rewriting. But go ahead, Princess, go ahead.
Well, Luke, I think it's the greatest play you've ever written.
Do you mean that?
Yes, I do. And I think the part of Ruth is the greatest feminine role I've ever read.
Well, then? Well?
I hope you get a fine actress to play it.
In a minute or two, Mr. DeMille presents Act Two of Bedtime Story, starring Loretta Young and Don Amici. Meanwhile, give your imagination a bit of exercise and hear about the sad plight of a beautiful rayon slip, which unaccountably has found a voice of its own.
Oh, once I was lovely, but now I'm forlorn. I'm frayed at the seams, and I'm faded and worn. I'm left in the drawer now to fret and to mourn, betrayed by the wrong kind of care. Now the girl I belong to looks clever, That she'd lux me each night was my hope. But I found she wasn't as smart as she looks, for she scrubbed me with strong wash day soap. Oh, I might have been saved with the greatest of ease. With Lux care I'd still be as fresh as the breeze. Pay heed to my story, and girls, if you please, use Lux for your undies each day.
Girls that care about daintiness do just that. Lux undies every day.
And this daily luxing not only protects daintiness, it keeps underthings like new longer. You see, Lux removes perspiration, and perspiration can injure delicate fibers. Lux takes it away safely, but no harmful alkali or cake soap rubbing to injure fabric or color.
So Lux girls win two ways. They're sure to avoid offending, and they're sure to keep undies like new longer. Remember?
Oh, Lux bursts into size with the greatest of ease. It helps undies wear, makes them fresh as a breeze. It's gentle, it's thrifty, so girls, if you please, be wise, Lux your undies each day.
Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
Act 2 of Bedtime Story, starring Don Amici as Luke and Loretta Young as Jane, with Truman Bradley as William. After a sleepless night in the back seat of the automobile, Luke is bleary-eyed and rumpled. At the wheel of the car, ready to leave the auto court, he glances appealingly at Jane, who's gazing very interestedly at the scenery. The attendant waits patiently for his money.
I said my son put in 10 gallons. That'll be $4.40 with the single cabin.
Oh, what?
I said $4.40.
Oh, I haven't any money.
Well, no money.
It's all right. My wife will pay him, will you, honey?
Oh, honestly, you are the most helpless creature.
Oh, you're so right, Princess. Helpless.
I'm sorry I haven't any cash. Here's my credit card.
I'll make you out a receipt.
Thank you.
Jane, isn't there anything you can suggest about my helplessness?
I'm sorry, Luke. It's too ingrown. Now you owe me $4.40, and I expect to collect it. See?
Oh, sure. Have old 6% Dudley figure up the interest. He may even advise you to hang on to it. Over a period of 20 years, you know, it'll double itself.
Here you are, lady.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Come back again sometime.
Yeah, if I ever get back to Nevada, I'll be sure to look you up the very first thing.
Nevada? You ain't Nevada. This is California. Don't even know what state they're in.
Jane Drake, granted divorce. Famous actress, gives up career. She can't do this. She can't.
Luke Drake cast new play. Virginia Cole gets lead dramatic part. Virginia Cole, the comedian. Oh, he can't do that. He can't.
Now listen, Luke. I can't play a part intended for Jane Drake.
Don't be silly, Virginia. Eddie, tell her, will you?
Oh, everything's different now, Virginia. Haven't you heard? Now we have comedians playing serious parts, and we have dramatic actresses getting divorces.
What is all this?
Okay, Virgie, I'll come clean. The part in that play is still intended for Jane Drake.
Oh, a dual role. I play it, but I don't play it.
That's right.
Well, if I don't play it, I can play it just as well at home. So long, Luke.
Oh, no, wait a minute. Virgie, please wait a minute. I want you to pretend you're going to play it. You see, if there's one thing Jane can't stand, it's to see a good part, a part meant for her murdered by miscasting.
Now, look, I'm a funny woman, but I have my feelings.
Oh, now, Virginia, please. What?
Oh, Mr. Drake, Mrs. Drake is here.
The princess, she's here. Send her in.
Yes, sir.
She's honoring us with a call, Eddie. What do you think of the general now, huh?
Okay, General, you win.
Virgie, what do you say? Will you say you're playing?
Well, at least it's different being fired before you're hired. For you, I'll do it.
Oh, Virgie, you're a sweetheart.
Watch it.
Good morning, Luke.
Oh, hello, Jane. Wait in just a minute. Now, look, Virginia, on the second act curtain, Ruth slaps her face. See, a backhand blow. Do you get it?
Oh, sure, I see.
That's a good girl. Oh, I'm sorry, Jane. This is Virginia Cole. This is Jane Drake.
How do you do?
How do you do?
By the way, congratulations, Miss Cole. It's a wonderful part.
Oh, I know I have my work cut out for me, but Luke is pretty confident.
Oh, there's no question about it. And you're very talented.
Why, thank you. So are you. Many's the time I've cried at your performances.
Well, I've laughed a lot at you, so that makes us even.
Well, I'll be running. Goodbye, Luke.
Goodbye.
So long, Eddie.
Yeah.
Sit down, Jane, please. Eddie, don't go away. I want to talk to you. Great girl, that Virgie. Got the makings of a great actress.
Luke,
Now, Eddie, for the part of the editor, I want Whitbeck.
Luke.
Just a second, please, Jane. The best people for every part, no matter how small.
Luke, I just dropped in to tell you I'm selling the furniture.
Okay. And another thing, Eddie, What?
I thought you'd like to know I'm selling the furniture.
You mean our things?
Yes?
Oh, well, listen, you can't do that. Well, just think of all the hamburgers we ate to buy some of those things. If you laid them all end to
I
end...
am not interested in laying hamburgers end to end or in the furniture. Under the circumstances, don't you think we ought to get rid of it?
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, since we agree, I think an auction would be the quickest method. Any objections?
No, of course not.
Very well. I'll attend to the announcements. Bye. Bye, Eddie.
So long.
An auction.
Well, General, how are things in general?
Shut up.
Sold. Everything I had in the world is sold.
But, Jane, dear, that's what an auction is for.
Look at this table. Sold to Mr. Dinglehoff. My beautiful vase, also sold to Mr. Dinglehoff. Oh, William, I wouldn't have minded so much if it hadn't been a man named Dinglehoff.
Well, dear, Mr. Dinglehoff offered a very comfortable profit. Well, now, let's see. Where are you going to live?
Well, I'm taking an apartment upstairs. Dinglehoff. The man buys all the things we walked our feet off to find. And where is Luke? At rehearsal. He doesn't even care enough to show up to buy his own desk. And it's the one I gave him when we were first married.
Now, Jane, why get upset?
I'm not upset, William. I'm not. It's just that what I was most afraid of is true, that's all. There isn't a drop of real feeling left in him. Why, for that precious play of his, he'd steal the blankets off a shivering orphan.
Jane, dear, I wish there was something I could do for you. I wish I could help.
Oh, you do, William. You do help. And you know something else, William? I'm beginning to appreciate you. Your dignity and loyalty and dependability. William, I want to see a lot of you. An awful lot.
Oh, Emma, come on. Put some life in the part. Try that line again.
Ruth, you've been out over an hour. Where were you?
You'd really like to know?
Where were you?
No. You're not asleep, Emma. Or are you? Maybe my play is boring you.
Oh, Luke.
Oh, that's fine. I raise my voice above a whisper, and she breaks down and blubbers like a schoolgirl.
That isn't what I'm blubbering about. How can you expect us to stand up here and rehearse? How can you do it when...
When what?
Everybody seems to know about it but you silly playwright. The papers are full of it. But you're so busy yelling your fool head off.
Where's the paper, Eddie? Give me a paper.
There it is, Luke. Picture on page 6.
Jane Drake, to wed socialite banker. Divorced actress announces engagement to William Dudley, Jr. Rehearsal at 8 tonight.
Back at 8, everyone. Now she served notice on you, pal.
Yeah.
Hi, Eddie.
Hiya, Mac. Is my car parked near the hydrant again?
No ticket this time. Hi, Mr. Drake.
Hi, Mac.
Say, Eddie, what I dropped in for, you better stay away from Billy's place tonight because we're going to raid it.
Billy's? What's that got to do with me?
Well, that wouldn't be your grandfather they pour out of there every other morning, would it?
Wait a minute. Where is this Billy's place, Eddie?
How should I know?
Come on, cut out the stall. And what kind of a joint is it?
Liquor without a license and a nice friendly crap game on the side.
Oh, yeah? Where is it?
Don't look at me. I don't know.
Where is it?
Third door down the street, 841.
Come on, I gotta get to a phone. Hello, Jane. This is Luke. I just read the news. Congratulations, honey. Yeah. Say, look, I want you and William to come out and have dinner with me. Oh, now, look, please. Well, listen, I'll even ask William myself. I'll tell him to meet us here at the theater, and the minute you both get here, I'll dismiss the company. Oh, that's fine, Jane. Thanks an awful lot. Okay, call William right now. Goodbye. Eddie, what's that Billy's address again?
841. Hey, what are you doing?
I'm calling Mr. William Dudley. I'm inviting him to dinner at Billy's place. All right, kids. Now we'll take the scene once more from Virgie's entrance. Places, please.
Hey, Luke, Jane's here.
Where?
Sitting in the last row.
The princess. Eddie, I'll have her up on that stage in 5 minutes. You just watch me. Just watch me. Well, what are you waiting for up there? Go on, Virgie.
I didn't get a cue.
Well, don't wait all night. Take it from, doesn't matter what I want. And get a little feeling into it, please. Now, go on.
It doesn't matter what I want. You're telling me what's good for
Hold it. That's horrible. I want you to fight, scratch, and snarl, but like a lady. Now, go ahead. Try it again.
It doesn't matter what I want. You're telling me what's good for me. What's
No, Virgie, wait a minute. What do you think you're doing, calling hogs? Or is your voice changing? Now continue, please.
What's proper and what isn't proper? You've glared and scolded and frightened me long enough. Now I'll tell you something you'll never forget.
No, Eddie, what have I done to deserve this? I give my whole life to the theater, and what do I get? A hog collar, a dummy, a skirt on stilts.
Stop it, stop!
Oh, you are crying. You couldn't cry. You haven't got an emotion in your whole body.
Luke, cut it out, you hear? You ought to be ashamed of yourself jumping all over that girl.
Oh, hello, Jane. I didn't know you were here.
It's obvious she doesn't know what you want. Why don't you get up there and show her?
With what? The blackboard and a box of chalk?
Oh, Luke, really, that's unnecessary.
I don't know what he wants, Miss Drake. You probably understand him. Won't you show me?
Not even Jane Drake could show you. Shakespeare couldn't. Sarah Bernhardt
Keep
couldn't.
quiet, Luke. I'll try, Miss Cole. Has anyone a script?
Here, take mine. Thank you.
Now, if you'll just give me a minute to look this thing over, I'll...
Okay, Jane.
Hey, listen, Luke. It's a patrol wagon.
Yeah, don't look now, Eddie, but I think that's William Dudley going bye-bye. Are you ready, Jane?
Yes, I think I can try it now.
Oh, darn that racket. Anyway, just talk above it, Jane.
Yeah, all right. Let's start here, huh? It doesn't matter what I want. You're telling me what's good for me, what's proper and what isn't proper. You've glared and scolded and frightened me, all I can stand for. And now I'll tell you something you'll never forget. That Gardner's going to stay, and there's no law that can put him off the premises. It's a free country, and what I choose to do is none of the town's business.
No.
And another thing, that Gardner's going to stay just as long as I want him to, and that's forever. Because I love him.
You love him?
Yes, I love him. And I'm going to marry him.
Very nice, Jane.
Thanks, thanks.
There you are, Virgie. You see?
I see. Hey, I could never play that scene for you, Luke, but watch me play this one.
Go ahead, Virgie. Give.
I can't do it like that. What for? I won't even try.
Atta girl. Now, listen. You signed the contract, Miss Cole.
I didn't sign a contract to make a sucker out of myself.
You can't run out on me. I'll have you blacklisted.
All right, then. I'll go back into burlesque. I won't have to act there. I won't have to say a word. Oh, wait a minute.
No, Jane. Let her go.
Luke, I'm so terribly sorry. I thought it would help her. That's
Maybe you're right, Jane. She could never have played the part.
Well,
Thanks just the same, Jane. Well, folks, I guess I don't have to tell you we're in a pretty tough spot. Not a chance to open now. You're a swell bunch, and you'll probably get better parts and better plays. Thanks very much. Good night. Come on, Jane. William will probably be along any minute. We'll wait out in the lobby.
Yes, all right. Good night, everyone. Luke, there must be somebody who can play that part. You can't give up before you've even looked.
Well, what if I did find it? It'd take work and time. I can't postpone indefinitely.
Well,
No, I'm going to forget it. Oh, it's awful tough on the troupe, though. Take poor Emma, for instance. She never has a dime.
Yes, I know. Where in the world is William?
Well, yeah, that's right. Where is William, Eddie?
Oh, he'll probably be along pretty soon.
Well, I don't understand this at all. It isn't like him.
No, this isn't like William.
No, he probably got held up somewhere.
Well, look, why don't we go over to Tony's, huh?
Oh, but what about William?
Oh, the stage door man will tell him. It'll be all right.
Oh.
Yeah, look at that sign. The Jane Drake Theater. Well, Eddie, I guess you can haul the sign away with the scenery. We won't be needing it now.
Oh, it's an awfully nice sign.
Yeah, such nice big letters, too.
Yes. Luke.
Huh?
Luke, suppose you had someone to play that part, just temporarily, I mean, so you could keep the troupe together and open as you planned.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, you would have time to find somebody and work with her until she could take my place.
Your place?
Well, I
Oh,
think...
Princess, would you do that for me?
Now, don't misunderstand me, Luke. I haven't changed my mind about the theater, but temporarily, to help those actors out, I
Gosh,
think...
Jane, that'd be wonderful.
Hi, Eddie.
Oh, hiya, Mac.
Well, Eddie, we raided Billy's place, just like I told you.
Well, I'll see you again sometime, Mac. Goodbye.
So long,
Boy,
Mac.
you know, when you tap one of them places, you should see what comes rolling out.
Yeah, see you around, Mac. Goodbye,
Everything
Mac.
from a bootblack to a blue blood. This time we nabbed a Park Avenue panker.
What?
Yeah, and he tried to pull a new one. He said he thought the place
Come
was...
on, Jane, let's go.
Just a minute, Mac. This Park Avenue banker thought the place was a what?
He said he thought the place was a restaurant.
How do you like that?
Very funny.
Luke, dear, you know that scene in the play where the girl delivers the backhand slap?
Well, sure. What about it?
Well, it ought to be done like this. Oh!
Let's see. Apartment 1004. Well, it's right above our old place.
Hey, Luke, I don't think you're going to get anywhere with Jane just by bringing her flowers.
Oh,
I
stop
think
worrying, Eddie. It's a cinch. She promised to do the part, didn't she?
Yeah, but that was before she had to get Dudley out of jail last night.
Don't you worry, Eddie. Just leave it to King Lucius I. Lucius the Conqueror.
Maybe we should have brought our armor, King Lucius.
Here we are, Prime Minister. Ring the bell.
Help yourself, King Lucius.
Eddie, the play and the Drake shall go on for 7 more years. For 7 times 7 more years.
Oh, Mr. Drake.
Ah, good day, good day. Betsy, my girl, inform your mistress that His Majesty and the Prime Minister have come to chew the fat with her.
Oh, Mr. Drake.
What's the matter? Anything happen to Mrs. Drake?
Yes, she's Mrs. Dudley.
What?
She just phoned from Greenwich. She and Mr. Dudley were married there 10 minutes ago.
Mary.
Well, Luke, the king is dead.
Yeah. Long live Mrs. Dudley.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille will return with Loretta Young and Don Amici for Act 3 of Bedtime Story. Now, here's our friend Sally, and she wants me to ask her a question. So, here goes. Sally, why is every night like Christmas Eve for Lux girls?
Because every night they hang up their stockings.
After they've luxed them. And Lux plays Santa Claus, I suppose, by adding a gift of extra wear to those precious stockings.
Sure.
Well, Sally, you're pretty nearly right at that. Of course, Lux Flakes don't actually add any new qualities to your stockings, but they do save one very important thing, and that's elasticity. You know how an old dried-out rubber band breaks when you try to stretch it. Well, same kind of thing happens to your stockings if you let strong wash-day soaps or cake soap rubbing weaken the threads and dry them out. They break easily when you bend or kneel or strain them. Break into needless, expensive runs.
But Lux saves that vital elasticity.
Right, Sally. Gentle Lux Flakes have no harmful alkali to injure the tiny threads. And with Lux, of course, there's no cake soap rubbing either.
So whether you're wearing silk, nylon, the new rayons, or the new Lyles, Luxing your stockings pays. You're making yourself a present of longer stocking wear.
Yes. If you'll stick to Gentle Lux for all your precious stockings, you'll find they'll wear better, stay fresh, and new-looking longer. Lux is care experts advise. Over 90% of the makers of stockings, makers of silk, nylon, rayon, cotton, and wool, advise Lux Flakes. It's gentle, it's quick, and it's very thrifty. One big box of Lux Flakes will do stockings every night for months. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Curtain rises on the third act of Bedtime Story, starring Don Amici and Loretta Young, with Truman Bradley. Mrs. William Dudley, a bride of 10 minutes, is on her way back to town, but King Lucius refuses to acknowledge defeat. Somewhere in his fertile brain, a plan is evolving.
Eddie, I've got it. Get me 2 character actors who never played New York. What? 2 character actors. Now get them.
1 hour later, just 30 seconds after the bride and groom reach their hotel suite, there is a knock on the door.
Well?
Is Mrs. Drake here?
No. If you mean Mrs. Dudley, yes.
Aha, that's exactly what we've come about. Whether she is Mrs. Dudley or still Mrs. Drake.
What? Come in, please.
Just a moment. Who are you two gentlemen?
Collins is my name. This is my colleague, Mr. Pierce. We are legal representatives of the Colony Insurance Company. We hold a trust fund in the names of Mr. and Mrs. Drake jointly.
That's true. What about it?
Well, if either party remarries, the fund is to be divided.
Well, I've remarried. Divided.
What? That's the question. Is the marriage valid?
Is it valid? Why, of course it's... I'm Mr. Dudley.
Where were you married?
In Greenwich.
Did you check to see if a Reno divorce was acceptable in the state in which you were married?
Naturally. We had the bank lawyer's advice.
Oh, bank lawyer.
Harvard men.
Now, look, I'm sure everything was in order. I wouldn't have been married if I hadn't been properly divorced, would I?
Well, naturally, there's Nevada and there's New York.
Yes, but we were married in Connecticut.
Then there's Nevada and Connecticut. Now, if we find anything wrong with your divorce, naturally, you will have committed bigamy.
Bigamy?
Just a moment. Don't I know you? Haven't I seen you somewhere before?
I doubt it very much, madam.
A doctor. Have you a brother who's a doctor?
No, I'm sure of that, because I haven't any brother.
Now, Jane, look.
William, this whole thing is preposterous.
But, Jane, if there is a risk of bigamy...
William, you two...
Now, to be reasonable, Jane. I tell you, I'll call Eccles, the best divorce lawyer in town.
Now, look, I don't know one word of law, but I can smell something fishy about this a mile off.
Madam, there's no place in law for a woman's nostrils.
Where is Eccles? We've been waiting an hour. Why doesn't he come? Will you please stop saying that?
Well, there he is, William.
I'll get it. Oh, you.
Evening, William. Congratulations, Jane. Well, it's quite a crowd here, isn't it?
I must say you've got a nerve to show your face around here after making me spend a night in jail.
Oh, I'm not the kind that holds a grudge, William.
Oh, you're not?
No. Grieving playwright comes to congratulate Hattie, ex-actress.
You wouldn't happen to know these two gentlemen, I suppose.
I don't think I've had the pleasure.
And you wouldn't know anything about questioning my Reno divorce either, would you?
Oh, now, don't tell me that's what they're doing.
Yeah.
Why? What for?
Oh, just for the fun of it. These boys like to play Halloween all year around.
Oh, well, now, boys, you ought to be ashamed of yourselves.
Luke, I'm sorry, but I'll have to ask you to leave.
Oh, now, Janie,
Eccles, it's Eccles. Come in, quick.
Evening, Dudley.
Thank heaven you're here. Darling, this is Mr. Eccles.
How do you do?
How do you do? Now, what you said, Dudley, this is the most preposterous thing I've ever heard. I'm sure it won't take a minute.
There, you see, gentlemen?
Oh, William, stop it. You're acting like a frightened old maid.
Well, I won't leave this room with our status up in the air.
Bravo! Now, Jane, William knows best. He's got to iron out your status.
Lucius Drake, author, man of imagination, cooks up a brand new plan to get his play done at any cost. Never mind anyone's happiness. Just get the play done.
Is that what you really think?
Yes.
Please, just what is the point in question?
It is our contention that while Mrs. Drake was in Reno, she left to join Mr. Drake in New York.
Yes, I did.
And therefore broke her required stay in Nevada.
But I went back. I started all over again. I stayed the full 6 weeks.
Jane, can you prove that?
Yes. Yes, I can. I have my Reno hotel receipts. I can account for every day.
Excellent.
Now, wait a minute. Yes, here they are. There. Now, look at them.
Oh, perfect, Jane. Why, this is all we need.
Look, Harper Hotel, 2 weeks. Harper Hotel, 2 weeks, and so on. Elite Auto Court, 10 gallons of gas and lodging, $4 and... Oh.
What's that one, Jane?
It's nothing. It doesn't belong with these others at all.
Will you just step over here, gentlemen, and examine them?
Certainly.
Come on, Princess, think fast. One thing you never liked in the theater was farce. You know you married Mr. Technicality out of pure spite. The answer's in your hands, Jane.
Yes, it is, isn't it? Elite Auto Court, Glenville.
But what's that got to do with it?
You owe me $4.40, Luke.
Oh, now listen, Jane, be serious. Please stop kidding yourself.
I have. I've stopped kidding myself about you. You know, Luke, I had a dream last night. I dreamed I picked up a knife and stabbed you, and when you started to bleed, it wasn't blood at all. What came pouring out of you was manuscripts and scenery and footlights and pencils. And now it isn't me you're thinking of, nor my marriage to William. It's that precious play of yours. Why, you'd see me burned to the stake for it. There isn't anything that you could say now that I'd believe.
No, there's nothing that you'd believe. All right, Hank and Billy, drop the curtain. Show's over.
Now, what's the matter, Mr. Drake?
Actors. characters.
Yeah, Jane, you remember Billy Pierce played the doctor in the road company at Tornado.
Hiya, Jane. Of course, a doctor.
Actors! There must be something in the criminal code covering this. Well, is there, Eccles?
I'm a divorce lawyer. Good night. Thank you, Mr. Drake, for the entertainment. Actors!
Thanks a lot, fellas. Look up Eddie tomorrow and he'll pay you.
Isn't very often you get your teeth in a good part.
Good show, but a short run.
Well, I'll see you to the elevator, gentlemen.
Get out.
Great place, the theater. We can play it being anything. Doctors, lawyers, anything we like. Just a great, big, happy, make-believe world. Well, guess better get going. Good luck, Princess.
Elite Auto Court, Glenville, California.
Now listen, Jane, I've got to talk to you.
Emma, this is my wedding day. William will be back here in a minute.
William, that dope. You left the swellest guy in the world and went out and picked yourself a dope.
Oh, the swellest guy in the world is married to his play, and he can have it.
What play? He called it off.
He called it off? When?
This afternoon. Everybody in the cast was paid off with a bonus.
He called it off?
Yes, because he loves you.
Oh, Emma. Emma, he just left here. Do you think you could find him?
Anybody'd know where to find him tonight. He's in some bar.
Well, Emma, now look. You get to him. See, get to him quickly and give him this receipt. He owes me $4.40, and I want it, see? Now, you tell him to look at it, study it well, and then write me a check for it immediately, tonight. Do you understand?
A measly $4 at a time like this. What's got into you?
Oh, Emma, I've got to prove something to myself. Just do it. Do exactly what I told you. And please, darling, put that bill right under his nose.
And she said she wants her $4.40, Luke. She wants a check tonight.
Sure. Anything for the princess. Eddie, what do I want?
A drink?
No. I want to do my play, right?
Right.
You're a liar. I want Jane. I want my wife. I want her more than all the plays in the world.
Lucius, you'd better write that check before you forget it.
Yeah, sure. You know me. It's as good as done. Give me the thing.
Here.
$4.40. Get me a pen, will you, Eddie?
Sure.
Let's see. Elite Auto Court, Glenville, California. Elite Auto Court, California. California!
Don't do that!
Eddie, quick, get me a cab. What's
the matter?
I gotta get that hotel. She's my wife.
Who is?
My wife is on a technicality.
Hello, desk. Now listen, this is Mr. William Dudley in 725. Yes. There's apt to be a Mr. Lucius Drake trying to see Mrs. Dudley this evening. Don't let him up. You understand? Oh, and by the way, I shouldn't wonder if he's a little dangerous. You'd better keep a sharp eye on him. Thank you.
William, who was that? What was it for me?
No, dear.
Oh. Are you sure?
The desk clerk there.
Oh.
By the way, I ordered some champagne.
Oh, well, that's fine.
You know, darling, I haven't kissed you since the ceremony this morning.
Well, don't you think it'd be better if we waited for the champagne?
What do you mean I can't go upstairs?
I'm sorry, sir.
Listen, you just try and stop me.
Now, I have orders.
So what? I want to see Mrs. Dudley.
If you go near that elevator, sir, you'll be arrested. Now, I'm warning you.
All right. Where are the phones?
Right over there, sir.
Thanks. Hello. Give me the housekeeper. Hello, housekeeper? Well, listen, this is room 725. Say, what kind of a hotel is this? The sheets haven't been changed, there aren't any towels, and the tub is dirty. Well, get right up here. Hello, give me room service, please. That's right, yeah. Hello, room service. This is Mr. Dudley in 725. Would you send up 6 chicken dinners right away? That's good. Hello, operator, give me the plumber. The plumber. Yeah, hello, plumber. Say, this is 725. The pipes up here are making an awful racket. Enough racket to wake the dead. Get right up here, will you?
Jane, dear, come here.
William, listen.
Jane, what is it? You're acting so strangely.
Well, William, about that technicality, were you and Mr. Eccles certain?
Oh, who cares about a little technicality? Jane, darling.
But, William, there's another technicality, and it's a very important one.
Oh, you poor baby. You're upset.
Now, listen, William, you've got to listen to me. You've just got to.
Oh, who can that be?
Well, what's the matter with the bed?
Who are you?
I'm the chambermaid, that's who I am.
Now, listen,
I'll have those pipes fixed in a minute, sir.
What pipes?
The bathtub pipe.
Now, wait a minute.
You want more towels in here? I put in
No,
6 this
wait a
morning.
minute.
Where's the short circuit up there? No fire, is there?
You get out of here.
Don't worry, Mr. Dudley.
6 chicken dinners.
What sort of a hotel is?
Are you Mr. Dudley?
Yes, I'm Mr. Dudley.
Well, where are the bugs?
What bugs?
You said the joint was swarming with blood.
I did not. And turn that vacuum cleaner off.
You want the rug cleaned, don't you?
Is this room 725?
Yes, it is.
Good. Come on in, guys. Here's where the crap game is.
Get out of here. Get it. You hear me? Hey, Janet, where are you?
No, did you do this?
Hi, Princess. Oh, noisy place, isn't it?
Oh, no,
Be a
Louis.
great second-act curtain. Come on, we're leaving.
What for? I'm enjoying it.
You won't in a minute. I got the riot squad coming. And when you think how we've been for years, never a ripple, happy as larks. You know, I just keep asking myself, how did we get into a spot like this? You know, Princess, we're both wrong.
Oh, I knew I'd be wrong. Sure.
Well, we both want things, don't we?
Yes.
So what do two intelligent people do in a situation like this? They decide to give and take, just like they always
Luke,
did.
we're on the wrong floor. I've moved upstairs, you done.
Well, what do you know? Habit, our old apartment.
Yes. Luke, what are you doing? Are you crazy?
I'm going in.
No, we can't go into someone...
Yes, you
Luke,
can. You see?
Luke, it's our furniture. Why, it's every single piece of it. Oh, Luke.
They just called me Dinglehoff.
Dinglehoff!
Yes.
Oh, darling. Mr. Dinglehoff.
I can get the farm back, too.
Oh, you could you?
Yes.
Well, supposing it isn't for sale.
Oh, why wouldn't it be?
Because I won't sell it.
You?
Yes, that's right.
Oh, Jamie.
Well, darling, have you got a copy of the play?
The play?
Yes, we have to compromise, don't we? Come on, let's go to work.
Oh, no. I won't have it that way. There'll be no play, and I have no copy of it. I destroyed every one.
Why, here's one, dear. Right in the drawer of the desk.
Well, what do you know?
Listen to that hand, Luke. That's 10 curtains
It's
off.
a smash hit, Eddie. We'll run 5 years.
Hey, Jane's gonna make a curtain speech.
Ladies and gentlemen, my husband, Mr. Drake, is in the wings, and he'll be out here in just a moment. But first, I'd like to tell you that this will have one of the shortest runs of any of Mr. Drake's plays.
No! 5 years, Janie, 5 years!
It will be closed in the early spring, and I'm sure that my husband hopes it will be a boy.
What?
Come on out, Luke! I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Drake just fainted. Good night.
Our stars will return for the curtain call in just a moment. You know, when I went into a store the other day, I noticed that the sales clerk who came up to me wore a white armband. It said, Waste Warden. I asked about it and found that each sales clerk wore it in turn. They all took turns being waste warden. Now, you know, that's a job that every one of us has today, whether we wear an armband or not. The job of saving the things we own, so they'll last and wear well and not be wasted. And it's a job in which Lux Flakes can give you a lot of help. You see, Lux saves your pretty washables, keeps bright-colored rayon and crisp cotton dresses fresh and bright and new-looking longer, so they'll last and wear a long, long time. It costs you less than a penny to Lux a dress. So don't take chances with strong soaps or cake soap rubbing. They may spoil a pretty dress, leave it streaked and faded and wasted. First thing tomorrow, get a generous big box of Lux Flakes. See for yourself what speedy, rich suds it gives you. How beautifully it cleanses your washable dresses, blouses, playsuits, sweaters. Let thrifty Lux Flakes help you in that important job of saving the things you own. Now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
This is a very happy occasion for the Lux Radio Theater because it's reunited a team of stars who've made many fine pictures together. Loretta Young and Don Amici. Loretta was here very recently, so this return engagement proves how much we like her.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. I'll come every week if you'll ask me. And I guess you know how much the Lux Radio Theater really owes to Don.
Indeed I do. He's played some fine plays here.
I think you're walking into something, CB.
Well, I was thinking of Don's scientific accomplishments. Now, look what he did in that last picture we made together.
Certainly. He invented the telephone.
Uh-huh.
I was the forerunner of the microphone. Don, you made the Lux Radio Theater possible. Then there's that other picture, which you wrote with all those wonderful songs, like Swanee River.
Oh, yes, it's really amazing. What do you do in your new picture, Don?
Nothing much, Loretta. Let's forget it. CB, what play are you doing?
Don, tell us the name of your new picture.
The Magnificent Dope. Look, CB, what play do you have next week?
All right, Don. I'll rescue you. Next week, our play is the current Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer hit, The Bugle Sounds. And our stars will be Wallace Beery and Marjorie Rambo. The Bugle Sounds is the story of a rugged old cavalry sergeant whose regiment is being mechanized. But mechanizing Wallace Beery is a man-sized job for any army. So don't miss this drama of adventure in tanks and jeeps next Monday night.
Well, two grand players like Wallace Beery and Marjorie Rambo will be sure to give you a fine play, Mr. DeMille. Good night.
Good night, CB.
Good night. Good night. Stars like you brighten many evenings. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Wallace Beery and Marjorie Rambo in The Bugle Sounds. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Uncle Sam needs rubber. Search your attic, storeroom, garage, or barn for this precious war material. Old tires, garden hose, rubber gloves, tennis shoes, rubber boots, and bathing caps. Whatever you find, an ounce or a ton, if it's rubber, it's needed and needed now. Your nearest garage or filling station will pay you a penny a pound. This does not apply in Canada, where a rubber salvage campaign is already in progress. Don Amici is currently making the 20th Century Fox picture Girl Trouble. Bedtime Story was based on a story by Grant Garrett and Horace Jackson. Heard in tonight's play were Arthur Q. Bryan as Eddie, Anne Doran as Virginia, Bernard Felton as Emma, Pinto Colvig as Pop, and Ann Tobin, Charles Seal, Ralph Sedan, Dick Ryan, Fred Mackay, Edward Marr, Torrey Carlton, Boyd Davis, and Naomi Sher. Tune in next Monday night to hear Wallace Beery and Marjorie Rambo in The Bugle Sounds. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
$10 p.m. BULOVA, Bulova watch time. Men, here's exceptional value. The handsomely streamlined Bulova Alden, 15 joules, extremely dependable. Only $24.75. WEAF, New York.
Washington, calling Counterspy. Washington, calling Counterspy.
Harding, Counterspy, calling Washington. Harding, Counterspy, calling Washington.
The Blue Network presents Phillips H. Lord, Counterspy. Counterspy is dedicated to all government undercover men, that invisible army which protects our men on the fighting front, in our industries and secrets on the home front. Imagine chief counterspy of them all as David Harding. One of the methods enemy spies have been using recently to enter the country is to try and fly over our borders at night and drop by parachute in some wild section of a border state. In old Mexico, way back in the sandy hills, is a ranch on which is a modern airplane. The ranch is about 90 miles south of Juarez and is well hidden in the hills. Tonight, a Gestapo agent has arrived at the Mexican ranch from where he'll be flown over the border and dropped into Texas. The airplane has been pushed out and is about to take off from the ranch.
We are ready to take off for the Texas border, Herr Burger.
Take the suitcase. Put it in the cockpit.
Senor Burger!
Yeah?
Senor Burger!
Yeah, what is it, Herr?
Do not go yet.
Why not?
A very unusual thing has just happened, senor.
Yeah.
No one ever comes this far from the main road, but at the ranch house has just arrived Councilor Carlos Costello.
Costello?
He is taking a long trip by horseback for his health, si, senor.
Make him leave. We do not want this place discovered.
Oh, but I have a very interesting thought.
So?
Suppose I tell him you are wealthy Americans down here with your plane. You are going to take a little ride under the moon in the sky. I invite him to go with you.
Yeah?
When you cross the border, you will fly very low. It will be very unfortunate, but his feet and hands will be tied very tight. The door of the airplane will open. He will fall out. He will be killed. You will find him with his hands and feet tied and dead on American soil.
Aha. I see.
There will be quite a strain between the Mexican and the United States governments. A prominent government official murdered on American soil.
Yeah, hello. It is a good thought. When they picked you to run this ranch, they picked the right man.
You like my little idea, huh?
The Gestapo shall hear about this. You shall be rewarded.
Please, not by medals. I prefer my reward in money.
Go, hello. Invite the official to join us. Then we will see what happens. We are so glad you could take this little flight with us, Counselor.
Ah, so beautiful. I was never in an airplane at night. With the moon. It is so romantic.
You are aware, Counselor, we have crossed the border between Mexico and the United States?
No. Is it not against the law?
Oh, I am sure no one will object while we have such a distinguished gentleman of the Mexican government.
What is the meaning of this?
Oh, you did help, Burger. Yes, Hans. Tie his feet while I tie his hands.
Jawohl. Who are you?
The Gestapo, if you would like to know.
Right now. Why are you kidnapping me?
They are going to open the door of the plane, and you are going to fall out.
No, you cannot.
You will be found on American soil, and a very delicate international situation should result.
You are a fool. All my bones will be broken. They will know I was thrown from an airplane.
The Gestapo is not so stupid. We will fly very low, so you will not be killed, but your body will not be mangled either. Drop as low as you can. Soon Mexico, like the United States, will belong to Germany, and you will be glad that you are dead.
You pig!
Lower! Now, Counselor, I shall open the door, and we will make ready for your big experience.
Dios omnipotente, guardadme, libradme de estos hombres.
What are you doing? Praying? You fool.
I cannot fight. I'm tired. Therefore, I must pray.
Pray? To whom? Fool. Superstition.
Jesus Santísimo, guardad mi alma. En ti es mi salvación.
I will not hear such dribble. There are no enough hands. Here. Why do you have a crayon in your hand? Give me that.
Please, senor. Give me a chance to leave.
Now I shall push you through the door. Scream. Holla, go on. Oh. He falls. So, he has hit. Put the plane back on the course.
Hello.
Proceed.
This is Harding speaking. I'm in the testing laboratory of the Walker Optical Company. In an hour, I shall take a plane for Washington. Set up my appointment for me at 3 o'clock with Colonel Marvin. Tell him urgent. Emergency.
Yes, sir.
You wish me to continue, Mr. Harding? Yes, Mr. Walker. And this is a grave emergency. Now, those light bulbs you have lined up over there, are they lit now?
Yes.
But naturally, as they are high-frequency lights, you cannot see them with your naked eye.
Oh, I see.
You cannot see the light, Mr. Harding, unless you are wearing this green hypie lens in your glasses. This is a 5-tray 1.
Oh.
Now, look through it.
Yes. Yes, I can see the left light's burning, but I can't tell whether the one on the right is burning or not.
Well, you would need another specially colored lens to see that one.
Oh.
In other words, Mr. Harding, these high-frequency lights can be burning, but you cannot see them unless you are wearing specially prepared lenses.
Well, Mr. Walker, as I explained to you, this is a case of great emergency. It involves an international incident with Mexico.
I see.
How soon could you make me 12 pairs of each of these 2 different lenses?
Why, I believe by 8 in the morning, Mr. Harding.
Good. I'll have a Navy plane waiting off Pier 3 and a government car here to deliver them to the plane at 8 sharp in the morning. Right now, I'm going to fly to Washington.
What can I do for you, Mr. Harding?
Well, Colonel Marvin, we've known for some time that certain Gestapo agents have been getting into this country by flying over the border from a ranch in Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
Now, they're landing in a deserted section of Texas, where they usually stay for several days before leaving for different parts of the United States.
In other words, you've allowed them to enter this way because you know how they're entering. And that's better than stopping this route and forcing them to find some other method, which may take you months to discover. Is that it?
Exactly, Colonel.
Harding, you know we'll do anything possible to help you.
Now, Colonel, tomorrow night I'd like to have about 8 Army planes from Field A-46 fly all over the state of Texas and into Louisiana. Now, I'll be at field headquarters in Texas with a map to get their reports.
What information are you looking for, Harding?
Well, now, one house which we recently raided had up the chimney a high-frequency light. Now, that light can't be seen at night when you're flying over the house unless you have a certain colored lens in your glasses.
Mm-hmm.
I feel sure that there are a certain few houses for, let's say, 200 miles in Texas which have these lights hidden up the chimney.
I see.
Now, the pilot who's flying these foreign agents in wears these special colored glasses. He can see these high-frequency lights placed in the chimneys, and these help keep him on his course.
And you want to locate every house which has such a light, huh?
Yes, and it's vital.
I'll have a plane ready to leave in 2 hours, Harding, and I'll fly down with you to see that you have everything you need.
Thank you, sir. Now, Colonel, if we can have the houses which have these invisible lights spotted from the air, we'll know the exact route the plane's flying, which brings in these spies, right to the ranch where they land and stay for a few days. When that time comes, we'll be able to make a mass raid.
I see, yes. But, Harding, what are we doing about that prominent Mexican official found tied and murdered on American soil? Now, that's a very embarrassing situation.
Well, Colonel, there's something about that murder that I can't tell as yet. I want to check certain additional facts before I speak.
All right, Harding. You're doing a wonderful job, and I'll see that 8 Army planes will be flying over the designated section of Texas tomorrow night.
Thank you, sir.
Just look at this chart, Mr. Harding. That last report mentioned this house. Southwest, square 411.
Let me have that other chart, Kelly.
Yes, sir.
Yes, notice how this route's beginning to shape up.
42P calling. 42P calling 4X.
Come in.
I'm flying over Sandville. Check your chart. Chart square TS4. Chart square TS4.
Here's the square he's talking about, Kelly, this square.
Northeast beam, intersection, main highway, 2 miles from corner. Can you locate on your chart?
Yes. This house right here. 42P. We have located it.
42P, signing off.
I've got that marked. Your signal light's on, Kelly, the upper frequency. Yes, sir.
42R, calling. 42R, calling.
Come in, 42R. Come in, 42R.
Chart square, 6, CS6. Northeast corner, intersection, military highway. House in fork of road.
I've got that one, too. It's right here.
Cross-check with field light. Southeast, due west. That's all. 42R signing off.
Kelly, these houses being spotted are on a perfectly straight line from the border right to the ranch we've been suspecting. Now, tomorrow night, we'll fly this route, check all of the houses we're marking, and go right to their landing field. I'll bring a short wave set along with you in your suitcase.
We've seen every light the pilots reported last night, Mr. Hardy.
As we should spot that ranch and their landing field most any minute.
Yes, sir.
Kelly, I'm going to tell you something that nobody else knows.
Yeah. It sounds plenty serious, Mr. Hardy.
You know that high Mexican official found murdered on American soil?
Yes, sir.
Well, he was murdered by members of this spy ring we're after right now.
You mean they got him in Mexico, flew him over the border, and dropped him from a plane?
Yes. But that isn't all. It wasn't the body of a high Mexican official.
But his papers. He was identified.
I did the identifying.
Oh. And who was it?
It was one of our own counterspies, Kelly. Tato Zales.
Tato? Murder?
Yes. I was working with the Mexican authorities. We suspected this Mexican ranch, so the Mexican counselor was taken into our confidence. He went into hiding for a few days. And Tato, posing as a counselor, visited the ranch. Well, he was evidently surprised by them and dropped out of a plane.
Good Lord. But how do you know he was dropped from a plane, Mr. Hardy?
The old trick. In the scuffle, he got a pencil from his vest and hid it in the palm of his hand. While his hands were tied together, he was able to write on the palm of one hand the word air.
There's the landing field, Mr. Hardy.
Yes, there's the large ranch house and the two barns.
Ah, it's barren, all right. Tato. Murder.
We'll land, and I'll have the pilot take off immediately. Oh, Lieutenant, land as far from the house as you can. We'll hide the suitcase with a short wave set out in the field. Perhaps they won't hear us land. We can get to the house before they know we're here.
What do you want? Who are you?
BR2. We want to stay a couple of days. My name's Mr. David. This is Mr. Kelly.
Where did you come from?
Hacienda Pedro, over the border. We've been traveling a long time. We want to rest a day and then go on.
Yes. I have a room for you. You can have food here, too.
Yeah. Are you empty now, or do you have any more guests?
We have an Italian and a Japanese. I did not want to take him in, but we are under orders.
And your husband?
He is out in the barn. You will meet him when he comes in.
Is the Japanese of the Black Dragons?
Yes.
And the Italian of the Obra?
Yes.
Heil Hitler.
Heil Hitler.
Now, I ask, for one must be most careful in our work, do you expect any more guests tonight?
Not for several days. You wish to go up to your room now?
Just to clean up. Then I think I'll take a walk around and get a look at things.
After you have washed, you will find my husband in the barn. You will again identify yourself to him.
Calling 42B. Calling 42B. Calling 42B.
Come in.
Calling from field at location specified. Locate for me immediately. German couple, about 60. Want couple opposed to Nazi rule. Check my file numbers for names of couples already examined. Fly this couple to our present location. 11:30 tomorrow night. Check.
Report sufficient. 42B off.
That is all. All right, Kelly. Close the case. Slip it under the bushes again.
Yes, sir. That Nazi woman in there was a brutal-looking character.
Now, let's get right back to the house. I don't want them to notice that we've been gone too long.
What did you think of her husband?
I'll answer that a little later. If I'm not mistaken, I've got a complete report on him in Washington.
A fanatic, isn't he?
Aren't they all? Would they be Nazis if they weren't?
Well, if you weren't in on the inside of things, though, you could stop at the ranch and not guess anything was wrong.
Oh, yes, they're clever.
What was that? Quick, get back to the house.
What's the matter? What's going on?
Where is everybody?
I heard footsteps upstairs. Let's get up there. Where are you?
What do you want?
Oh.
I was in my room at the other end of the house. I heard a scream from this room. I come running.
This Italian and I got here just at the same time.
I was at the other end of the house, in my room.
You'd better fix your collar. Looks like someone had grabbed it and torn the button off.
Here comes my husband. He will be very angry.
Where were you, may I ask, when this happened? And the other gentleman?
We were walking toward the house. We heard the scream. We ran in here as quickly as possible.
Very pleasant alibi.
What has happened? Why did one of you scream like that? Why are you all standing there looking at... Oh, I see.
He was evidently stabbed in the back while he was sleeping.
I'm not angry because the Japanese is killed. I hate them. But he should have been killed somewhere else. Who did it?
None of us seems to know.
Did you?
I was at the other end of the house, in my room.
And you?
I would not have done it inside the house, you know that.
You too?
No. Oh, we were outside, walking toward the house.
You left me 20 minutes ago. Where have you been since? Why did you not come right back to the house?
Because we were all cramped up from traveling. We wanted to stretch our legs, take a little walk.
So. There are so many ways it could have been done to leave no telltale. The river, out of a plane.
Yes, like possibly you would do with a Mexican.
Why do you say that?
Hello told me of it. The Hacienda Pedro in Mexico. They all thought it very clever.
That man Hello talks too much. Here, let me get him up on my shoulder. I will take him out and bury him in the field.
Gladly.
There. Come with me. We will bury him to leave no traces.
I will go with you and hold a lantern. Do you two wish to come?
Not interested, thank you. Kelly, will you do me one favor?
What, sir?
Kick me just as hard as you can.
Why?
Well, the minute I saw that Jap had been murdered, by habit and instinct, I started to ask questions. I knew the Italian had killed him. And all I'd have had to do was ask about 3 more pointed questions, and there'd have been plenty of trouble.
Come to think of it, you're right. You didn't think the woman killed the Jap spy?
I think they were all in on it. It was planned before we got here.
But that teaser you put out, Mr. Harding, you got results, didn't you?
Yes, he fell for it. He's the one who thought Zullish was a Mexican official and threw him out of the plane.
What's our next move?
Just sit tight until the Army plane arrives at 11:30 tomorrow night.
Mr. Harding, that's the Army plane, all right.
Yeah.
Take these glasses. It's signaling with the invisible light. Just to the right of the moon, see?
Yeah, good. Good. Now we've got to work fast while the plane's landing. The German couple and the Italian are in the sitting room. Let's go in.
And you will leave?
I will be leaving in the morning.
I have already American money, which I will supply with.
If you two gentlemen don't mind my intruding, and If it's all right with you, madam, I'm going to have to ask you all to get your hands up. Don't move. We both have you covered. You won't have to do much persuading for me to put a bullet right through you.
Signor, vi prego. Per carità, io non sono nemico. Per l'amore di Dio.
You whimpering fool. We don't operate like your Gestapo, Burger. We give them a chance according to our laws.
Why do you call me Burger? That is not my name.
It's the name I have you listed by in Washington. You forget your activities in the Boone before the war broke out. And incidentally, the Mexican government official you threw from the plane wasn't the Mexican consular.
I don't know what you're talking about.
He was an American counterspy, one of my assistants, posing as a consular. I'll promise you, Burger, you're going to pay for that and pay plenty.
They will kill us. Signor, I'll give you money. I'll tell you all I know.
Enough of that. An army plane's just landed outside. Now march out that door to the plane. And keep your hands up.
Mr. Harding, that's a sweet old couple the plane brought down.
Yeah. Motherly looking soul, isn't she?
You wouldn't think that this couple who just arrived and the other couple who we took out to the plane were both German.
Well, there are some Germans who are not Nazis. Well, I'll let them finish looking around the house. And we'll leave in the army plane with those others we're taking with us.
Well, I believe we have seen it all, Mr. Harding.
It is quite a place.
Now, do you two feel that you can live here and pretend to be Nazis? And run this place for the spies who come over?
Yeah, Mama is a great actress when she needs to be.
And so is Papa. I will run the house, and he will look after the outside and the little radio station to send you the information.
Good. Now, as soon as a spy arrives, we shall want his complete description. Something that he's touched so we can get his fingerprints. Knowledge of where he's going, and any information about what he has in his bag.
We shall see you have it all, eh, Papa?
We shall do everything. We shall give our lives to see the Nazis crushed and wiped off the face of this earth.
You two must have had a terrible experience from the report.
Oh, we lived just outside of Hamburg. We were happy. And our two boys had graduated and were the ministers of the German Lutheran Church. It was in the middle of the night.
Oh, Papa.
The Gestapo broke in the front door and dragged our two boys out of bed. Then they came and got Mama and me.
You forgot.
They beat our boys because they were ministers of the church. They dragged them outside.
They tied our boys to the fence. They made us watch.
The Gestapo stepped back and took aim and shot them. Our youngest boy, Hans, he did not die. So the leader of the Gestapo put a pistol to his head, spit at him, and fired. The leader of the Gestapo tore off the crucifix that Hans wore around his neck. He threw it on the ground, stepped on it. Then he raised his arm at the Nazi salute and said, Heil Hitler, the Führer will rule the world. We left Germany, Mama and me. It took us 4 months to escape across the border, but we did it. Now we are in this country. God bless it.
Then you know what it means to have the Nazis rule. Wait, I hear footsteps. Somebody's coming. Careful now, there may be trouble.
Yeah? Come in.
I am a traveler, X4 from Mexico, from the Hacienda Pedro.
You have arrived at the right place, X4.
Good. Our plane was forced down. I have had to come the last 100 miles by motorcycle. Heil Hitler! The Führer will rule the world.
The Führer will rule the world. I remember. I shall show you to your room.
Who are these men?
We don't ask questions like that around here.
Yes, you are right. Take my bag.
Yeah. Mama, bring a light from the mantel. We will show this gentleman to his room.
Yeah, Papa.
This way, please.
I don't think, Kelly, that we're needed here anymore.
No.
Let's go to the plane.
Look how bright the stars are tonight, Mr. Harding.
Yes, Kelly. Now, they're one of the things in this world that are permanent. permanent like the faith of Christian people. At the time of the Crusaders, barbarians tried to crush faith from the face of the earth. But the Christians rose up and pushed those hordes right back into the sea. Well, the great Christian army has risen again, and Nazism will be wiped from the face of the earth.
Spread a great army of counterspies, men whose names may never be known or their deeds ever revealed. But 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, these counterspies are the guardians of our home front. Counterspy will not be heard next week, June 29th. Starting Monday night, July 6th, Counterspy, a Philip H. Lord production, will be presented at a much more convenient time. 8 to 8:30 p.m. Eastern Wartime, 7 to 7:30 p.m. Central Time, 6 to 6:30 p.m. Mountain Time, and 5 to 5:30 p.m. in the Pacific Time Zone. Tell your friends. Invite them to listen to these exciting dramatized cases. Make it a date for Monday, July 6th. At the new hour. Join the 10% Club, whose membership is composed of all patriotic Americans who are voluntarily putting 10% of their incomes regularly into war bonds and stamps. Here's all you have to do to become a member. Arrange to buy war bonds on a regular basis to the extent of 10% or more of your present income. Or authorize your employer to deduct 10% or more from your regular salary or wage check. Your government is making special efforts to have everyone a member of the 10% Club. Join today. Counterspy originated in New York. You are listening to the Blue Network.
Welcome to The Victory Kitchen, the podcast all about American food rationing during World War II. I'm your host, Sarah Creviston Lee, author, historian, and vintage foodie. I'll be exploring the logistics of food rationing, featuring wartime cookbooks and recipes, and highlighting real home front experiences. We're going to be learning exactly what our grandmothers had to do to get their food to fight for victory. Hello! Welcome back to another episode of The Victory Kitchen. This is episode 11, entitled, Of Course I Can. So, as you may have guessed, it is about wartime canning, which is very appropriate to follow up with, considering the last two episodes were about gardening. But first, I want to do a quick little update. I've talked to you about Postum before, but I was going to give you another update about Postum. My love of Postum is going strong. And in fact, it's been a great replacement for hot cocoa because I can't really eat chocolate, or at least I shouldn't. It gives me migraines. So Postum has been a nice stand-in as the weather has turned chillier. And I even got my daughter hooked on it. She loves it. But I have to remind her she can drink hot cocoa and I can't. So stay away from my Postum. But I wanted to share with you my recipe that I've been using. It is 1 teaspoon Postum, 2 teaspoons brown sugar. You combine that together because it actually makes the sugar helps the Postum dissolve better. Then you put it into a cup or cup and a half of water. Then I heat that in the microwave. I guess I'm too lazy to wait for the tea kettle to heat up. And once that's heated, I give it a stir, add a very generous splash of milk, and it is delicious. So if you ever want to try Postum, I actually got it on Amazon. I'm not sure if there's another place you can get it, but if you can find some Postum, it's definitely worth a try. Okay, so I am a little nervous for today's topic because I think out of all the home front topics, canning, people get a little touchy about this subject. But we'll get to that part later. First, let's dive into canning in wartime. I wanted to first touch on propaganda wartime posters. There are actually not very many canning posters, but the famous ones are pretty much the only ones I've seen and probably the ones you've already seen. There's one with the title, "Of Course I Can," or it's the same picture but with different captions. Another caption is, "I'm fighting famine," and it shows a lady clutching some jars of things that she's canned. And then there's the "We'll have lots to eat this winter, won't we, Mother?" And it shows matching mother and daughter canning together. And then the last one is, it shows a canning jar with fruits and vegetables in the background. It says, "Can all you can. It's a real war job." So you can see images of these on my blog. There are also a lot of canning guides, canning books, and magazine and newspaper articles printed to help homemakers learn about canning. There was a lot of people that didn't know how to can, or maybe they're a little rusty. So there were even classes taught. Even the 4-H got involved. I found an entire booklet printed in the Pittsburgh Sun-Telegraph newspaper from July 15th, 1943, called "Prudence Penny's Wartime Cookbook and Canning Guide." I have another wartime Prudence Penny cookbook called Coupon Cookery, but the only time I've run into this particular canning guide was in this newspaper. So it's pretty special. It has a lot of neat pictures and recipes. So there are 5 types of preservation that were talked about in wartime: drying and dehydrating, freezing, because people's freezers were so tiny, they didn't really use it for a long-term freezer storage, so they used community cold storage locker plants. Then there's brining and pickling, winter storage, so like in a cold cellar or something like that, and then canning, or as the British refer to it as bottling, which personally, I think this makes a whole lot more sense because in resources I found, Americans use the term canning for preserving food in reusable glass jars or for preserving food in tin cans. So that's really confusing. Even in the newspaper articles I found, it was kind of interchangeable. Sometimes I could tell they're talking about like tin cans. Other times they're talking about bottling in jars. So for the sake of this episode, I am going to be referring to canning as, canning in glass jars, because that's how we phrase it here in the States. So I'm sorry to any British listeners if that's going to be confusing, but I just wanted to at least clarify that up front. Now, something interesting I came across, it was this article that had pictures of the different types of canning lids. Now, I do have a fair amount of vintage canning jars, but I've never seen anything that explained the different canning lids. So this is pretty exciting information. To me anyway. Here are the different types of canning lids. One is a zinc porcelain lined cap with shoulder rubber ring to fit standard mason jars. Number 2 was lightning type jar, which is sealed with a glass lid and rubber ring and held in place by a wire bail, which is kind of like a wire that clamps down to pressure the glass lid onto the rubber sealing ring. Third is a glass lid and top seal rubber ring held in place by a metal screw band to fit a standard mason jar. Then fourth is a flat metal lid edged with sealing compound held in place by a metal screw band to fit a standard mason jar. This is a description of what is pretty standard today, is that flat metal lid with a sealing compound, which I think is kind of a type of rubber, and held in place by a metal screw band. Then fifth are coffee or other commercial jars, quote unquote 63s, with a flat metal lid edged with sealing compound, bought new, held in place by a metal screw cap that came with the jar. Okay, so what this is describing is like a regular jar, like a peanut butter jar or a Miraquip glass jar. These are all glass. Then you buy just the new flat metal lid with the sealing compound, and then you screw it on with the jar's original lid. I think I'm going to publish a separate article on my blog just about these canning jar lids because I think it's really fascinating. And then you can see the examples that I'm talking about. I just happen to have all of these, which is really exciting. I didn't realize that until I went and searched in my basement. So you can look forward to that in the next few weeks. I'll be posting that as a separate article. All right. And then finally, the Ball brothers, who are famous for their Ball canning jars, they ran an ad about their special canning lid. It says, quote, "The glass top seal fruit jar cap for home canning was developed as a wartime product to conserve metal. It consists of a metal band, glass lid, and rubber ring," close quote. And then it gives specific directions for its successful use, including the warning to not turn the jars upside down to get them to seal, which is an old technique. All right, so now we can move on to canning in wartime. So the overarching subject of this episode. So the biggest question was, how do I get more sugar to can with? And we talked a little bit about this in the sugar episode way at the beginning of season 1. So they had their normal sugar ration, which was used for, everyday things. But canning sugar was different. They could readily obtain 5 pounds of canning sugar using ration stamps 15 and 16 in their ration book 1. Each pound of sugar would sweeten on the average of 4 quarts of fruit. Those coupons could then allow homemakers to can 40 quarts of fruit for each family member. If you wanted to can more than that, you had to fill out an application and tell them a little more specifics, like how many quarts of fruit did you plan on preserving. In 1943, they could obtain up to 25 pounds of canning sugar per person from this special application. And that included the 5-pound allowance for jams and jellies. When made the application for the additional sugar, either in person or by mail, they had to present ration books number 1 for all their family members. And the books were returned along with sugar allowance coupons in denominations of 1, 3, 5, and 10 pounds. So later on in the war in 1944, sugar stamps 30, 31, and 32, as well as 40 in ration book 4, were good for 5 pounds of sugar for home canning. These stamps were good indefinitely, which for most of the stamps they expired, but these were good indefinitely, like I said. At this time of the war, additional canning sugar could be obtained, but up to only 20 pounds of sugar. So notice the drop of 5 pounds. Much later in the war, there was less and less sugar available for people. With this restriction in sugar, they came up with ways to stretch their allowance. The canning allowance provided about half a cup of sugar per quart of fruit preserved. And so I will be sharing some of their suggestions for stretching that allowance, but I want to strongly emphasize that I do not recommend that you follow these suggestions. And I will talk more about that later. All right, so here are their suggestions. You could put up some fruit with no sugar or only a 1/4 cup sugar and label them as no sugar. Add the sugar to the fruit before heating it for canning, as it draws out more of the natural sweetness of the fruit. So you add the sugar, let it sit, and let it draw out those extra juices in advance of canning it. Another suggestion was to use a thin syrup of 5 cups of water and 2 cups sugar for use in 4 quarts of canning. Another suggestion was to can some fruits in fruit juice extracted from less perfect fruits with a small amount of sugar. And I know today, I like buying canned fruits in tin cans that are canned in fruit juice. So I know it's something we still do, but it's something that you mostly just get commercially. Another suggestion was, in place of part of the sugar, use honey and corn syrup. So for honey, it could replace up to half of the sugar needed, and for corn syrup, it could replace up to 1/3. Because remember, corn syrup isn't as sweet as other sweeteners. One thing they say to not do is to do not use saccharin tablets in canning, as it gives the fruits a bitter taste. They recommended adding saccharin just before serving. In another newspaper article from June 1942, it clarified some of the sugar use. It says, quote, under the new regulation, home canners may obtain not to exceed 1 pound of sugar for every 4 quarts of finished canned fruit, and an additional pound of sugar annually for the packing of preserves, jams, jellies, and fruit butters. One purpose of this regulation, the announcement states, is to encourage home canning instead of preserving, since the amount of sugar required per unit of fruit is less in canning than in preserving. So it took me a second to think through this quote. When you are canning something, you're just canning the whole fruit. So it does take less sugar because you're just using the sugar and juices or some water. But preserving is like making preserves, like strawberry preserves, apricot preserves, peach preserves. So you're kind of making them a jam, and they're a lot sweeter than just canning the whole fruit. So that's what their point is to, they were trying to encourage the canning of fruits instead of preserving of fruits. The article later urges consumers to make application only for the minimum amount of sugar they needed immediately for the conservation of the spring and early summer fruit crops. So that means no hoarding. If you'd like to see some images of sugar applications, you can go to my blog where I've got some images from my personal collection. Okay, so another question here is, how much did they need to can? If you were trying to preserve enough food for you to have food in the wintertime, therefore preserving your ration points for other things, how much would you need? And which method should they use to do the canning? So in the book, What Do We Eat Now from 1942, they say, quote, the answer lies with the family and its mode of living. If the family is small, with little storage space, no garden, and all produce must be purchased, the amount of canning will probably be limited to a few jars of favorite relishes and perhaps a few fruit butters. With the larger family, however, who have a garden and ample storage space, then canning may be done on a large scale, close quote. So that makes sense. If you live in a really tiny apartment in a city, you don't really have a lot of space to be canning and storing it in your apartment. But if you have a home or a farmhouse and you have a large garden, you know, it just makes more sense that you'd be canning more and you'd have storage space. In a short article in the Long Branch, New Jersey Daily Record in 1943, entitled, "It Takes a Lot of Canned Food to Feed Family Member," it says, quote, the following table shows the quantity of fruits and vegetables, canned, brined, dried, or frozen, one member of his family will require during the gardenless months. All vegetables, 50 quarts. Tomatoes, 20 quarts. Green leafy vegetables, 6 quarts. Green and yellow vegetables, 24 quarts. Fruits, 50 quarts. Tomato juice may be included here. Apples, berries, cherries, peaches, pears, cranberries, rhubarb, 100 quarts. Jar space could be saved by winter storing of fruits and vegetables that were friendly to that sort of method. Onions, 12 pounds. Potatoes, sweet and white, 3/5 of a bushel. Squash, 20 pounds. Cabbage, 30 pounds. Carrots, 14 pounds. Beets, 6 pounds. Parsnips, 10 pounds. Turnips, 10 pounds. Dried beans, 20 pounds. And dried fruit, 5 pounds. Close quote. So that is a lot of canning. If you have even 4 people in your family, this would be so much canning and so much space. I like that they included not just canning in jars, but the winter storage of vegetables, because a lot of these you don't need to waste the space and waste the jar resources you have when they could be stored perfectly fine in a cool root cellar. Now, there were a lot of community helps for people who wanted to do their part preserving food for the war effort and for their family when it came to canning. Farm Journal and Farmer's Wife magazine was an amazing resource in doing my research. This magazine was a huge advocate of canning, as you can imagine. It was a means for farm wives to contribute to the war effort, and they could make some extra money on the side by selling their extra canned goods. In the April 1943 issue of Farm Journal, it had an article called produce and preserve for others. It called on farm women across the country to step up and commit to producing more in their farm gardens and increase their canning to help those who didn't have the time or space to do it. It also appealed to their greater knowledge of growing and preserving. In the article, it says, plenty of people in towns and cities lack the knowledge, skill, and equipment to can for themselves, and often they can't buy food cheap enough to can. Not every family will be able to take on this extra job of producing. Many will do mighty well if they get their own food supply put up this year. Nevertheless, a multitude of good gardeners can do something extra for others. So the point was that farm women had it in their power to increase the food grown around the country and to get it preserved. The article encouraged them that they could do a vitally important job for their country and at the same time make extra money. All this extra canned food was meant to be sold locally, within the county or adjoining counties of where they lived. In the article, it also states, if the people in towns of 50,000 and less and farmers could use fewer commercially canned goods, there would be just that much more for people in New York and Chicago. If big enough, this program could make food so much more plentiful that point values of all foods could come down, including that which is commercially canned. So they were putting these ideas out there and encouraging these farm wives, you could have a huge impact, not just on providing food locally, but by doing that, your local community would need the commercially canned goods less, and those could go to people in big cities where they don't have the ability to can or the space or time to do it. Of course, there were some obstacles to this program, and editors from the Farm Journal magazine worked really hard consulting people in government and people in various states who had a lot of experience in helping farm women sell canned food. So one of the obstacles was the OPA, the Office of Price Administration. The editors of the Farm Journal called on the OPA to make specific changes. One was removing home canned goods from rationing altogether. So at the time, home canned goods had a ration value put on them. So at the time, if a farm wife wanted to sell her canned goods, she had to take the same amount of ration stamps from the customer that a commercially canned item would cost. This was a big disadvantage because the big brand labels were considered a safer bet. So why would you spend the same amount of ration points on a home canned item? Second, they asked the OPA to change the sugar rules. It says in the article, the present intention is to deduct 12 points from a woman's ration book for every extra pound of canning sugar she gets. The theory is that if she cans, she won't need to buy so much food. And the Farm Journal protested this penalty strongly. In a follow-up article entitled Preserving Gets Underway, the author Beth Cummings tells how so many farm women around the country had stepped up to the plate as a result of this April article. So this is in the June 1943 issue. And the original article that was calling on farm women to do their part, that was in April. So 2 months later, they report on what had been done. So that's actually quite fast. The first one was canning on shares. Vegetables are grown by the farm woman. Part or all of the canning is done by the town woman, either in her own kitchen or on the farm. And the canned food is divided. Farm women had surpluses of produce but little time, while the town women had surpluses of time but little produce. So this arrangement was a win-win. There were also neighborhood exchanges. The article says, the county AAA fieldwoman has a file of town and country homemakers. She knows who will have surplus food for sale and what kind, and who will be wanting to buy it. In a county in Missouri, a newspaper agreed to conduct a victory food exchange column. And I actually went hunting for this in the Missouri newspapers online, and I didn't find any specific column like they promised. Maybe I need to search a little harder, but I did find articles talking about these food exchanges, but I didn't find a specific column dedicated to that. So perhaps it was one of those things that was wishful thinking, or, yeah, that sounds like a great idea. We can do that, but maybe it fell through. All right. A third thing was neighborhood canning. The article says, Quote, neighborhood canning for school lunches will be unusually important this year since there will be no further handouts of surplus commodities by the government. This canning will be done in school kitchens, in homes, or in community canneries. In Jasper County, Georgia, farm families who have children will grow extra food, can it at the center, and receive school lunch tickets in exchange. Some school pantries will be filled by taking a quote-unquote toll from the food put up by individual women using the cannery, usually 1 can out of every 10, close quote. This is a really, really cool idea. I found this so fascinating that the school pantry was filled by people using the school to do their canning. Or in some cases, they receive school lunch tickets, which is also a really cool idea. Another thing they found were town country teams. They were formed by AAA field women throughout Missouri. Each team had 5 town women and 5 country women. Together, they picked berries, harvested fruits and vegetables, and canned. They were listed with the county USDA War Board and could be called at once in cases of emergency where food might go to waste in peak seasons. So it was kind of a group of on-call women for canning, which is also a really cool idea. And it was a combination of town women and country women working together to make sure that food didn't go to waste. The last thing they talked about was community canneries. And I actually have a lot to say about this because I found so many amazing things in my research. In the article, it says that there were already many community canneries, some of them out of high school vocational agricultural departments. I also found a reference that they were sponsored by local offices of civilian defense in cooperation with the county extension services. In 1943, the U.S. Office of Education planned for 3,000 school canning centers to be set up across the nation. In this article in the Farm Journal, it says, they will be under the supervision of competent full-time managers and will operate 24 hours a day if need be. There will be a small service charge for use of equipment, probably 4 to 6 cents for pint cans and 5 to 7 cents for quarts, or in some cases, a toll of the products will be accepted. In that case, if the cans have been furnished by the cannery and the produce supplied and processed by the families, the division is usually 50-50. When the patrons furnish both cans and produce, they leave 1 can out of 10. Okay, so in this sense, some of these canning centers, they did do bottled canning. So they had pressure cookers, they had water bath canners. But then some of them also had canners where they were machines that you could put the hot, product into the can and seal it. And these were the tin cans. So this is where it gets confusing because they're using canning to mean both. But in this particular case, it's the tin cans. I also found a newspaper article talking about canning centers in high schools. One said it was located in the high school basement, another in the high school cafeteria kitchen, and there were other buildings used as well, depending on the location and, where in the country we're talking about. There were canning centers everywhere. All of these had a supervisor to oversee correct canning, and local women were encouraged to use the facilities. Many times these supervisors were volunteers. Centers like these made canning possible for those that otherwise would find it impossible to preserve their own food. This is just a really cool service for the community, and I've really loved learning about this. In Quad City Times from July 1943, the article was entitled "Open Every Day." The canning center is open every day of the week, and the pressure cookers are filled twice a day. Patrons wishing to have their fruit or vegetables canned bring it to the kitchen and get it ready for processing. After which, the supervisor takes charge of it and sees that it is processed properly in the cookers. A charge of 50 cents is made for the first 20 jars processed, regardless of whether they are pints or quarts, after which a charge of 3 cents a quart and 2 cents a pint is made for additional quantities. So there is a more detailed example of what happened in these canning centers. And in this case, they were talking about jars. In another article from Michigan, it said that one community canning center reported over 4 weeks of 5-day-a-week use. And what was canned was 50,818 cans of produce. was registered with an average daily output of 2,550 cans. Holy cow. That is amazing. They were busy bees in Michigan canning their produce. Another canning unit in Missouri had a food exchange that they operated. Patrons were able to buy, sell, exchange, or advertise for sale any surplus commodity that might be of benefit to someone else. And then another type of food exchange was set up in another Missouri community. Each person brought a can of some type of food which she was interested in exchanging. The article says, quote, all the cans were numbered and each woman drew a number. Lucky number 13 drew a can of pineapple. Another can, which caused a great deal of comment, was that of a pint of strawberry preserves. The women had much fun from this exchange, as well as getting some jars of food which were not so plentiful on their shelves. An attractive jar of red and yellow tomatoes canned together were in the exchange, as well as jars of tender young beans, blackberries, pears, corn, and other foods taken from the shelves in the cellar, close quote. And all of the food that was exchanged that they talk about in this article was home canned, except for the commercially canned pineapple. And I mean, it seems kind of silly, but if you think about it, pineapple is a tropical fruit that in stateside, it would be really hard to get since we weren't getting any kind of imports like that. So, and if they were, it was very, very small and would cost a boatload of ration points. So I can imagine lucky number 13, how excited she was to get that can of pineapple. And the woman who donated it said that it was just some extra she had and she thought someone would get some pleasure out of it. So that was really sweet of that lady. This is really a fun idea. We do similar things like recipe exchanges, or I've even seen like freezer meal parties where you bring your freezer meal recipe and stuff. You all make your recipes together and then you kind of swap. So we use the same idea today, and it's a really fun way to exchange. All right, so now I wanted to talk about the 4 ways of canning that they used. This is going to be mostly referring to like home canning that you would do at home, but I know that they used this method in the canning centers as well. So here are the 4 ways of canning, and I obtained this information from the Health for Victory meal planning guide from May 1943. This issue was dedicated to home canning. And they say the first way of canning is pressure cooker. By using pressure, we can attain higher temperatures. That's why we must use it for meats and vegetables. It is the only canning method which provides the 240-degree temperature required to kill botulinus. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but botulism. You don't want to get that. It's bad. Another way of canning was the water bath. Suitable for fruits and tomatoes only. Jars are placed in a container with rack, which is deep enough to permit boiling water to cover them. And I think these 2 methods are the most common use for today. I use both of these, mostly the water bath, because they don't can a lot of things that require a pressure cooker. The third method was oven or roaster. This method is suitable for fruits and tomatoes. Your oven or electric roaster must be thermostatically controlled. Otherwise, high temperatures will result in food boiling out or in breakage. I have heard of some people using this method today. I'm not sure the stance of official food scientists on this method, though. And the final method was open kettle. This is safe for fruits and tomatoes only. But they say that this method was used by our grandmothers with limited success. Food is thoroughly pre-cooked and packed in hot, sterile jars. So this method, you cook whatever you're going to can very well, and then you pack it in your hot, sterile jars, and then you rely on the heat of the food to seal the jar. And like it says, it was an old method with limited success. I'm glad that they point that out. All right. So these are the 4 ways that they used for canning. And there were some pretty crazy canning methods back then, even beyond these 4 methods. So here's the big question, and this is where we get to kind of the heated discussion. I wouldn't go so far as to say controversy, but a lot of people get touchy about this. So wartime canning recipes. The question is, should I use wartime or vintage canning recipes? I was reading in one of my books called Home Canning for Victory by Ann Pierce from 1942. And in it, she warns, quote, "There is a military, scientific precision about preserving foods. The rules are simple and clear-cut, but there must be no cutting of corners. When you go out to kill a germ, you must be thorough about it, or it will defeat you." Close quote. This quote really actually made my jaw drop because I actually was thinking of coronavirus when I was reading this. It was a little haunting to me to read that. But when it comes to canning, this is a very true statement. Canning is a very scientific, precise way of preserving food, and you have to be so careful. Now, what I'm about to say, some people might not like, but I have to say this. It doesn't matter if grandma fed her whole family without any of them dying using those old canning methods. But we don't actually hear about the sickness caused by canning gone wrong back then, or not even really much today. Like, who wants to admit that? Spoilage was a real concern back then because of questionable canning practices or lazy canning practices that they even then warned against. In a 1944 study conducted by the Homemakers Guild of America, which was a consumer research organization, they surveyed an average cross-section of housewives belonging to the guild. In this survey, they found that in 1943, some spoilage was experienced with 1943 home-packed foods. 49.1% of the consultants reported some kind of spoilage of some product. The great majority of the spoilage was about 5 jars or less. One huge newspaper article from 1944 was entitled "Little Things Cause Failures in Canning," and it gave tips as to how to avoid those failures. In another article, it says that, quote, "half of it spoils. The crowning sorrow is that in their haste to can 80 quarts of something at once, they cut a few corners and half of it spoils," close quote. So it was a concern then, and it's a concern now. If you want to do canning safely, this is just one of those times where modern advice is better than vintage techniques. Food scientists have learned a lot about safe canning methods since the 1940s. And just like you might not want a 1940s doctor treating you for cancer compared with a doctor today, we should trust modern science and the huge improvements in safety standards in home canning. In a Mother Earth News article, now this is a modern magazine that's been around for quite some time, and they are a homesteading magazine, and they are actually a really great source for things about gardening and canning. They say, quote, "Safe home canning depends on applying the proper amount of heat to kill microbes, and the amount of heat required depends in part on how the food is prepared, including what sizes the vegetables or fruits are cut into. Tested recipes have been monitored to confirm how much time, and for non-acid foods, how much pressure is required for the heat to fully penetrate the pieces of food in whatever size jar is being used. Older hand-me-down recipes may not have ever been tested. There's just no way to know. Precise acidity and salt sugar levels are also important factors, which is further reason to always use recipes that have been tested by food scientists." Older canning recipes sometimes call for unorthodox practices, such as flipping filled hot jars upside down to allow them to seal, or canning by setting the jars in an oven or out in the sun. Those methods aren't acceptable for several reasons, says food scientist Karen Blakesley of Kansas State University. While alternative methods may cause the jar to seal, Blakesley says they do not guarantee that the food inside has reached the proper temperature for storage. And in an article on healthycanning.com, they have quite a few really interesting historical canning guides, which I'll have a link to that on my blog. But they also have a warning on their website. They say, as a general rule, canning books published prior to 1994 will not have safe processing times and or methods. This applies to canning guides published by anyone, either state sector or private sector. So you refer to these canning guides only for the purposes of researching the evolution of canning recommendations, or just for pure historical interest. So in conclusion, should you use wartime canning recipes to can? My answer is emphatically no. Please do not. Now, you might feel like, well, my grandma's recipe is fine. I'm going to keep using it. Okay, that's your prerogative. But I, in good conscience, have to say, please do not use vintage canning recipes. We just don't know the acidity levels. We don't know how well they were preserved. And we really need to trust in modern science. Okay, now that that's out of the way, there is some good news, because there is actually some really good advice from 1943. And I'm going to read that to you. I found this in the Des Moines Register from July 1943. The first piece of advice is to lay out your canning program in advance. Plan to can in small amounts, a little at a time, and in the mornings when it's cool. The second piece of advice is select vegetables as they reach the good eating stages. Pick only enough to fulfill requirements of the morning's canning schedule. Discard vegetables which are bruised or otherwise in bad condition. Can as quickly as possible after picking to prevent loss of vitamins, color, and freshness. 2 hours from garden to the can is ideal. Fifth is follow rules of cleanliness. Wash vegetables thoroughly and sterilize by boiling. Jars, rubbers, lids, and all utensils and equipment to be used. And finally, your neighbor, your bridge partner, or your Aunt Minnie probably will give you some tips or shortcuts. If you're a beginner, ignore them. They may work well for Aunt Minnie, but they won't work for you. Close quote. These are all very good tips for canning from wartime, and we can definitely follow these. Today's cookbook feature is entitled Josephine Gibson's Wartime Canning and Cooking Book. Recipes that save points, nutrition, hints, preserving. And at the top it also says how to eat well though rationed. This is a great little book. Mine actually is kind of falling apart. It is a booklet, a very thick booklet with 64 pages. It has a really great contents list. It has keeping your family fit in wartime, planning rationed menus, low point family menus, hearty soups, wartime lunchbox, low point meat dishes, main dishes for meatless days, colorful salads and wartime menus, breads and rolls, wartime substitutions and helps, desserts under the ration system. And then, for the rest of the book, it is canning and preserving for victory. So in the foreword, it says, American men are on the march everywhere. So are American women. Just as our soldiers, sailors, Marine, and Coast Guardsmen are changing their habits overnight, so are our homemakers adapting themselves to changes in the kitchen. American housewives are contributing just as much in their own way to winning the war as the members of the WACs, WAVES, and the SPARs. Food rationing and wartime food scarcities affect the lives of all of us. How to turn the colored stamps in the war ration book into hearty, healthy meals is a problem for the experienced housewife as well as the new bride. The women of the United States need aid in turning out 3 square meals a day, and this book will give it. Every woman is planning an active campaign of home canning this season. Preserve and fruit cupboards will be filled as never before with jams, jellies, preserves, vegetables, soups, pickles, relishes, and even with meats and poultry. Every one of these items and more will be acquired by the diligence and hard work of the present sturdy women who live but for one reason, to see victory achieved and the 4 freedoms upheld. The job of wartime food and homemaking is a complex one, requiring all the strength, ingenuity, and resourcefulness any woman possesses. Our American women are capable of managing any situation as it arises, and the present one is no exception. To help in the important task of keeping America strong through the food she eats, this booklet was prepared. May you use its helpful information on meal planning, canning victory menus and recipes, and suggestions to solve the unusual housekeeping problems of today. I know that was a little lengthy, but I just love all the things that they talk about in here. Food rationing and wartime food scarcities affect the lives of all of us. I never thought that I would be able to really feel those words, but with COVID-19 food scarcities at times, I definitely have a better appreciation for that, just that feeling now. I tried 2 recipes from this book. The first one is hot fudge pudding. And this is a recipe that is actually still pretty popular today, though it might not be very well known. I have seen kind of a resurgence of it. It is a cake that makes its own pudding sauce as it bakes. Ooh, doesn't that sound magical? Well, it is. It is magical and so delicious. In the subtitle for this recipe, it says, easily made, unusual, delicious, and economical. Be sure to try it. All right, so for this recipe, you use 1 cup sifted all-purpose flour, 2 teaspoons baking powder, 1/4 teaspoon salt, 3/4 cup sugar, 2 tablespoons cocoa, 1/2 cup of milk, 2 tablespoons melted shortening, 1 cup of chopped nuts. I actually left this out because I didn't think my kids would like it. 1/2 teaspoon vanilla, 1 cup brown sugar, 4 tablespoons cocoa, and 1 3/4 cup hot water. So to make this special cake, you sift the dry ingredients together, you stir in the milk and the shortening, and you mix until smooth. You add the nuts if you're adding them, and vanilla, and spread in the pan. And the batter is about the consistency of like a brownie batter. And in the dry ingredients, you don't add the cup of brown sugar or the 4 tablespoons of cocoa. That's separate, because then you sprinkle that batter with brown sugar and the second amount of the cocoa. And then you mix it in the pan. I thought this was kind of weird. I mixed it partially, but I don't think it matters, because then you pour the hot water over the entire batter and then you bake it just like that. You don't even mix in the water. Oh yeah, the pan, they tell you afterwards, needs to be greased and floured. I didn't do either of those things, and it was actually just fine. You bake it in a greased and floured 8-inch square pan in a 350 degree Fahrenheit oven for 40 to 45 minutes. It then tells you to invert squares on plates, and then you dip the sauce from the pan over each. I baked mine in like a smaller rectangular pan, and it boiled over a little bit. So I think you definitely want to have a pan with steeper sides. My sides, I think, were just like 1.5 inches tall. But if you use an 8-inch square pan, like it says, it should be fine. It really is quite magical, because you're putting it in the oven thinking, what the heck am I doing? But it does make its own pudding sauce. So I guess the technical term is a self-saucing cake, I guess. And it really does make a delicious chocolate sauce. I know I'm not supposed to be eating chocolate, but I did try a small portion of this and even tried it with some ice cream. Oh yes, it was so yummy. 5 out of 5. You should definitely try this one, especially if you like chocolate. The next recipe I tried, I actually wanted to try a canning recipe, but I wanted to be clear, I did not can it because I don't know. I did find a modern version for this. It's called India Relish. And there are some modern recipes for this, but I couldn't find one on like an official canning website like Ball or Kerr or anything like that. So, but I will put the link that I did find for a modern version of this recipe on my blog. But I will be also posting these recipes on my blog. And I think this recipe is definitely worth a try because it is quite delicious. And relish stores pretty well in the fridge, but I can't say for how long. So it's up to your own discretion, I guess. I did cut the recipe in half, and the way the portions are, it is easy to do that. It calls for 12 green tomatoes. And this was actually the main reason why I wanted to make this recipe, because I have a wealth of green tomatoes right now as the weather is getting cold. And I've been wanting to make a recipe other than fried green tomatoes, which are tasty, but I wanted to try something else. So this was perfect. So it calls for 12 green tomatoes. I cut this down to 6, but I'll just tell you the original recipe. 12 red peppers, 12 large onions, 3 pints vinegar, 2 tablespoons whole mixed spices, 2 tablespoons whole cloves, 2 cups brown sugar, 2 tablespoons mustard seed, 2 tablespoons celery seed, and 2 tablespoons of salt. You put the tomatoes, peppers, and onions through a food chopper. I used my food processor. And then you boil it for 15 minutes, stirring frequently but gently. Then you combine the vinegar, mixed spices, and whole cloves into it, and you boil. Oh. Okay. I did not read this recipe correctly the first time. It made no sense to me at all. I thought you had to put the vinegar in with the mixed spices and the whole cloves and boil it all together for 5 minutes, then drain to remove the spices. But I was like, that makes no sense, because if you drain it to remove the spices, it's still chunky relish. I feel so dumb now. You just cooked the vinegar. Oh gosh. That would have made it so much easier. So you cook the vinegar and the whole mixed spices and the whole cloves, and you boil that for 5 minutes and then drain to remove the spices. Oh my gosh, that makes so much more sense. Then you pour that strained vinegar over the ground pickle, add the brown sugar, celery seed, mustard seed, and salt, and boil that for 15 minutes, and then you seal it in hot, sterilized jars. It says the recipe may be doubled, but I cut it in half. So it says, this is a favorite recipe and is very easily made and makes a delicious relish, which is true. It is very delicious. When it came to the whole mixed spices, I relied on a British recipe for mixed spices, but it was very hard to find them whole. The recipe uses allspice, cinnamon, nutmeg, mace, cloves, coriander, ginger. And I had all of these, but some of them were ground. So I just went ahead and used those. You boil that with the vinegar. And it does make a very delicious relish. And I actually used a whole jar, like I had a jar in my fridge of it on some pork. And that was very, very tasty. I'm not very imaginative when it comes to using relish, so I need to do some research and figure out how I can use this up. If you're a big fan of relish like I am, I've already got some beet relish and dill relish I made in the fridge. Now I have some India relish. And you know what? When it comes to the name India relish, I think it's pretty much just like a chutney. That's kind of what it reminds me of when I eat it. But either way, it really is so yummy. So I recommend this too. I guess you could probably cut it into a quarter of this recipe as well. That'll take a little more math, but I think it'll be worth it. And you can find both of these recipes on my blog, along with pictures of the things I made. Today's story highlight is by Dorothy Pedersen Nelson, and this is an excerpt from her memoir, Teenage Memories of the Home Front. I found this on the Minnesota Historical Society, and I am using the story with their permission. She says, I remember rationing. It did not seem to be a great hardship, though I think my mother was exceptionally talented at stretching food and making do. She and Dad planted a victory garden on a plot about a mile from our house. Mother and sometimes Dad would take the bus down to the garden, hose and rakes in hand, and spend a few hours tending the garden. In the fall, they would take the car to bring home the harvest. From that garden, Mom canned hundreds of quarts of vegetables. She also baked all of our bread, made jams and jellies from any fruit that could be picked. We got eggs and some meat from the farm, so we fared well, and the rationing of sugar, meats, and some other items did not greatly change our fare. Meals were simple, and we mostly ate all 3 meals at home together at the family table. My dad would say the Come Lord Jesus table prayer before every meal. When in school, we kids would usually walk home for lunch, which might be cornbread and syrup, Spanish rice, a homemade soup, biscuits and bacon gravy, and some leftovers from dinner the night before. Everything was used and very little was thrown out. I think rationing was harder in households that did not grow any of their own food. Ration cards were issued to each family member. These were coupons that were torn out upon purchase of a rationed item. If someone were to come and stay for any length of time, they would be expected to bring their ration book. Some items, particularly meats, could be bought on the black market. That was under-the-counter kind of selling that would not require coupons, but which would be more expensive. Meats particularly were available black market. This was probably more true in agricultural areas, where food from the farms could be slipped into the city to a profiteer without much danger of reprisals. Housewives saved grease and turned it in at the butcher shops. Papers and old rags were saved and turned in to be reprocessed. Old metal pots and pans were turned in, and the metal melted down to be reused. As I write this, I realize it was an early form of recycling. My Girls Reserve group, something like the Girl Scouts, was sponsored by the local YMCA, developed a project where members would collect grease, paper, metals, clothing, etc., and turn it into the collection centers. I had a big box in the front porch where I collected those items. It was messy. When I was reading this story highlight on their website, I was especially excited that she talked about canning, and I wanted to include this story for this podcast episode. I really love that the details of how they would take the bus down to the garden with hose and rakes in hand and use the family car to bring the harvest back. I think that takes real dedication. I mean, I have a hard enough time gardening in my own yard and remembering to weed, like taking that time and effort. But when it's like a community garden or somewhere from at a distance, that takes even more dedication. So I really admire their hard work and all of those things that they were able to can. I have tried to find this memoir, but I did not have any success. But I hope to be able to find it someday because I'd really love to read the rest of her teenage memoirs on the home front. I'm going to leave the link for this so you can read it in whole. Like I only read a part of it. I will leave that link on my blog where you can also peruse the Minnesota Historical Society's website and all their awesome resources they have available there. I wanted to give them a huge thank you for letting me use this on my podcast. All right, well, that's it for this episode. If you or your family have American homefront stories, I would love to be able to share them on my podcast. To share your story, go to victorykitchenpodcast.com and click on Share a Homefront Story. We have lots of fun on Instagram where I share recipes, cool stuff I find in the course of my research, and behind-the-scenes photos. So come on over and give me a follow. My handle is Victory Kitchen Podcast. And don't forget to leave a review for Victory Kitchen on iTunes or wherever you get your podcasts. Thanks so much for listening, and I'll talk to you next time. Bye.
Wax Program with Fibber, McGee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coats present Fibber, McGee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with songs by the King's Band and music by Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with Fine and Dandy. Here's my advice for the week to car owners. Don't let your car sit around with road scum and smashed bugs eating into the finish. Not when it's so easy to make that finish sparkle like new and keep it that way with Johnson's Car New, the easy-to-use polish that both cleans and polishes with one application. No matter how much you've cut down on your driving, you still need to keep the finish smoothly polished to keep it new-looking for the day when driving restrictions are off. And that job is a cinch with Car New. This remarkable polish is a liquid. You rub it over the finish, let it dry, wipe it off. Until you've used Car New, you'll never believe how quickly it brings back your car's original showroom shine. Once your car is sparkling with that smooth Car New polish, you can apply a coat of Johnson's Auto Wax or regular Johnson's Wax for added protection and to save on car washings. Your regular wax dealer, auto supply store, or service station has both the Johnson's Auto Wax and Johnson's Car New, spelled C-A-R-N-U.
it a wonderful feeling to get out the old suitcase preparatory to packing for a summer vacation? And isn't it an awful letdown when you can't find the keys that unlock the suitcase so you can pack it? Oh, you don't think so? Well, listen to Fibber, McGee, and Volley.
McGee, darling, why did you lock the suitcase when you put it away empty?
I don't know. It just seemed neater that way, I guess. Anyway, I can open it with a hairpin or something. Give me a hairpin.
I'm afraid to.
Huh? Why?
Well, my hair might come down, and if I ever let my hair down, I might tell you what I think of a man who locks an empty suitcase and then loses the key.
Well, gee willikers, Oh, I know where the key is. Ain't I the rummy?
Well, go get it then, dearie.
I can't.
Why not?
It's inside the suitcase.
Heavenly days. I thought that only happened in comic strips.
Well, comic strips are just exaggerations of what happens in real life.
Yeah? Well, I'm beginning to think our lives are exaggerations of what happens in comic strips. I got that one out. What are you going to do now? We need that suitcase.
I'll pick the lock. Locks on suitcases are very...
Come in.
Hello there, kids. Understand you're leaving on your vacation tomorrow.
Yes, we are. First thing in the morning, it's up and away to the mountains.
I thought we were going to the seashore.
No, I decided.
You decided?
Yes,
Now listen here.
No, don't argue, kids. Why don't you go spend a few weeks at my brother's dead ranch?
You mean Dude Ranch?
No, it's dead, daughter. That's why I'm trying to round up some customers for the kids. You'd love a ranch. You can ride or go out on horseback or go for a long gallop across the prairies or spend all day long in the saddle or take a brisk canter in the early morning air or...
Yeah. Or go horseback riding.
Sure. You'd like my brother, too. Natural horseman.
Born Westerner?
No, born bow-legged. Just got a letter from him last Saturday. We chipped in and bought Papa a jackknife for Father's Day.
Jackknife? Why didn't you get him a necktie?
Waste of money, Johnny. Papa's got a beard down to here.
Doesn't he ever wear a necktie?
He won't tell us if he does or not. Well, I'll leave this little tour here for you kids. I know you'd like ranch life. You can ride or go horseback.
Yes, we know. You going out there yourself this summer, Mr. Oldtimer?
Mike, daughter. Ain't had a vacation since, well, let me see. This is 1940.
This is 1942.
It is? What happened in 1941? Oh, I know. I went to see Gone with the Wind.
Now, listen, that wouldn't account for a whole year.
No, I sat through it twice, daughter.
Gone with the Wind. That picture has played the Bijou Theater so often that the manager, Mr. Finkelstein, talks with a southern accent. Mouthing my words.
That's pretty good, Johnny, but that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, I'll tell you in September. So long, kid.
Well, we won't be going to a ranch or any place else if I can't get this suitcase open. Bring me a glass of water, will you?
What for?
I'm going to pour it into the lock and then put the suitcase in the refrigerator. Water freezes, expands, and forces the lock open. That way we
Couldn't
can...
you ruin the suitcase just as easily if you chopped it open with a hatchet? Or maybe use dynamite?
Well, what would you do?
Well, I don't like to be obvious, dearie, but if you needed a tooth fixed, you'd call a dentist, wouldn't you?
Why, sure.
Well, who would you call if you wanted a lock fixed?
A dentist?
A locksmith, silly.
Oh, I never thought of that. Well, where's there a good locksmith?
There's one next to Kramer's drugstore. Luke Smith.
Give me the phone.
Here.
Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me Luke Smith, the locksmith, next door to Kramer's Mert. Is that you? How's every little thing, Mert? Yes, what's that, Mert? Left on your doorstep. With a rattle in one hand and a bottle in the other, eh? Why don't you adopt him, Mert? Oh, gee, I wish you would.
Stop it, McGee. What business is it of yours if they adopt a baby?
It wasn't a baby. It was Uncle Dennis. What say, Mert? Well, never mind. I'll see you in September, Mert. Yeah. Goodbye.
Look, McGee, I have some extra keys upstairs. I'll go get them. And after this, when you lock an empty suitcase, don't do it.
I wonder if brute force will open it up for me. Nah. Dad rat, the dad rat. Come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hello there, little girl. You know anything about locks?
Sure I do, I betcha. We listen to it all the time.
Listen to what?
Lux. Lux Radio Theater. You know, my mama says that Cecil DeMille is one of the
I didn't say Lux. I says locks. Like on this suitcase. You know how to get it open?
Let me take it, mister. Sure, I can get it open.
How?
Give me the key and I'll show you.
Doggone it, sis. I haven't got a key. That's just the trouble. The key's inside and we're leaving on our vacation tomorrow.
Oh. Where are you going on your vacation, mister? Where are you going? Where are you?
Oh, I don't know, sis. Most anywhere. The mountains, the woods, the desert, the seashore. As long as it's in the great outdoors.
We got one, too.
You got one what?
A great outdoors. My daddy cooks hamburgers on it.
Hey, that sounds pretty good. Why don't he ever invite me over for some hamburgers?
Well, you know, I asked him.
Huh?
I asked him that once, but he said you wouldn't enjoy it.
Why not?
He says you're so full of baloney all the time you wouldn't have any appetite.
Found a way to get that suitcase open yet. My goodness.
Look out, Molly. Stand back. Over this way.
What on earth are you...
Face the wall a minute. Now hold it. Ah, doggone it. Didn't work. My last firecracker, too.
Gee, what are you doing shooting firecrackers off in this house?
Trying to blast the lock open on the suitcase. Lock's either too strong or the firecrackers are too weak.
Heavenly days, it smells like the Battle of Bull Run in here. Open the window. Now, that's better. Now, what in the name of Shanghai Czech gave you the idea of using firecrackers?
You did. You mentioned something about dynamite a while ago, and I called up the hardware store, and they didn't have any dynamite.
McGee, if you ever bring a drop of dynamite into this house,
Dynamite don't come in drops. Comes in sticks. It ain't dangerous if you handle it right. Why, I and my cousin Ellsworth used to blast tree stumps with dynamite all the time.
Oh, I never knew you had a cousin Ellsworth. Tell me more. Did I ever meet him?
No, and you never will. You see, I and Ellsworth were blasting stumps one evening, and it begun to get dark.
Yeah?
We worked later than we should have because we wanted to get finished. So I jammed a hunk of dynamite under the last stump, grabbed up my coat, gives Ellsworth a kick, and hollers, "Come on, Ellsworth!" Just goes to show how deceptive that evening light is.
Why, McGee?
I had put the dynamite under Ellsworth and hollered at the stump. We were all broken up about that. Particularly Ellsworth.
I imagine so. And that proves the dynamite is safe to handle, huh?
Not around a guy that looks like a stump, it ain't. But when you really know what...
Come in. hello, Abigail.
How do you do, Mrs. McGee? And Mr. McGee.
Hi, Uppy. Sit down and take a ton off your tibia.
Oh, thank you, no, Mr. McGee. I can't stay for just a moment.
Oh, that's too bad.
What's too bad about it if she
McGee.
can't stay? Huh? Oh. Well, how's everything in the uppy brackets, Upper? I mean, the upper brackets, Uppy.
Mr. McGee, I find your vulgarities and impudence so thoroughly unamusing that I must say frankly, I'm looking forward to your 13 weeks' absence with an ever-increasing joy and impatience.
Oh, you're sweet, Abigail. We're looking forward to it, too.
We're going to miss you just as much as you're going to miss us, Uppy. You know, you ain't a bad little sister at heart.
No, really, Mr. McGee, I didn't mean that.
No. Don't be ashamed of a little honest sentiment, Uppy.
What I was trying to convey to your somewhat faltering intelligence, Mr. McGee, was hardly a message of tender felicitation.
What you mean, sis?
I was endeavoring to transmit the thought that I was happily, almost ecstatically, looking forward to your departure. Now, have I made myself clear?
Yes, you betcha. And I never heard a farewell speech worded so nice, Uppy. I wish you'd write that down in our guest book.
Could I write it on your shirt front with carbolic acid, Mr. McGee?
Oh, Abigail, you clown.
The old moose has really got a sense of humor, ain't she, Molly?
Well, it was awfully sweet of you to stop in and say all those nice things, Abigail, but we'll come back just as soon as we can this summer.
Oh, yes, do. I shall really miss you, my dear. But as for Mr. McGee...
I know. As for me, you can't come right out and say it on account of me being a married man. Well, so what? Molly knows you're fond of me in your odd sort of way, so who cares?
Mr. McGee, can't I make you understand just exactly what I... Oh, no, I guess I can't. So goodbye, Mrs. McGee. I hope you have a splendid time this summer.
Sweet, McGee.
I never realized she cared so much about us, Molly. Why, when she went out, she was biting her lip to keep the tears back. You never can tell about people, can you?
No, now, for instance...
Hello, folks.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox. I was wondering what... Why, Meredith Wilson, how nice to see you again.
Hello, Molly. You're looking well. How are you, Fibber?
Hi, Bud. What was the name again?
Meredith Wilson, Fibber.
Wilson? I don't believe... you any relation to Peggy Wilson, that band leader's wife?
Well, I'm her husband.
You are? Well, shake hands. Any husband of Peggy Wilson's is a friend of ours. What are you doing in town?
Fibber.
Huh?
Meredith Wilson is the famous conductor. He composes symphonies. He writes popular music that hits the hit parade. He originated Chiffon Swing. And he's going to do the Johnson Wax Summer Show again this year and give Billy Mills a rest.
And believe me, Billy's earned it. He's done a wonderful job for you folks.
Oh, indeed he has. And we love your music, too, Mr. Wilson.
Well, thank you, Molly. I think myself that I have a neat little combo. Hot or sweet, Chicago or Barrel House, classic or groovy, no boozers or chasers, have own tuxedos, will travel, bus or train.
Hey. I don't get it. What are you talking about, Bud?
Now, listen, Fibber, if you're pretending you don't recognize me on account of that $3 you borrowed back in 1940, you paid me that back.
I did? You mean I don't? Hi, Meredith. I'm glad to see you.
Thanks. I thought you would be. I just asked Harlow to bring me by so I could wish you a pleasant vacation.
Well, thanks, Mr. Wilson. We'll be listening to you this summer from wherever we are.
Swell.
Incidentally, don't go so far away that you can't get this week's copy of Life magazine. Comes out Friday the 26th.
Why, Harlow?
Well, it's got Fibber and Molly's picture in it.
It has?
Yes, sir. And a double-page spread about what Johnson products are doing in the line of war duty.
Well, we'll sure get a copy.
How's my picture look? Have I got that sophisticated look I've been reading so much about?
The ad tells all about how Johnson protective coatings are used on airplanes, Army textiles, housing projects, special wax finishes for leather belts, holsters, boots.
Does my picture show in front view or profile? Because everybody says my left profile is...
Believe me, that advertisement gives you a new slant on Johnson Wax products. We've got a sponsor that knows there's a war going on.
Oh, that's great, Harlow. And any sponsor of yours is a sponsor of mine, I always say.
Are you having just a musical show this summer, Mr. Wilson?
No, we've got a wonderful new added feature this year. An old friend of mine, John Nesbitt.
Not John Nesbitt, the passing parade man.
Sure, you've seen his movie shorts for MGM, Molly, and heard him on the air. Say, I asked him to stop in here, but I guess he...
Oh, maybe that's him now. Come in.
Mr. and Mrs. McGee live here? Why, hello, John. Oh, hello, Meredith. Oh, and there's Harlow. Hello, Harlow.
Hello, John. Say, I want you to meet a couple friends of ours. Molly, John Nesbitt.
How do you do, I'm sure.
How do you do, Molly?
And this is Fibber McGee, John.
Hello, Fibber.
What was the name again, Curly?
Nesbitt. Nes is in nasturtium, and bit is in off more than you can chew.
I've seen a lot of your movies, Mr. Nesbitt, and I think they're wonderful. Say, how do you ever find all those fascinating stories?
Well, I don't know. It's kind of a hobby of mine, Molly. I go around digging up odd little facts, historical or otherwise, that I think might be overlooked in the passing parade.
Well, good for you, Curly. And now look, anytime you need any advice about... Hey, excuse me a minute. Has anybody got a toothpick? Oh, okay. Anytime you need any advice about what's good taste on the air, bud, just drop me a line. I'll be glad to give you the benefit of my vast experience.
Well, thanks, old man. You know, I'm really going to enjoy working this summer with Meredith and with Wilcox Harlow.
It's Harlow Wilcox, John.
Is it really? Well, I looked him up in the telephone directory, and they have him down as Wilcox Harlow.
I must have been backward about paying my phone bill.
You going to announce the summer show, Gene? I say, are you going to announce the summer show?
Yes, sir, and it's as good as a vacation for me. We have a lot of laughs, and the studios are so air-conditioned, why, we hate to leave after the broadcast.
Yes, I tell you, they're really wonderful. But won't you boys sit down and have a cup of root beer or something?
Well, no, thanks, Molly. But before I go, I wonder if you'd mind if I...
If what, Meredith?
Well, I've always had a kind of a yearning to... Oh, no, it's ridiculous.
Oh, what is it, Mr. Wilson?
Well, would it be too much to... I mean, would it be an imposition if I... Well, could I please open your hall closet door just once?
Why, sure thing. Go ahead.
Help yourself, Mr. Wilson, right in there.
Yeah.
Gee, thanks. Is this the one right here?
That's it. Open her up.
Thanks. Gee, this is interesting.
The King's Men sing the blacksmith song.
The village smithy stands by the tree. The smith, a mighty man, now is he. He's busy as a big bumblebee, reshoeing horses for society. He swings and sings as the horses pass. He does because when he swings the anvil chorus, all the horses laugh. For just as every dog has his day, the smith is back again now to stay. And the muscles in his hands are as strong as rubber bands. And the village smithy stands by the tree. The smithy stood for years by the tree. Glad now he's helping society. Since rubber went on priority, he ain't the kind of guy he used to be. He slaves and saves all the rubber he can get. And you can too. If you'll search the whole house over, we'll get Hitler yet. So bring it to the smith by the score. What you haven't any use for anymore. 'Cause you'll pay a cent a pound for all rubber that's around. If you pile it on the ground by the tree. Don't recognize his friends anymore. 'Cause he's sprucer than he used to be before. And he's climbed, as you can guess, up the ladder of success. But he keeps the same address. 1 800 West 34th Street, Chicago, Illinois. 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 1 800 West 34
doggone. The way this lock resists burglary, you'd think the suitcase was full of emeralds. Oh,
I think you better rest a while, dear. You're dripping wet. Can I get you a glass of something cold, iced tea or lemonade or something, maybe?
Thanks. Just makes me all hotter. Boy, this is really a scorcher today, isn't it?
Yes, and the summer's just starting.
Yeah.
I do hope we go someplace where it's cool, McGee.
Yeah, but outdoors is outdoors, Molly. You can't have fresh air and sunshine without a little...
Come in.
Oh, hi, Latrivia.
Oh, McGee. How do you do, Mrs. McGee? My, warm, isn't it?
It is. I tell you, it's hotter than a St. Louis sidewalk, Mr. Mayor.
I'm so hot I could do spot welding with my bare hands. What can we do for you, Latriv?
Oh, nothing, McGee, nothing. I just heard you were starting on your vacation tomorrow and dropped in to wish you bon voyage.
Well, thanks, Mr. Mayor, and the same to you.
Oh, I'm not going anywhere, Mrs. McGee. This promises to be a very hot summer, and the city hall is air-cooled, so I think I'll just remain on the job.
Oh, you may have something there at that, Latrivia.
I know I have, McGee. You go camping or traveling and get hot and dusty. You can't take so many changes of clothing. Can't have a shower whenever you like.
McGee, don't you think it would be better if we... Oh, what am I saying? A vacation is a vacation.
Why, sure it is, Molly. It's just sour grapes with these fellas that keep yipping about the air-cooled offices and restaurants full of ice-cold watermelon and all stuff like that there. What's a vacation without a little discomfort?
Well, I'll certainly be thinking of you out in a fishy-smelling rowboat under that broiling sun, fighting off the flies and squirming under your sunburn. Well, enjoy yourself.
No, Molly, I've been thinking this thing over, Molly, and I wonder if we...
Yes?
Well, I mean, gee whiz, well, what with the war and all, maybe it would be better if we... What do you say we don't...
Oh, dear. This is the same feeling I had the night you started to propose to me and the hot water heater blew up. Come in.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hello, Mrs. McGee.
Hello, Mr. Wimple.
Hi, Wimple, old man. How's everything?
Oh, just fine, Mr. McGee. Except that I'm a little worn out after yesterday. My, what a strenuous day.
What happened yesterday, Mr. Wimple?
Sweetie Face and I went to a wedding.
Oh. The matrimonial monkey shines get you down, Wimp?
Oh, of course not. It wasn't the wedding so much, but Sweetie Face tied my old shoes to the back of the groom's car while I was still wearing them.
Heavenly days, how brutal.
No, it was just thoughtlessness, Mrs. McGee.
A very harrowing experience, I should say.
Wimple, I hate to keep repeating it, but you ought to assert yourself. Speak up to Sweetie Face. Be a man. You got rights.
Yes, I know. But my rights are so much weaker than her left. Do you know that Sweetie Face never walks downstairs to breakfast?
What does she do? Punch a hole in the floor and slide through like a fireman?
No. She leaps out the window to the limb of a tree and swings down from branch to branch, just like Tarzan.
Well, what's so funny about that?
Well, don't you tell a single solitary soul now, but this afternoon I saw the top limb of that tree almost clear through.
Oh, good heavens, she'll break her neck.
Yes. Well, have a nice vacation, folks. Goodbye.
Look, Molly, the more I think of it, the more I think we got everything in town here we'd need for a good vacation. Shows, restaurants, all the comforts of home.
Oh, I was hoping you'd say that, dearie. You know, when those boys started talking about the air-cooled NBC studios, well, I just couldn't stand it.
Yeah, they are marvelous. Say, I wonder... Give me the phone.
Here.
Thanks.
Who you calling?
You'll see. Long distance, please. Hello, operator. Get off the line, Mert. I'll see you in September. Operator, give me the Johnson Wax Factory in Racine, Wisconsin.
What on earth are you?
Hello, is this the Johnson Wax Factory? Mr. Johnson, please. Mr. Johnson, it's Fibber McGee speaking. Fine, how are you? Oh, that's good. Look, Mr. Johnson, me and Molly don't feel just right about leaving you in the lurch for 13 weeks, so we... Huh? Hey, yeah, but you see, Mr. Johnson, with them air-cooled studios, we wouldn't mind staying here for... Huh? Yeah, I know, Mr. Johnson, but... Well, let Wilson and Nesbitt advertise Carnu and let us handle Glow-Coat. Or let them have the Glow-Coat and we'll put on a show for Carnu. Yeah, but Mr. Johnson, we can't get our suitcase unlocked. Mr. Johnson!
suppose a woman gets as big a thrill out of a glistening new refrigerator as a man does out of a new car. It's not only a great convenience, but it's a thing of beauty in the kitchen. And it's well worth that extra care you're being asked to give it right now. I'd like to suggest that in addition to things like proper defrosting and oiling, you also protect the beauty of that gleaming finish. How? Why, with a coat of genuine Johnson's wax, paste or liquid. The same wax you use to protect your floors, furniture, and woodwork. Johnson's wax guards the finish against moisture and dirt, keeps it spotless, easy to clean. This is just one of the 100 extra uses for Johnson's wax in your home. To take better care of your things and make them last longer, try waxing them. Your windowsills, Venetian blinds, lampshades, picture frames, shoes, and luggage. You'll be surprised how much work you save, too, because the wax polish resists dust and dirt. Genuine Johnson's wax is available everywhere in paste, liquid, and cream form.
Ladies and gentlemen, we all want to thank you for another wonderful year. And goodbye till next September.
Yes, we know you're going to enjoy the Johnson Wax Summer Show with Meredith Wilson and John Nesbitt and Harlow Wilcox. And we hope that... McGee, what are you doing with my best perfume?
Spraying the audience.
Yeah, but what for?
Well, you know what George M. Cohan says. Always leave them smelling when you say goodbye.
No, dearie. He didn't say smelling. He said smiling.
He did? Oh, excuse me. Good night.
Good night, doll.
Fibber, McGee, and Molly programs are short-waved each week to our armed forces throughout the world. This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Finishes for Home and Industry, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night when we present a new and distinctive program featuring Meredith Wilson and John Nesbitt. This program has reached you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
With the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver, the Lone Ranger. The building of the first transcontinental railroad was one of the most important steps in the winning of the West. The railroad was of prime importance to the future of the country. But powerful forces, cattlemen, stagecoach lines, and steamship companies opposed it. Outlaw opposition sprang up, and the Lone Ranger was commissioned by the President to lead the fight against the enemies of progress. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for end of track. Oh, Silver! Away!
construction crew of the Great Central Railroad pushed its tracks further west, they came to a section of the plains that was notched with deep gullies and ravines, as though some prehistoric monster had clawed the earth. It was also the home of the hostile Cheyenne Indians, and as the little steam engine chugged along, pushing loaded flat cars toward end of track, the workmen became increasingly nervous.
I tell you, Joe, I don't like it.
What's the matter, Sam?
This country, it gives me the creeps. Why do they have to lay a road bed through these ravines?
Because it's easier than going around, I guess.
Yeah, easier for some of them murdering redskins to get up there behind those rocks and take us hold.
We ain't seen hide nor hair of an engine for over a week.
Sure, and that's the time when you better start worrying about redskins, when you don't see them.
Chief the foreman says there ain't no danger.
Why are we packing guns then?
I don't know. Well, here we are, end of track. Better start unloading or Pete'll yell his head off.
All right, you men up there. Let's get these ties down. Step lively now.
What did I tell you? Might as well start pitching.
Yeah, but I still don't like it.
Perhaps Sam's fear was prompted by more than suspicion, for at that very moment the construction crew was sighted by three men who crouched behind a large rock high on one side of the ravine. The leader of the trio was thin-lipped Doc Barlow. By his side stood a boy in his early 20s known as Angel Face. And Murphy, the third man, was dressed as a Cheyenne Indian.
Now, listen, Murph. You two, Angel Face. Remember, I'm giving the orders around here what I say goes, see?
Why not shove this rock over now? It's big enough to smash three of those cars, maybe knock the engine over.
Because I'm waiting for a signal.
What kind?
Never mind. You get a man down there. Gotta wait till he moves up the track a little ways.
I could drill about 10 of them before they knew what happened.
Put that rifle down. There'll be no shooting. When I get the signal, you shove the rock. Murphy, you stand up so they can see you. Let out an Indian war whoop, understand?
Yeah. Don't I even get one shot?
Not unless they try to drill Murphy.
Then what do we do?
Get on our horses and ride from Plaintown.
I thought I was hired in this job to do something.
Only when I tell you to, Angel Face.
Fine job.
You just forgetting, ain't you? There were just three peaceable hombres that come out west from St. Joe.
Yeah, but the Iron Spur is another name for parlor games and pink tea.
That's right. Parlor games and pink tea.
Meanwhile, back at the end of track, the construction gang continued their work of unloading tires from the flat cars. They did not realize that high above them on a bluff overlooking the roadbed, three members of the notorious Iron Spur gang were planning death and destruction. Pete shouted to his men.
Now, men, all together on these rails. We'll take them one at a time. Grab it. Lift. 1, 2, 3. That's the way, my laddie. Now the next one.
I'm a little thirsty. I gotta have a drink of water.
Well, go down the track and find the water boy. And send him back here. We all could use a drink.
Thanks, Pete. Hey, let me borrow your bandana, will you, Joe? The face is steaming.
Sure, Sam. Here it is.
Thanks.
Now another one, men. Pick it up. Lift.
Pete, look up there. That work. It's trouble. Line. Turn the line. Get your guns, men.
Finally, the Indians were beaten off, and Pete and the railroad men bandaged the wounded men, put them on the train, and headed back to the long line of construction shacks where the workers made their camp. Miss Barkley, Colonel Parkman's secretary, heard the news of the Indian attack and rushed to Colonel Parkman's office.
Colonel Parkman, there's been an accident at the end of track.
Yes, Joan. A big rock dropped from a ledge.
You heard about it?
Just a few minutes ago. 2 cars completely smashed.
And 1 man killed.
Who was it?
Joe McCullen, one of our best trackmen.
That's too bad. Pete said it was Indians. Cheyennes, I suppose. And I was hoping we'd won their friendship.
I'm not so sure it was Indians, Colonel Parkman.
Pete said he saw one of them.
It was timed too perfectly. White men can dress as Indians, you know.
Oh, you mean the Iron Spur?
Exactly. They know that the best way to put fear into the hearts of every man working for the railroad is with Indians. They've tried to rouse them against us, and failing in that, they're imitating them.
Maybe you're right.
I'm sure of it.
I've asked for a detachment of soldiers from the fort, but the commanding officer seems to think I'm exaggerating the danger of this job.
We still have the Lone Ranger to help us.
Can you get word to him?
I'm going to try. This is the place. Right in this grove of trees. Now, if he only hears me. Oh, thank goodness. I knew he'd come.
I rather expected you'd have a message for me.
You know, then, what happened this afternoon out at End of Track?
Yes, I know. The railroad men expect serious trouble with Indians.
I really can't blame them. One man was killed today and 2 flat cars were smashed. But it wasn't Indians who caused it. I know it wasn't.
How do you know, Miss Barkley?
It's just suspicion, I guess. I know how relentless the Iron Spur is. How anxious they are to prevent the railroad from going through.
Yes, I think you're right.
There's an Indian village near the End of Track, isn't there?
Cheyennes, just a few miles east of the bunkhouses.
But the Cheyennes aren't an especially warlike tribe.
Only when they're aroused.
Our men have done nothing to antagonize them. It must be the members of the Iron Spur. I know it is. What shall we do? Pete the foreman thinks the men will leave their jobs.
Miss Barkley, go to the camp. Try to keep the men at work. I'm going to meet Tonto. Hi. Hello. I've been talking to Miss Barkley.
Time to wait.
Have you been over to Plainville? Are there any strangers in town? Anyone who looks like a member of the Iron Spur?
3 stranger. 2 old, 1 young.
Who are they?
Well, Tonto not know. Maybe them Iron Spur.
Are they still there? Come on, then. We'll see who they are.
Get 'em up, Scout. Come on, Silver.
Lone Ranger and Tonto rode into Plainville, and it took them but a few minutes to reach the front of the Silver Star Cafe. Inside was the sound of much celebration. The masked man and his Indian partner dismounted, walked up the steps of the cafe, listened for a few moments outside the door, and then entered. They saw 3 men standing at the bar engaged in a noisy conversation. Taking a table in a corner where they would not be noticed, they listened to the heavy-set member of the trio as he laughed about his exploits earlier in the day.
You know, the best part of it was when we tied that young Cheyenne Indian to his horse and sent him home, eh?
It sure was funny.
Anyway, look what he got his hair cut off. I told him that was a regular railroad haircut. Hey, wait till this old man, Chief Blackhawk, sees it.
Yeah, boys, I think we did a real sport.
Hello. Are those the men? They captured the young Indian and cut his hair off.
That'd be plenty bad.
Yes, I know. The worst disgrace that can happen to a brave.
Cheyenne Chief put blame on railroad men.
Tonto, you know Chief Blackhawk. Tell him it wasn't railroad men who sent his brave home in disgrace. I'll watch things at the camp.
He do it. Get him up, Scout.
Meanwhile, Pete, the foreman of the construction gang on the railroad, was trying to persuade them to stay on the job. Joan Barkley stood beside him to give what aid she could.
Now, men, please, you got to listen to me. What for? The thing that happened today was an accident. It wasn't an Indian raid.
You men aren't cowards. Listen to Pete.
It was an Indian. I saw him. Well, we all saw him. But it was just one redskin. We've got to expect things like that. We all knew it when we took this job.
I didn't take a job as target for rock slides and engine bullets. I say let's all quit and go back home before we're killed.
But we promised to do a job, and a certain amount of danger is part of it.
Not for me. How about the rest of you?
Are you a bunch of babies that you let the sight of one Indian scare you?
Why don't you ask Joe McCullen that question? He wasn't scared this morning either, but he's dead now.
But that doesn't mean that we'll all be killed.
That's a good enough sign for me.
All right, Sam. If you're afraid, why don't you quit?
I'm just talking sense.
Boys, I never steered you wrong, have I?
All you care about is this railroad with all their money. I say there ain't enough money in the world to pay for getting killed by engines.
Boys! I know how you all feel. And I'd feel the same way if I'd been there today when Joe McCullen was killed.
Now you're talking.
But that same thing is not going to happen again.
How do you know?
Have you got a treaty with the engines?
No, I haven't a treaty. But I have a lot of confidence in someone who's going to help us.
Yeah? Who is it?
I can't tell you. But I know it's real help.
I suppose it's your fairy godmother.
Boys, don't listen to him, please. We've all got a job to do here. We're getting paid for it. So let's do it.
How about the engine?
There won't be any more trouble with the Indians. I know there won't.
I promise you that.
Oh, maybe she's right.
Well, of course she's right. Now, let's all forget about this idea of quitting. Get some sleep and do a good day's work tomorrow. How about it?
All right. Hey, you hombres must be crazy. Don't you know all this railroad is after is to get the track built? They don't care how many men get killed building it.
That's not true.
I guess you're the only one who wants to get out, Sam. The rest of us are going to stay on the job.
Thank you, all of you. I knew you'd stay.
Listen. All of you listen.
Listen to what?
I'll open the door and you can get a real earful.
Well, I don't hear anything.
You don't? Well, just keep your ears open. It's getting louder all the time. You know what that is? I'll tell you. Cheyenne war drums. That means Indians on the warpath.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. The Lone Ranger rode hard to meet Tonto at the Indian camp before Chief Black Hawk could attack the railroad men. He reined up short of the edge of the camp where the sound of the Indian war dance was louder than ever.
There's Tonto. Wool Silver, steady, boy, steady. Hurry! Hurry, Kimasabi.
Where's the TP of Chief Black Hawk, Tonto?
Tonto, show way.
All right, lead the way. I'll follow.
This TP.
Raise the flap. We'll go in. There's no time to lose.
Chief Black Hawk. Tonto, come back. Bring white friend.
Black Hawk, no friend with mask.
Aye. Chief, I want to ask help of Black Hawk.
Make talk. Black Hawk, no.
Your braves are on the warpath. They're going to attack the railroad men. Why did they do this?
Men from Iron Horse make fool Cheyenne brave.
I know what happened. I saw the men who did it.
Bad. Black Hawk not like. Make war medicine.
But you're wrong, Chief. The men who cut your brave's hair are not with the railroad.
Brave, tell Black Hawk.
He was mistaken. The men who did that are outlaws. If you make war against the railroad men, you'll be killing innocent people.
How Black Hawk know white friends speak true?
Because I give you my word. It has never been broken.
Masked men always speak truth.
Iron Horse and you?
No, I come alone. Because you're making a mistake, innocent people will suffer. Will you stop war medicine? Will you do this for me?
For white friend, Black Hawk do. For Iron Horse, no.
It's for me.
Black Hawk tell braves. Oroga Manigay! Oroga Manigay!
Thank you, Black Hawk. I'm proud to have such a good friend. Come along, Tonto. There's much to be done.
We go find outlaw?
No, Tonto. They can't do any more damage tonight. We'll keep an eye on the construction gang tomorrow.
Steady, Silver. Steady, boy. You think Cheyenne not make war?
They won't unless they're provoked. It's up to us to see that it doesn't happen.
All right, Tonto. Get him up. Come on, Silver.
The Lone Ranger and Tonto rode back to the high bluff that overlooked the railroad construction camp. There they kept a vigilant watch all through the night, alert for any sound or sign of movement that would indicate the Indian chief had broken his promise. But Black Hawk was true to his word. The ominous throb of tom-toms was heard no more. The braves had taken off their war bonnets and all was peaceful. However, the scheming members of the Iron Spur had also heard the war dance stop suddenly. They didn't know the reason for Black Hawk's sudden change of plans, but they realized the Indians would not attack. And on the following afternoon, their leader, Barlow, called a meeting.
I found out why those critters didn't make the attack last night. It was the Lone Ranger that stopped them.
The Lone Ranger? Hang it, that hombre's always
Hold on, RP. I still got an ace up my sleeve. We're going to do something tonight that the Lone Ranger that doesn't like him can't interfere with.
What is it, Doc?
Fire.
I don't get you.
There's a square mile of dry buffalo grass between the Indians' camp and the railroad bunkhouse. And there's an east wind. That's all we need.
Fire'll sure wipe out them wooden bunkhouse.
Yeah, and everybody in them, huh?
I think the Indians did it. After that, the railroad won't be able to hire men west of the Mississippi for any kind of wages.
Hey, who's behind this Iron Spur we're working for, Doc?
None of your business.
I was just thinking.
It won't do you any good.
Well, what do we do now?
Lay low until the night. Then we'll fire up the prairie and vamoose. Let you have stand.
Suppose this Lone
He
Ranger...
couldn't stop it. Even if he knew about it. That's one thing nobody can stop. A prairie fire.
Nervous and distraught by a strange sense of impending trouble, Joan Barkley spent all of that day watching the construction gang at work. She knew the Lone Ranger had somehow been able to prevent the threatened Indian attack the night before, but she also felt that the present lull was an unnatural quietness which might portend another outbreak from some new and unexpected quarter. If the members of the Iron Spur were unsuccessful in arousing the Cheyennes to declare war, would they try the same tactics a second time? Or would they postpone the attempt until some future and indefinite time? These were questions she couldn't answer, and thinking about them only increased her fear and anxiety. At sundown, when the workmen had finished and gone to their bunkhouse, she returned to Colonel Parkman's office, tired and worried by a fear she could not put into words.
I don't know what to expect next, Colonel Parkman.
I wish I could feel that there was permanent peace with the Indians.
The Lone Ranger is doing what he can to keep them friendly, but...
But you think there'll be further trouble, huh, Joan?
I'm afraid so.
If only we could defeat this Iron Spur. As long as there's one member left to fight against the railroad, we must look for...
What is it, sir?
That red glow. Look out the west window. You see it?
Oh, yes, it seems... Colonel Parkman.
Fire.
It's way out by the end of track.
Prairie fire.
The bunkhouses, the buildings and supplies, everything will burn.
Come on, we'll ride out there.
It's fire, Tonto. Somewhere between the Indian camp and the railroad.
Down it, plenty big.
With this wind, it'll get bigger every minute. Come on, Silver.
Get up, Scout.
This is the work of them redskins.
Hold on, Pete.
Who is
John Barkley told you about me. Listen a minute.
Masked. Hey, you. I've heard of you. You're the Lone Ranger.
Yes, I am. Don't accuse the Indians of this.
You men, get down here with more shovels. Hey, get boards, sticks, anything. Fight that fire. Beat them down.
Now listen to me, Pete. This fire was started between here and the Cheyenne camp.
Hey, Pete, get in there and fight it. Don't let it get ahead of you. Fight it. Then we fight the Indians. Come on, Indians.
Big man, talk big, too little.
Bring up that engine. Get her in place.
Why bring iron horse? It's no good to fight fire.
Guess they want to use the water out of the boiler. Won't help much against this.
Guard your feet, men. Stand it out.
Big fire, plenty bad on prairie.
They're bad any place, Tonto, especially with wind behind them.
Kimasabi, wait. Want to watch sky.
What about it?
Take a look at moon.
The moon? What do you mean?
Look close. See clouds over moon?
I see them, but...
Clouds not move east to west. Then move west to east.
Tonto, you're right. The wind is changing. That means
The fire not come closer. It go back.
the railroad houses will be saved after all.
But it be plenty bad for Indian camp.
You mean the Cheyennes?
Cheyenne have no place to run. Big mountain at back. No way to escape. Fire burn camp. All Cheyenne burn.
That's right. They'll be trapped.
Anyway, wind blow. Fire bad.
Wait a minute. The railroad goes by the south side of the mountain, skirts their camp. We could use the engine and cars. We could save them.
Railroad men not like to save Cheyenne.
Indian lives are just as important as any others. Pete! Oh, Pete!
I don't want. I haven't got time to pull out.
You won't have to worry. The wind's changing.
The wind's... Say, it is changing.
I want to use that engine and those cars.
What?
The wind's switching to the southeast. The Indian camp is at the base of the mountain. They'll all be burned.
Well, who cares?
I do. Tonto and I'll take the steam cars and bring the Cheyennes back here.
Well, that's crazy. You can't run a train through that fire. It'll roast your life.
We'll take that chance.
Look, wind already start change.
Pete, give orders about the train.
Now, look here. I don't know as I should.
And we'll take them. Steady, big fella. Here, Tonto, you lead Silver.
Now, wait a minute.
Give the orders, or I'll give them myself at the point of the gun.
I'm going to let the water out of the engine boiler, Pete. We can use it to smother the spark.
Wait, are you the engineer?
Yeah.
Then leave the water in the engine. Put on more wood. Get the steam up.
Hey, you're masked. Oh, I don't know who you are, but I'm letting the water out. We needed to smother the fire.
Better do as he says, Bill. I reckon he knows what he's doing.
That's better. Now, Pete, tell the rest of them.
All right. Men, that's enough. Quiet! Quiet! The help of the wind, it looks like we've whipped the fire. As you all can see, the thing that saved us is going to be bad for the Indian camp over by the mountain. That's
Now, this man here is the Lone Ranger. He's going to take the engine and the cars and try to get through to save the Indians.
Why'd you stop? The fire's still burning.
The wind has changed, Sam. Now we're going to try and save the Indians.
What?
I'm taking instructions from this masked man. He's the Lone Ranger.
Save the engines. He's crazy. Don't listen to him.
You're in no danger. The fire can't jump this railroad right away. The Indians will be trapped.
Team's up, Peach. He's ready to go.
Good.
I want a few men to ride with us and help the Indians. Who'll volunteer?
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't listen to this masked man. All he wants to do is let the fire get the plane mill. Don't go with him. Take the throttle.
Come on, Tonto.
Now, what to do with Silver and Scout?
We'll take them with us. All right, Silver. Up you go. Up, Scout. All right, Bill, we're ready.
Gradually picking up speed, the engine and three flat cars plunged into the inferno of blazing prairie grass. Tongues of greedy flame licked the iron rails and tried to climb onto the train itself. The air was thick with smoke and wind-borne embers as the Lone Ranger protected Silver from flying sparks.
Steady, Silver. Steady, boy. We'll be through it soon.
Finally, they reached the base of the mountain on the south edge of the Indian camp. There they found the stoical Cheyennes working in little groups trying to fight off the fire.
You find Chief Blackhawk, Tonto. Tell him to get his people on the cars as quick as he can.
Time to do it.
All right, Silver. We won't have to go far.
Jump, boy. Where you go?
I'll be right back, steady, big fella. Come on, Silver. That's it. This way, boy. Oh, easy, Silver.
Masked man, help us to get out. We'll be burned alive.
I thought I'd find you somewhere around here. Get up, all three of you.
Anything you say, let's just get us out of this fire trap. We can't breathe.
You should have thought of that before you started this fire.
We didn't start it.
I know you did. And I can't leave even you out here to burn to death. Oh, we'll take care of you. Start marching over to that train.
Back through the raging fire, the engine labored with its heavy load. The Indians were silent, but grateful for their deliverance. While under the watchful eye of the Lone Ranger, the three members of the Iron Spur were surly and sullen. As the rescue train backed up to the front of the bunkhouse, a large crowd awaited them.
Everybody glad Lone Ranger helped Cheyenne.
That's Colonel Clarkson and Miss Barkley, Tonto.
The most amazing thing I've ever seen. How did you do it?
Most of the credit is due to the engine, the men who ran it. Colonel, here are three men you better turn over to the sheriff.
Who are they?
I don't know, but the sheriff will find out. Down, Silver, down, boy.
Here, Scout.
Colonel Parkman, you'll find that these three men are working for the Iron Spur.
And there's three less of that gang to fight our job.
And now the Indians will be on our side. Oh, Colonel Parkman, if only the Lone Ranger can always be with us. To help.
Hold on there. Don't leave us now. We need you.
We'll not be far away. Come on, Tonto.
Head up, Scout. Head up.
You have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Columbia Network takes pleasure in bringing you Suspense. Suspense, a new series of programs with one strict purpose in view, your entertainment. Each week at this time, CBS sets aside 30 minutes to excite you, to mystify you, and on occasion to horrify you with a catalog of the world's great thrillers, dramas from the stage and screen, from fiction and radio, dramas that bring you suspense. This, the second offering of a new series, is a unique one. Certainly, it is one of the very few pieces of suspense literature that somehow manages to tickle your funny bone while busily engaged in, make no mistake, though, nobody's kidding. CBS presents its adaptation of John Collier's well-known short story, Wet Saturday.
Yes, it's a wet Saturday. Never saw it rain harder. I'm Princey, Frederick Princey, just an ordinary family man. I've a son, a daughter, and a wife. I might be out golfing now if it hadn't been for the rain.
I'm Mrs. Princey. I plan to drive over to the nurseries this afternoon for some arbutus. The boarders, you know. But...
Oh, the whole lot of them make me sick. Yes, I'm George, son and heir. I had a date to go punting. Couldn't find the blasted punt in this weather, so I'm home, too.
I'm Millicent. I was going to play croquet. That's how I happened to have the mallet.
Yes, that's the Princey family. We find them at home. Mrs. Princey, Millicent, George sprawled on a couch, Mr. Princey biting on a dry pipe. Their living room is dull and overstuffed. Rain beats at the windows. They are any middle-class family at home on a wet day, except for one small item. As you sit with them in the living room, you can see through the door to the sun porch a pair of men's feet, encased in black boots. They look like the feet of a curate. There's a tenseness in the room. The air is charged with excitement, but the feet are very still.
Don't keep staring at them. Listen to me, all of you. Don't you see? They'd hang her. That's what they do. They'd hang her.
Oh, Fred, it's too awful.
Awful? It's catastrophic. A supposedly sweet, gentle, intelligent girl, respected, loved by the whole village, doing a thing like this. Think of the publicity, the disgrace. You think I'm going to resign from the bench, the vestry, sell out and live in some foggy hotel abroad? Oh, no.
No, I'll kill myself. I will.
Don't be a fool.
Any more than you have been, the governor means.
Be quiet. Wouldn't be so bad if it were you. Everybody in the village knows you're not responsible. George.
Yes?
Get off that couch. Sit up on your spine. You might be of a little use here if you could think.
Listen, Governor, this isn't my funeral.
Oh, shut up. As long as I can remember, George, you've been a trial and a tribulation to me.
Oh, I can't stand it.
You've got to stand it, my dear. And keep that hysterical note out of your voice. You hear?
Yes.
We are talking about the weather. Now, George.
Yeah?
George, if he fell down the old well, say, striking his head several times, what about it, eh?
I really don't know, Governor. What about it?
Don't be an ass. I'm asking you to think. He'd have had to hit the sides several times in 30 or 40 feet and at all the correct angles. No, I'm afraid not. We'll have to go over it all again, Millicent.
Oh, no, Father. No. I couldn't.
Millicent, We must go over it all again.
Oh, Fred, you're torturing her.
Oh, face facts, Mater. With him lying there, there's no use pretending it's a picnic.
They might hang you, Millicent. Oh, stop that shaking. Stop it here. You must stop it. You must keep your voice quiet. Millicent, we are talking of the weather. Now, we will proceed.
I can't. Not with those boots.
Oh, should have thought of those boots, Millie. I'm not moving them.
Oh, sit up, George. Stop shuffling your feet. Now, Millicent, look at me. Answer me truthfully, you hear? Answer me. You were in the croquet court.
Yes.
Who knew you were in love with this wretched curate?
Who? The whole village. They've been sniggering about it at the pub for 3 years past.
What a filthy mess. Millicent, we continue. You were on the croquet court.
Yes.
You were putting the croquet set into its box?
Yes. It was starting to rain. I was carrying the balls and mallets into the sun porch. The box was there.
You heard someone enter the garden gate and come across the yard?
Yes.
Could you see who it was?
Oh, not at first. I was going into the sun porch. I threw down all the mallets but the red one and turned around.
It was Withers?
Yes.
So you called him? Yes. Loudly? Did you call him loudly? Could anyone have heard?
No, Father, I'm sure not. I didn't really call him. I just spoke his name. He saw me as I went to the door. He just waved his hand and came over.
How can I find out from you whether there was anyone about? Whether he could have been seen?
I'm sure not, Father. I'm quite sure.
So, you both went into the sun porch?
Yes. It was raining hard then.
What did he say?
He said, "Hello, Millie," and excuse his coming in the back way, but he'd set out to walk over to Liston.
Yes?
And he said, passing the park, he'd seen the house and suddenly thought of me. And he thought he'd just look in for a moment. He had something to tell me.
Go on.
He said he was so happy. He wanted me to share it. He'd heard from the bishop he was to have a vicarage. And it wasn't only that. It meant he could marry. Then he began to stutter and get all confused. And of course, I thought he meant me.
Don't tell me what you thought. Tell me exactly what he said, nothing else.
Well...
Oh, stop crying. It's a luxury you can no longer afford. Tell me what happened.
He said, no. He said it wasn't me. It's Ella Bragdon Davis. And he was sorry and all that. Then he went to go.
And then?
I went mad. He turned his back. I had the red mallet of the croquet set in my hand. I forgot to drop it in the box when he came.
Did you shout or scream? I mean, as you hit him?
No, I'm sure I didn't.
Did he? Come on, speak up.
No, Father.
And then?
I threw it down. I came straight in here. I went to look for Mother. That's all.
My poor baby.
No one.
Leave the child alone, Fred.
Not such a child, Mater. Millie, I had no idea
Keep
you had...
quiet. I'm thinking. You see, George, he probably told people he was going to Liston. Certainly no one knows he came here, for he didn't decide until he crossed the park. He might have been attacked in the woods. We must consider every detail. A curate with his head battered in.
Don't, Father, don't.
A curate, head battered in. Now, who would want to kill Withers?
Kill Withers? Well, I would with pleasure. How do you do, Mrs. Princey?
Captain Smollett.
Oh, sit down, pray. Mustn't get up for me, Mrs. Princey. You either, Millicent. My word. Just being neighborly on a bad day. I wanted to ask you about those dahlia bulbs, Princey. Took a shortcut on account of the rain and walked right in. Knew you wouldn't mind.
Oh, he heard you, Father.
My dear, we can all have our little jokes. Don't pretend to be shocked. This way, Smollett. This chair, facing the fireplace. Sit down, Mother.
Just straightening the curtains to the sun porch, dear. It looks so gloomy out there. Might as well shut the rain out.
Just talking about a little theoretical cure at killing, Smollett. You know, young people these days like thrillers.
Parsonicide. Justifiable parsonicide. Have you heard about Ella Bragdon Davis? I shall be most properly laughed at.
Why? Why should you be laughed at, Smollett?
No, had a shot in that direction myself. She half said yes, too. Hadn't you heard? She told most people. Now it'll look as if I got turned down for a white rat in a dog collar.
Oh, too bad.
Oh, fortune of war.
Yes, fortune of war. Odd how it happens, isn't it? Sit down, Smollett. Millicent, console Captain Smollett with your best light conversation. You too, Mother. George and I have something to look at outside. There's this rain, you know, but it's bad, very bad. Come, George.
Righto, Governor. Maybe we'll need raincoats, what?
Oh, I don't think so. Just make yourself at home, Smollett. Make yourself at home.
A cigarette, Captain Smollett?
Thank you. Oh, nasty day to be going out.
It's something about the old well, just off the sun porch door, you know. This terrible sodden weather seems to have loosened some of the stones.
Oh, too bad. Dash too bad. Spoils the tennis and croquet, a day like this. Doesn't it, Millie?
Oh, yes, it does.
She was practicing out on the croquet court earlier, but, do pull your chair nearer the fire, Captain. It was so damp, we thought it would be cozy to light it.
Thank you, I'm quite comfortable.
I hope you don't feel too bad about Ella Davis.
Can't always win. Can't see, though, what you women see in these bloodless clerics.
Oh, I always thought Mr. Withers is a very charming man.
Quite agree, but why should anyone want to marry him? You wouldn't want to marry him, would you, Millie?
Not now. That is, are you? Oh, no, of course not.
Smollett. Yes, Princess. Good Lord, man, you do come in on a fellow suddenly.
Guess I did. Oh, don't mind this old double-barreled shotgun. Been working on it. Smollett, may I have your attention for a minute? There's something on the sun porch I'd like to show you.
Why, yes. Yes, of course.
Smollett, George and I went out to see if we could shoot some rats which have been driven out of the old well by the high water. Afraid they might get into the house. Now, you must listen to me very carefully. Very carefully, or you will be shot by accident.
Princey, what's got into you?
You heard me ask as you came in, who would kill Withers? You also heard Millicent make a comment, an unguarded comment.
Well, what of it?
Very little. Unless you were to hear that Withers had met a violent end this very afternoon. And that, my dear Smollett, is what you are going to hear.
What? Withers?
Yes.
Who killed him?
Millicent.
Good Lord.
Yes, it's a mess. And of course, you would have remembered and guessed.
Maybe, yes, I suppose I should.
Therefore, you constitute a problem.
Why did she kill him?
Oh, it's one of those disgusting things. Pitiable, too. She deluded herself that he was in love with her.
Good heavens, Millie. Oh, yes, of course, I see.
He had told her about the Davis girl.
I understand.
Now, I have no wish, as you will comprehend, that she should be proved either a lunatic or a murderess. I could hardly go on living here after that.
I suppose not.
On the other hand, you know about it.
Yes, I see that makes me a problem. You're wondering if I could keep my mouth shut. If I promised...
I am wondering if I could believe you.
But if I promised...
If things went smoothly, yes. But not if there was any sort of suspicion, any questioning. You would be afraid of being an accessory.
Why, I don't know.
I do. What are we going to do?
I can't see anything else. You'd never be fool enough to do me in. You can't get rid of two corpses.
Oh, I regard it as a better risk than the other. It could be an accident. Or you and Withers could both disappear. There are possibilities in that.
Listen, you can't.
I can, but there may be a way out. There is. Smollett, you gave it to me yourself.
I did what?
You said you would kill Withers. You have a motive.
Oh, look here, I was joking. Of course you saw that.
You are always joking. Listen, Smollett, I can't trust you. You must trust me, else I will kill you now in the next minute. I mean that. You can choose between dying and living.
Go on.
Now, there's the old well just outside the sun porch door. That's where I'm going to put Withers. No one outside knows he has come up here this afternoon. No one will ever look there for him unless you tell them. You must give me evidence that you have murdered Withers.
I murdered him? Why do you want that?
So that I shall be dead sure that you will never open your lips on the subject.
I see. What evidence?
George, hit him in the face.
Sure.
George, darling.
Keep out of this.
Oh, Captain, you should be more careful. Look what your teeth did to my knuckles.
Again, George.
Okay.
Oh, I can't stand it. Oh, how can you?
Keep quiet. You women keep out of this. I'm sorry, Smollett, but there must be traces of a struggle between you and Withers. Then it will not be altogether safe for you to go to the police.
But can't you take my word, man?
I will when we are finished. George?
Yes?
Get the croquet mallet.
Right, Governor.
Take your handkerchief to it. In there on the sun porch floor.
Yeah. Yes, I got it, Governor. There, Captain. There's the weapon.
As I told you, Smollett. Now, you'll just grasp the end that mashed Withers' head. I shall shoot you if you don't.
But good Lord, you can't. All right.
There. That's it. Now deposit it out by the side of the house. Out of the rain, of course. No. Wait, George.
Yeah?
First, you'd better pull a few hairs out of his head and put them under the nails of Withers' right hand.
Princey, have you gone mad? Do you know what you're doing?
With this gun, yes. Go ahead, George.
Sorry to muss your hair up, Captain.
Shut up, Smollett.
There. That's all we need. Now for Withers, and we'll fix it right up. Be right with you, Governor.
Smollett, you may turn around. Withers is just there in the sun porch. Draw back the curtain.
Good Lord, Princey.
Yes, messy. But we'll get him fixed up. Now, you, Smollett, you've just got to drag him through the door and dump him in the old well.
Just beyond the door, Captain.
I won't touch him. I won't.
All right. Stand aside. Out of range, George.
Right.
Only one place I want this bullet to go.
Father.
Keep quiet. My aim's none too good.
Wait a minute.
That's better, Smollett. Much better. Go on now. In here. You'll have to take him outside.
By the shoulders ought to do it, Captain.
Keep quiet, George. Go on, Smollett. Go on. You've seen dead men before. Drag him. Drag him. I'll just hold the gun here to make sure that everything goes all right.
Oh, Mother, come away from the dim window, dear. Don't look. But, Captain Smollett, your father is a very resourceful man, Millicent. I'm sure what he's doing is right. But the Captain, I can't stand it. You mustn't question your dear father.
I say, are you two still at it? There's enough trouble around here without blubbering.
I'm not blubbering, George Princey.
So, you see, Smollett, everything is perfectly safe. They'll never look in our well. You see how safe it is? I guess it is. Oh, good heavens, man, you're dripping wet. Why didn't you slip your raincoat on? Tea ready, my dear?
In just a minute, dear. I'll ring for Bridget.
Exactly what you need, Smollett. Cup of tea. Best thing in the world to ward off a cold. Sit down, won't you? Oh, don't mind getting the chair wet. Cigarette? Help yourself. I stick to my pipe, you know. Funny how...
Princey, everything's hot, ma'am.
Oh, Bridget, yes. Put the tray in front of me here, on the table.
Yes, ma'am.
That's it.
I say, Captain, you've gone and cut your lip.
I just knocked it.
Oh, how dreadful. Here, Bridget, give the captain this cup.
No, thank you. I rather think I'll be running along now, if you don't mind.
Oh, Captain Smollett, without any tea?
If you don't mind, Mrs. Princey, if I could just have my raincoat.
Oh, I'll get it for you, Captain.
Oh, this is very distressing, Smollett, very. Oh, I'll be all right presently, I'm sure.
Here we are now. Let me help you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, young man.
There.
Better go out the front way, Smollett. The walk is dry.
Oh, let me hold the door for you, Captain.
Don't worry, old fellow. Don't worry at all.
No,
Good afternoon. Nothing serious, I imagine. A little rest and he'll be as right as rain. By the way, Millicent, you're not looking any too well.
No, not well at all. I'm sure it was that croak he caught. Being outdoors in weather like this is simply foolhardy.
The mater's right, Millie. You saw what happened to Captain Smollett.
Oh, come along, dear. I shall give you a hot foot bath and put you to bed. And a couple of days in bed, and you'll be fine again.
Get plenty of rest, Millicent, and don't worry about a thing. That's the best cure.
Well, I guess I'll have a little rest too, Governor. It's a fine afternoon for a nap.
Indeed it is, son. Well, enjoy yourself. I'll see you later. I'll see you all later.
Your number, please.
Oh, would you get me the police station, please?
Police station? Right away, sir.
Police headquarters, Sergeant Yancey speaking.
Oh, hello, Sergeant. This is Princey of Abbott's Road. I believe you know me.
Oh, indeed I do, Mr. Princey.
Sergeant, a horrible thing has just happened. Quite extraordinary. Murder, in fact.
Murder?
I'm afraid it looks rather bad for a close friend of ours, unfortunately. We saw him do it. I think you'd better send someone over right away.
Well, our man should be there right about now, Mr. Princey.
I beg your pardon?
I say, our man should be there now. Constable Martin has his post right below your house there. Just rang in. Seems Captain Smollett was with him.
Captain Smollett?
He reported some rather queer goings-on at your place, but I certainly didn't understand it was murder. Just don't touch anything, Mr. Princey. And don't worry. Don't worry at all.
No. I won't, Sergeant. Thank you.
Governor, where are you? There's a man
I'm right here. Stop shouting.
We have some visitors, Governor.
Oh, yes. Yes, I can see that. Well, Constable, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Princey.
And Smollett, I say what a remarkable fellow you are, coming back like this. Here to reenact the crime?
Only the one against me, Princey. The one against the curate I'll leave to you people.
Extraordinary sense of humor.
Mr. Princey, I just had a look at what's in your well. Not a pretty sight, that. Not pretty at all.
Yes, Captain Smollett was thorough, if nothing else.
You saw him when he did it, sir, out in the back?
No, quite. We were just returning from a walk. Smollett evidently had been laying for the curate, hiding out in those bushes by the road, I imagine.
He was never inside this house?
Never.
And you say, Captain?
I say that while I was inside this house, a guest of the family, I was coerced into dragging the curate's body outside and dumping it in the well.
Well, there we are.
Not entirely, Constable. I'll just remove my raincoat. And demonstrate how damp I got my clothes when I went outside without it.
No, that's interesting, isn't it?
Quite. He undoubtedly removed his coat at some point between here and your post. I might as well tell you that his weapon, a red croquet mallet, is out by the side of the house. I shouldn't be at all surprised, but that you'd find his fingerprints all over it.
All over the end of the mallet, Constable. The end that mashed Withers' head. And not the end I'd have had to grasp in order to do the mashing.
Governor. That's a decent try, Smollett. But it won't work. There must be other evidences, Constable. You'll undoubtedly find them when you examine the body.
Oh, he means my hair under Withers' nails. Well, sir, if you look carefully, I believe you'll find a few of my precious hairs under his son's nails, too.
Here, what are you trying to... Constable, this is an utter waste of time. So far as the violent struggle between Smollett and Withers is concerned, Smollett's face speaks for itself. Quite eloquently, I believe.
Oh, but no more eloquently than your son's knuckles. As you see, Constable, a fresh abrasion. He did that on my teeth. Or did he?
What?
I say, or did he? He might have done that on Withers' teeth.
Oh, I see. I see what you mean.
But I didn't. Governor, he said I...
Oh, keep still, you nitwit. Let me think.
As a matter of fact, George, the more I think of it, the more I'm convinced it was your voice I heard. Quite a vigorous quarrel. Something about the curate jilting your sister.
Oh, don't be ridiculous, Smollett.
Very well, Princey. If your son didn't do it, who did?
That's what I'd like to know. How about it, Mr. Princey?
Well, that is a sticker, all right.
George, my boy, it looks like you're elected.
Elected? What do you mean? I didn't do it. Why, I had nothing to do.
Keep your mouth shut, will you?
I won't. I'm not going to take the blame for her. Millie did it. She did it with that mallet. I saw.
You could prove that?
Prove it? Yes. Her fingerprints on the mallet. The handle.
Why, George, don't you remember when you made me touch the mallet? When you picked it up with your handkerchief?
No,
George, I'm sure you wiped that handle clean. Oh, well, I could hardly expect you to remember that if you can't even remember killing the curate.
Governor,
I told you to keep still.
But, Governor, you're not going to turn me over.
As long as I can remember, George, you've been a trial and a tribulation to me.
Governor,
You shouldn't have done it, son. You really shouldn't.
No, George, that was definitely wrong. I say, Princey, I think I'll have that cup of tea after all. Nothing like it in weather like this.
Wet Saturday, from the short story by John Collier. You have just heard the second in Columbia's new series, a series designed to bring you the best in thrill entertainment. Outstanding dramas from the field of fiction and radio, stage and screen. Dramas of pure suspense. This Columbia feature is produced and directed by Charles Vanda, with script by Harold Medford and score by Bernard Herrmann. Be with us again next week at this same time when we present Suspense. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.